have we got entertainment for you this afternoon here at the Nürburgring. It's the second part of the first visit to the German most famous circuit in the world, the Michelin 12 hours of the Nürburgring. 6 hours coming up for you after a very entertaining 6 hours yesterday. The weather is different, the grid is different, we've got battered and bruised cars all over the place, and it is going to provide us with very, very entertaining action. It's the penultimate round of this year's 2026 calendar, with just the 24 hours of Barcelona to round out the European Series at the end of September. Weather is quite different to yesterday. As you can see from the clouds, we don't really know what's going to happen. We've got rain, we've got clouds, we've got sun, we've got an air temperature of just 20 degrees, but the humidity is dropping since this morning, and that possibly means rain is not on the horizon. The teams will be paying attention. The Michelin wets will be ready. But for the moment, we have a clean track, we have a dry track, we have a track that's been used a little bit already by our prototype cup cars. And how did we get to the grid that we have today? Well, let's find out with the highlights from yesterday. Very different day, blue sky conditions and a Mercedes on the front of the grid. We had pro drivers taking the start with Michael Grenier leading down towards the first corner. Pierre Caffer in the Audi in second position, with Joel Sturm snatching second position in the Proton competition Porsche. Tim Hyman also a big star of that first stint in the all-black Porsche, sniffing down the inside of Pierre Caffer as others investigated gravel traps around the circuit. There was quite a lot of gravel that ended up on the circuit, making it very slippery, and lots of cars having little errors. Pit stop window, we went green, by the way, all the way through to the first round of pit stops, which was quite remarkable. And then our first code 60 for the Haas BMW, hard into the barriers at the Schumacher S's. That will be the end of the day for the two Guelinks. And when we went back to green conditions, the Get Speed Mercedes ending up in the wall with cold tyres. That was the first front right corner to be damaged of a Mercedes AMG GT3 car, but it wasn't the last. There's quite a few with very similar damage on the grid. As we went through our 6 hours, we had a period of calm, but then we had a period of chaos. Ajit Kumar crashing his Mercedes and damaging another front right eye, dropping them out. And then an uncharacteristic error from Hoffer Racing into the back of the Aston Martin. That was another eye gone from a Mercedes AMG GT3. But the Porsches were looking really, really strong. And the Lamborghini. But what happened to end the race? That huge impact for the Mulder Motorsport leading machine in 992. Buried under the tyres. The driver was okay, but the tyre barrier was not. Red flag was called, and we ended our race in unpredictable conditions, and that's the key for starting today's race. The strategists didn't have a chance to intervene before we went red, and therefore we really don't know how much fuel and what tyres are on the cars down on the grid. I don't know whether Carla and Sarah have got themselves a tyre gauge to work out how much each tyre is on each car, but that is the information that's key down there. Let's go down and find out our grid walk with Sarah Esser.
Welcome down to the grid. Well, first of all, our leader overnight, Fabio Grosser. Fabio, can I have a quick word? Don't shut the door as I come on by. I mean, interesting end to the race yesterday. You're trying to keep the warm in. It's going to get warm in here, no?
Sorry, I didn't get the question.
It's a little bit cooler today compared to yesterday. We managed to have a chat at the end of the race yesterday. How have things changed the strategy for you?
I think now we can make the AC completely off, like I said, to full push. We have around, I think, 15 liters or so, so it's going to be not so quite a long stint. So yeah, full push for the first laps, and then looking forward to the rest of the race.
And tell me, in terms of the tyres, what have you adjusted this morning to adapt for the different conditions?
So we are not allowed to change the tires and also not to do anything with the tires. So I was out on a used set yesterday already, So they are quite used now because we wanted to change them in the code 60, but then the red flag came out. So I think, yeah, I will be a bit handicapped in terms of the tires now, but I take it as it is.
And you rested well overnight?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the timing schedule is pretty decent, so you can, yeah, stay in bed 8.5 nice hours of sleep, so I'm ready for the day.
Well, thank you so much, Fabio. Good luck out there. Now let's head over to the number 73 car, also sitting on the front row overnight. The goal is to stay within the lead lap. I believe we have Joel, but he's not in the car. He's stood here without a helmet on even. Joel, can we have a quick word? You're looking pretty happy. You ready to go? No helmet on just yet. What's the plan into turn one? I mean, you're on the front row.
Let's see. I mean, at first played safe, but for sure I want to take over the lead. That's for sure. But yeah, we'll see.
Taking over the lead, are you thinking of doing that heading into turn one? And where are other possible overtaking opportunities?
I mean, for sure, turn one is always the quickest and most easiest point at the start. Later on, we just see how the race evolves and where other opportunities come up.
We had a code 60 that went into a red flag yesterday. How did that impact your fuel strategy?
I mean, it's always compensating. I think it did for everyone. We still have enough fuel to do at least half a stint. So from our side, it's not too bad, actually. But, yeah.
How much is enough and how much is half a stint?
It should be roughly like 30 minutes, maybe plus 5 or whatever.
You've given me more than I thought you were going to, but thank you so much, Joel. Let's head on down to the ARC Bratislava. I mean, they were very impressed with where they finished yesterday, sitting currently running in 4th. I believe we have Michelin, but no, oh, he's sitting up here. You're trying to hide from me. I mean, a great start for you and the team yesterday.
Yeah, you have. Maybe... Hopefully today is going to be maybe even better, but hopefully the same. Without the crash, still 6 hours to go, so we have like gentle in the first corner. The tires are really cold, so the weather, okay, fine for racing because it's not hot in there, but for the tires and for the management, we'll see. Hopefully nothing going to happen.
You're saying it's going to be better today. What sort of things have you been working on overnight to give you that confidence going into today?
Not like confidence, but I feel like the sun is under the clouds. So I think for the Lamborghini, because of the struggling with the tires and the pace, we got the half an hour okay. But after the pressure is going high with the sun and the tires just sliding and sliding. So it's better for us now. I hope so for that, but we'll see.
Thank you so much. Good luck out there. Zdeno Michelasco. Well, let's go and speak to the Viper-Nizza. I believe this is the highest position we've seen them go through overnight. Dominic Ang is going to be starting in the car. I think he's just, let's see, they're moving out the way for a photograph. Dominic, are you up for a really quick conversation?
Yeah.
Well, it's wonderful to see you out here on the grid, and I mean in a very good position, going 3rd into the race today. Talk about the difference compared to yesterday. It's all about survival and staying in the lead lap. You've got yourself there. What's the plan today?
I think the same like yesterday again, staying clean, and then hoping with the code 60 again to our advantage with the advantage on the fuel. Then we'll see how it goes. We'll keep pushing, but also stay safe. Yeah, you see the incidents yesterday, so the track is narrow. It's quite challenging, so it's important to stay safe and keep it clean. Yeah.
Well, you say stay safe. I think we had 3 Mercedes yesterday with similar patchwork going into today. So yes, definitely the plan. Are you expecting any rain?
Well, in the forecast, there's the chances of rain, but I hope it doesn't come. It makes things a bit we can't predict what will happen. So if it's all dry, then I think it's more safer in the sense, yeah.
And in terms of experience in your driver lineup with rainy conditions, how is it?
I think we are quite okay. Because in Malaysia, we always have rain. Even in Spa, we had the rain in the practice. Just that when it's in a mixed condition, it's about how much risk you want to take. So it can be quite dangerous. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Dom. Thank you so much. That's Dominic Ang. Shall we head up to the front of the 992s? The grid gets sort of reset, but not reset overnight. Or maybe we can find... Let's see who else we've got up here. Temperatures are feeling a little bit cooler. There is rain scheduled, but who knows? It's everyone's guess. We had a bit of rain on Friday. It was more like spitting, but I will tell you, I walked the track and you could feel it was quite slippery, even underfoot. Ryan is going to be starting in the car for Era Motorsport, but I can't see him here right now. It is 5.48 kilometers around this track. It's quite undulating, more than you think until you go for a walk. Let's have a chat perhaps with one of our female drivers. Lisa, would you be up for a quick conversation? Just taking off your race, you're 100% legal there in terms, it's great to see you back here. How are you enjoying this track so far?
Oh, I mean, it's a great place. It's a special place to race, whatever it is you're racing. And just the car culture here alone, in whatever car, when you're around the city, the small town, it's so fun.
What are some of the things you've been getting up to outside of being on track? Have you been around the Nordschleife?
Not on this trip, but I've never raced there, but I have played in a GT3 RS back in the day. I did like 14 laps, and what a blast, yes.
And who's starting in the car for you?
Jeff Westphal.
And what's the plan?
Was one of the pros, yes.
And what's the plan for that stint? I mean, you're sitting in you can see the front at least.
Yes, we can see the front, but we have some time that we've got to make up for, so we'll see how it goes, the first part of the race. And, yeah.
Good luck. We're looking forward to seeing you jump in the car a little bit later on. Thank you, Lisa. Now, let's head on further down the grid and see if we can find the 992s. Overnight, the 93 car did get pinged. Ajis Kumar will be out of the car for speeding in a code 60. I believe it will be Yannick start. Oh, is it going to be Yannick or Ayrton? Ayrton, are you starting in the car?
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Good.
Good to see you. Well, going in overnight, it's looking, should we show the camera? I mean, you're a little bit patched up. You're not allowed to do anything to the car overnight. How much can you look into it and perhaps the data to set up for today?
Actually, she looks quite okay. Okay, she has some damage and the light is gone, but normally we won't drive in the night, so that we won't need. And the team patched up the car quite good.
But how does this affect the aerodynamics?
I think not that bad. It's a new bumper, new splitter, so normally it should be quite okay.
Well, you seem pretty confident. Let's see when we go out there. Are you starting in the car?
Yeah, I'm starting in the car. And I've drove it yesterday, and the car was still quite fast. So.
Are you telling, is that honest truth, or are you just trying to make sure all the other teams believe that the car is just fine?
We are 3 laps down on the car in front of us, so it wouldn't be necessary to lie about it. She was still doing quite good lap times yesterday evening, so it should be fine.
Well, hopefully we'll see another end to the race, a bit like Spa, but maybe come off a little bit cleaner. We'll see you later on. Well, let's see. We've got PCX Racing here alongside them. Benjamin Pack is having an interview with perhaps, I guess, a social media team. Benjamin, be good to have a quick chat with you. I mean, it's not quite where you wanted to be overnight. What happened yesterday?
Yeah, exactly. Fortunately, my teammate had an incident yesterday in the code 60, the restart. I mean, it happened. It's an endurance race, so all good. We repaired the car. The mechanics did a fantastic job. Thank you to the whole Gatsby team. They just did a mega job to repair the bumper front splitter. So this is great. We lost 10 laps to the overall leader. We are 4 laps down compared to the Audi. So we will see. We will survive the race. This is the thing that we have to do. Be careful in the first stint, because I think there are many difference in fuel and tires now with the code 60 and then red flag yesterday evening. So a lot of strategy going on, but yeah, I will enjoy the first stint.
Do you think that helped you yesterday? We never want a red flag. Driver is all okay, but do you think that sort of helped you out given the position you were already in?
I mean, no, because it's always sad to finish a race or a first part of the race in the red flag. The most important is that the driver is okay. We will see. I think we are in a good position with the fuel and the tires, but we never know. Never know the other teams. We never know what can happen. Code 60, and we can rematch all the strategy. So yeah, I think we'll have a good launch, and then we will see at turn 1 and be careful and survive the 6 hours today.
Yes, definitely. Well, you were talking about weather as well. I mean, a little bit windy, a little bit cooler out here, but we're going to find out now what the track is all about. Heading back to Snowy and Ben, who are going to talk about the track.
So we're ready for our race part 2 of the 12 hours at Nürburgring. Our first visit for Creventic to this venue, 2-part race. We said it's a 12-hour race split into 2 bits. 250 kilometre out top speed. It's a 5.1 kilometre length track. And an average lap time is a 1:54 thereabouts for with the top running GT3 cars. Opened in 1984, the Grand Prix circuit, replacing the Nordschleife Grand Prix. That, of course, is still used for other events. Very tight first corner through the Mercedes arenas 2, 3 and 4, then down the hill to the H2K hairpin, back up through the Schumacher S, through turn 11, sharp right, and then a very fast run through down 12, 220, 230, 245k, up to the chicane, back down to just under 100 kilometres, crossing the line, and that is a lap of 5.1 kilometres of the Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit. It is fast in all the cars. It's super fast in a GT3 car. Just over 250 kilometres at the top bit. And back down to Zara on the grid.
The 992s. Leading the way, we've got Red Camel here, back in the garage. You might be able to see them behind you, actually, as Keo Racing, if our cameraman spins around, they will be starting in the pits. They've got an electrical issue. But moving further down the grid, we have HRT. And let me see who's starting in the car for HRT. I think it's Stevie Gamble. Stevie, looking relaxed here. The first alarm has just gone. Looking into turn 1, I guess you've got the GT3s in front of you. How do you manage that when the 992s are sitting up behind? What do you do?
Just trying to go around the outside of everyone. Turn 1 into 2. No, look, just got to, stay calm, keep the car in one piece, and see how the first 2 or 3 laps unfold. And then, just get my stint done, bring it home, hand it to the other guys, and, just keep the car in one piece. That's the main goal, right? But yeah, maybe there'd be a bit of carnage into turn 1. We've only got 1 lap to warm the tyres up. So, but look, it's all the pros around me. So all I can do is just do my best.
In terms of warming the tyres up, I mean, we saw a bit of excitement earlier on in the prototype. I don't know if you saw that going into turn 1. How much can you really get the warmth in on the formation lap?
Yeah, I mean, it's the warmth's not going to come in until lap 2 or 3, like the true warmth. So lap 1's just going to be dragging the brake, trying to get the brake temp into the tyre using the brakes, because we don't want to scrub our tyres too much. But yeah, it's very tricky. It's a fine line between overworking the car and not working it enough. So I haven't done this very many times, if I'm honest, but we'll see. You'll see in about half an hour.
And it's a bit windy out there today. Where do you mostly feel that?
The Schumacher S's, you need a lot of aero for that. So that's really the only time that we've felt the aero. And on the straights and stuff, it's we don't really feel it. So yeah, just through the S's.
Well, thank you so much, Stevie. Good luck. I guess you're going to be getting ready to get in the car now. Moving further. Oh, we've got a bubble machine going on here from Hoffa Racing. Is that some sort of distraction technique for HRT? Krone Racing. Wonderful pairing. They've been driving together for, I think it's been around 20-something years. Who have we got here? We've got Philip Hamprecht. Hello, you're starting in the car. How was it yesterday in terms of keeping the car nice and safe? It looks like you managed to avoid any sort of trouble.
Yeah, we have until this point. So it's been pretty good, pretty calm race. Haven't done too much, so yeah, we'll see how it goes today. I think today is the most important part, right? So yesterday you just have to almost not survive, but just get through it. And yeah, we'll see tomorrow. Today is where it counts, and we'll see after 6 hours how it goes.
And cars go into Parc Fermé overnight, but what can you do to sort of look at the data from yesterday and then prepare and maximise for today?
Yeah, I mean, you can compare to what you did to qualifying and just look at the onboard. I mean, we are fortunate enough to have a live onboard, so we can evaluate that pretty much. Yeah, we just worked on a live onboard basically, but not too much. Actually, we just warm up the car and then straight back into it.
All important live on boards. You can tune into those online in the YouTube. Thank you so much. Good luck today. See you out there. Well, the Molnar Motorsport sadly had not the best end with their sister car yesterday, but here is the 904. And in the car, let's have a look. I think it's Pastoris. Can we have a really quick word? Well, I'm just going to ask you really quickly. What are the last few thoughts and words that you're giving your driver here?
Yeah, usually a reminder for the tires to really warm them up, that they are cold. Same with the brakes. To be careful. Of course, it's another start, so turn 1 is always a bit tricky. and yeah, just need to stay calm, enjoy.
All important, enjoy. We're all out here to have a good time. Well, yesterday, a sad finish for your sister car. Just a couple of words on that. Is the driver okay?
The driver is okay. He was getting back to the hotel yesterday, fortunately not injured. So it's a good news.
That is the best news that we can hear. Well, in terms of your car, what are the plans for this morning, sort of maximising on yesterday? I know it was obviously a massive distraction when you have something like that happen in the team, but how do you rebuild going into today?
Most important is bring back the car to the team, right, after yesterday, and focus is keeping the race really clean and just trying to enjoy.
Like your teammate said, trying to enjoy. Well, thank you so much. Good luck out there. And we'll let you close the door. I know it is getting down to time. Let's have a quick look at who's towards the back end of the grid. I don't know if I'm going to be able to have much more of a conversation, but I will show you something really quickly. This is the Murens machinery car. So 3 brothers driving in this. If you have a look closely, they work in machine sales, and all down the livery, you can see the different cars. And I don't know if you can look through the window, but even on the race suit as well, we may be able to go around. I believe it's Steve that's starting in the car. Steve, I guess, can you give me 3 words? You excited for today? I won't hold you too long. We got 30 seconds. How are you feeling today?
Quite calmly. The weather is changing, so we will see what we're gonna do, but I'm feeling good.
Changeable weather. Are you confident in the rain?
Yes, we had some bad luck yesterday, but we're gonna try our best today.
Well, thank you so much. Good luck, and hopefully we won't get too much rain, but maybe enough to be exciting. It is time to go. I can see the boss in the background saying it is time to go, so I am going to have to hand back to the commentary box a little bit early, but here is the back end of the grid, and we are getting cleared. So looking forward to some really exciting racing for the second part of the race.
3 minutes then to the beginning of the second part, the 6 hours of the Nürburgring. Today, 6 hours yesterday, a total of 12. Up to race and proton competition on the front row and on the lead lap, with just one other car on that lead lap being the Mercedes of Viper Nisa Racing, ARC Bratislava, the first car. 1 lap down will start the grid in 4th position. Jutta Racing up there as well, Get Speed without using their pro driver yesterday. Expect them to move through the field. Continental Racing in 7th, Era in 8th. Lots of drive time used up by Merriman. We should see Ryan D'Elmore in that car. Then Hoffa Racing and Pellin on row number 5, both with damage. E2P and Santalok on row number 6. We saw Inderbitsen and Doppelmayr used yesterday in that car. The Get Speed Mercedes down in 28th position. Sometime Victor's, Patrick Charlier's done some work yesterday. In fact, all those drivers equally used. Ajit Redant Racing in 14th position, without the use today of Ajit Kumar. So the Redants and De Broekers, the drivers. No Haas RT BMW. That will not take the start. And then the first of our 992s, which is Red Camels Jordan, the leaders after the first part. HRT Performance in 2nd and Chazelle in 3rd position. Now, of course, it's where they are right now, but we really don't know where they are in terms of what they've got inside the car and on the boots. RPM Racing and Mulner on row 11. On row number 12, it's the second of the Mullers that won't take the start, and MM Racing. We just heard from the 3 brothers, and row 14 is where you find the GT4 car of Hoffa Racing by Bonk. They were having a lovely pizza sort of barbecue thing last night at the end of the day. The Ligier JS2R, Not Only Motorsport, is the leading TCE ahead of the Porsche Cayman, and then the 2 Cupras. One car was taken out of Parc Fermé, and that is the KO Racing Ligier, so that will start from pit lane, but of course that car without competition in GTX, and therefore just wanting to get that car to the finish. It's quite a different machine. It's called a JS2, but that's the RS version. The R is the one that's in TCE, and there's a mammoth difference in power between the two of them, even though it's the same chassis. We'll get into that a bit later. But the critical thing, Peter Snowden, is that we called the race, we red flagged the race before any strategy person could get their hands on the cars to reset them as they would wish for today.
Well, we heard that from Paul Truswell, the strategist at Red Camel, didn't we, when Sarah, my apologies, interviewed him. We'll get there eventually, in the pit lane yesterday, of saying, she asked the pertinent question of what difference does a red flag make just to a code 60, because it's stopping the cars, not running around, so they can't do anything. They've got to literally come into the pit lane as we saw and stop, and it just throws everything into confusion, because even with 40 minutes to go, roughly when that red flag came out, everything you're planning for has suddenly gone out of the window, because it's a totally unique situation, which then carries over today. You just mentioned about the Ligier, by the way, being taken out of Parc Fermé. You are obviously allowed to do that and perfectly entitled to do that. You just have to have written permission of the race directors, and the penalty for that, of course, is that yes, you can do for an emergency or whatever it may be. If the car's not fit to take part in the second part of the race, the team can request that. If it's granted, you do that, you do whatever you need to do. It's no performance advantage, and to ensure there is no performance advantage, the penalty applied for removing the car with permission of the race director from Parc Fermé is to start at the end of the pit lane. So it's a self-imposed penalty. So the team have got to decide, how important is it, risk-reward, to do that, and that's exactly what they've done.
First time to see Philip Hamprecht aboard the Krone Racing 907. He kept his powder dry yesterday, and it was just Tracy Krone and Nicholas Jonsson who drove that RPM machine. Paul Meyer will take the start in the 888. We're going to have some very fast drivers out on circuit. We didn't see much of Paul yesterday. That car was in the gravel just before the red flag. It had a spin, and it was him actually, I think, aboard the car when the red flag went out. No regulations to say you need to use the same driver as the last driver yesterday, so they are allowed to change drivers, but the cars have been in Parc Fermé conditions. Antonio de Barn will be in the Chazelle competition machine. Got Joel Sturm in the Proton leading car, Fabio Gross alongside him. And the crucial thing there, from my memory, is that we had Sturm come into the pits under the code 60, because remember, it wasn't straight red flag, it was code 60 then red flag. So some people did take advantage of the code 60 and put some fuel, put some tyres on, others did not. That's how Up 2 Race ended up leading, because they did not react. They'd been in the pits just before, so they might still have more fuel in that car because they pitted under green flag conditions.
Very pertinent point there. And I just noticed there the two marshals standing on the other side of the track. If you're wondering why they're holding up boards saying grid, the cars go around in single file, do what they want to. At that point, they need to take grid formation, 2x2, side by side, to come around the final turn and into the start, Ben.
Here we go then. 3 cars on the lead lap, the Viper Nisa Racing Mercedes and the 2 Porsches. 1 lap down is the Lamborghini. And we have 6 hours of racing to come here at the Nürburgring. It's just gone midday and the clock turns to green. Fabio Gross takes the lead into the first turn, but it's very, very frenetic further back, and it looks 4 or 5 wide as we head to this dangerous turn number 1. Can everybody get through without contact? Yes, they can so far. Yes, they can. Nice, clean, respectful work from
Joel Sturm, Proton Racing into the lead.
Joel Sturm with the confidence. Alex Acker in the Audi for Continental Racing up to 4th position, running side by side with the Lamborghini. That make that 3rd position. And Viper Nisa dropping behind the 2. But of course, this isn't dropping for position, this is track position more than anything else for quite a few of the cars. Difficult to know at this stage, because timing screens are not yet updated, who is actually fighting for position and who is trying to get a lap back on themselves. Because don't forget that we are taking what we had yesterday, and then that then sets the grid, but it also affects the order. We're not completely resetting after 6 hours. If there is a lap difference, that stays. Hamprek's going to be strong, isn't he, in this first stint? He's going to be so spectacular to watch as the Lamborghini gets a little bit wide in that gravel trap that will be more and more dragged onto the racing line. Much more gravel being spat up into the faces of the car behind as the Audi number 18 gets very sideways. That has Stefan Trebedini aboard the Santalot Junior machine. And Benji Pack is in the Mercedes for Get Speed. That's going to move up through the field, but it's not necessarily going to take that many positions, bearing in mind the lap differences from yesterday's race.
Yes, and it's Joel Sturm that's made the best of that run down to the start there. I thought that was going to get very frenetic, as you said, into the first turn, but they all managed to behave brilliantly, absolutely to perfection. Joel Sturm it is in the Proton competition that jacks the jump on Fabio Grossa on the Up2 Racing Porsche. Those two swap positions. That Porsche of Up2 Racing now under threat from the Audi, is it not, of Alex Acker? Well, we've got the Viper in between there. We've got Mercedes, they say the Viper, not the Dodge Viper, the Viper nice racing team, AMG Mercedes.
Well, in between in terms of the order on the timing screens, not in between in terms of on track. So this is where it's going to be slightly confusing for the first part of this race, because we've got them all together, all racing as though it's the race start, but actually there are laps between them. So Alex Acker's fast start has put him up ahead of that Lamborghini. There is the Lamborghini, but now, even though he is pushing on to try and get ahead of our leading cars, he won't move up any further in terms of your positions on the leaderboard on the left-hand side, because he is a lap down on the front three. He's the leading car with 1 lap down now. Sturm, Gross, Ang are the 3 cars on the lead lap. Viper Nisa Racing find themselves in a really, really strong position to start the second 6 hours, but they are losing positions on track to the faster cars with those pro drivers in them.
Yeah, so Lamborghini and Ferrari line astern there, the 2 Italian steeds in there, and it is Ryan Dill in the EVA Motorsport car, just trying to stay in touch with the Lamborghini in front. Benji Pack is 2 places behind from that, with the other Mercedes in between. Benji Pack trying his absolute best to get past in the Get Speed entry, and that is the Hofer car right in front of him, is it not? It is, yes.
There's quite a few penalties as well hanging over the grid from yesterday, including a 28-second penalty for the number 88 car that sits in second position. They'll try not to serve that until much, much later on in the race, but that car has a penalty for speeding in the fueling zone, which I reckon is quite hard to do. There is probably another 10 odd penalties handed out, and actually Alex Acker's number 69 car has a 30-second penalty for overtaking another car under code 60.
I just name tagged the completely wrong Mercedes ahead of Benji Pack. Of course, it is the Viper Nisa entry, not the Hofer, so my apologies.
In 992, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 cars on the lead lap, and that is Red Camel, Seblaju, Chazelle and HRT. So any fighting for position between those 4 is for actual position. But Alex Acker looking so strong in this Audi. Again, another pro driver that we didn't see yesterday. And he's crawling all over the back of Fabio Gross. Now, Gross will be good just to let him go. Doesn't need to fight him too hard, because ultimately they are not fighting for position. Have to get your head around this one. It's a difficult one to follow initially. But here is Dominic Ang. Now, Ang is not in a very threatening position either. Anyone that's going to overtake him is only unlapping themselves, because he's on that lead lap with those 2 Porsches at the head of the field. The Pellin Racing, almost Golf liveried Ferrari 296 GT3 car, not the Evo version for them. Jeff Westphal is in that car. We just had a quick glance of it. And we do already have pit visitors. So there is a good example of people and teams who were really caught out by the Code 60, choosing now to come in and get fueled up. The 102 Volkswagen Cupra, sorry, Seat Cupra coming in, and Müller Motorsports 904 is the other car.
Yeah, so it wasn't caught up so much by the Code 6, it was by the Code 60 becoming a red flag, wasn't it? That's what changed the dynamic completely at the end of an unexpected evolution of Code 60 into a red flag, with approximately 40 minutes of our race to go yesterday, maybe a little bit under, but certainly more than 35.
Fastest lap of the race for the up to race Porsche of Fabio Gross. Slightly faster than Charles Sturm.
It is slightly odd looking at, it's quite right, it is slightly odd looking at a timing screen a matter of minutes into a race and seeing 137 laps completed by Jules Sturm in the Proton competition leading Porsche. That is, of course, because that's what it's done. It's the beginning of yesterday's part one put into it as well. Pole sitter that we started today, Fabio Grossa, in the up to race now under extreme pressure from the Audi behind. I'm just looking at the skies at the same time as look outside of the commentary box, Ben, and it's nice and dark there. Müller Motorsport 904 entry into penalty box, serving one of its penalty, one of the first penalty we've talked about there being served now. That is stationary, right opposite us. That will move on again. It's sole Müller Motorsport car remaining.
Let's go down to Sarah, who's in the pits for the first couple of hours. What can you tell us, Sarah?
It started spitting down here, so I think the first lot of rain is on its way. I can tell you one of the Asbest cars is already in the pits. I don't have a camera with me, unfortunately, at the moment, so I can't show you, but they're in here doing lots of work. So they're taping up even a window, but when they're working on the back right tyre as well. We've also got the Molnar car that has come into the pits. They are changing tyres, but I'll hand it back to you and I'll let you know, but it has started spitting.
Oh, getting very, very loose. Philipp Hamprecht clearly riding the bumps a bit too aggressively through the final couple of turns, and he's now crawling all over the back of the Chazelle 992 Porsche. That's Anthony de Barn, who at the moment has the inside line through turn number one. Both of them have got past Enzo Julier in the Seb Lejoux 888 car. Very filthy windscreen from the RPM machine.
I was just going to note that just before Zara commented on the rain starting to spit there, I noticed that Fabio Grossa in the up to entry had just put his wiper on, the first car to put the wiper on visually to see that on track. I saw it coming past us. That's always a risk if you have, now this is the big moment between Tracy Groen car. Oh, massive. Yeah, in a line of three cars, three line stern there, and the middle car having a huge run over the curb and bouncing there, causing all sorts of problems behind it. Everybody lucky to miss that. Just back to the wiper thing very quickly. It's always a risk, a bit of jeopardy. So you've just commented on the filthy screen there. If you've got that filthy screen, these cars haven't even had cleaned screens because of Parc Fermé rules. So they've started this race as they finished 6 hours yesterday. They can do it at a pit stop, and some of them tear-offs as well. But the wiper on, you've got the danger of all that muck and detritus on the windscreen might be distracting, but it can be 10 times worse if you put the wiper on and it smears it. What you want is heavy rain to help clear it, not this spitting stuff. So you really got to be confident that that wiper works well before you've got a pit stop.
Anyone who's driven to the Le Mans 24 hours from the UK and has done that on a hot weekend of bugs knows exactly what Peter Snowden is talking about. You're better off leaving the bugs on your windscreen until you pit for some fuel than turning on the wipers. It's side by side by side by side at the end of the lap between Anthony de Barn, who again gets a massive slide on, almost helped by the green and blue 992 car of Hamprecht. Hamprecht is definitely the faster of the two cars, but he hasn't found a way past Anthony de Barn, and Paul Meyer has now sliced his way past his teammate. Meyer's actually a whole lap down, so even though he looks like he should be in this fight, and in fact he's exactly the same colour as the second Seb Lejoux car behind, he is a whole lap down and wanted to fight through. Now, down the inside goes Philip Hamprecht to turn number 2 and makes that one stick. That's a nice professional move from Hamprecht, and far better than the loosey-goosey stuff that we're seeing at the end of the lap.
One of the Mercedes getting into that fray now, just got past the back of that train of the first of the Porsches.
Another look at Hamprecht, I think giving Anthony de Barn a little kiss here. Whoop.
Yes, absolutely right, he did. Well spotted, Ben. A little Porsche love tap into the final corner to say, I'm here. That's not the breaking point, this is where the breaking point is.
Yeah, but then you're like, then Anthony de Barn's having a massive swapper on. Now, down into the Dunlop curve, they've got the touring car to get past. They do that. Paul Meyer is going to try and get past Anthony de Barn now. But of course, Anthony de Barn is going to think, oh, hang on a second, that is the car I'm fighting. No, it's not. There are 2 Seb Lejeune Racing purple Porsches, and it's the second one that you're racing. And as you say, the Red Ant Mercedes part of the fight too. Who's in that car today? Of course, it's quite far down.
I think it's Ayrton Redant that started that car.
Ayrton.
Yeah, this was the 93 Adjith Redant Mercedes, and that's got past the 2 Seb Lejeune Porsches already, and will now be tucking in behind the other 2 in front for them to break. He's got past 2 of them, and the up to racing Porsche just being overtaken there by the Audi.
Yeah, losing track position, but
yeah.
Alex Acker.
It's Continental Racing number 69 by Simpson Motorsport Audi getting itself ahead.
Yes, but remember that again, just to reiterate, track position but not race position.
Yeah, unlapping itself effectively, yeah.
And he's still got to get past Sturm, and he's still then got to do a full lap, and he's never going to get it back. So
don't demoralise the guy.
No,
I know he can't hear us. Don't worry. No, you're absolutely right, Ben. But just worked and worked to get past it.
In front of the leader, and in lots of motorsport, you're then like, okay, cool. Now give me a safety car and gift me back most of my lap. But that never happens in Creventic, apart from, of course, when they get a random red flag, which we can't remember the last time there was a red flag, apart from that bizarre incident at the Portimao 24 hours, which was a good 6-7 years ago. And of course, maybe actually the Dubai 24 hours that got flooded off would be the last time there was a red flag in a Creventic race. Another very odd reason for having a red flag, especially in Dubai. So yeah, Alex Acker will make all that work and get past all those people, but there's still then a whole lap to be faster than Sturm and Gross to then get himself onto Dominic Ang and be fighting for a podium. But there is some very unusual names up there right now, and great to see ALC Bratislava in 5th, Jutta Racing in 7th, Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport in 4th, and Viper Nisa in 3rd. Joel Sturm, fastest lap of the race, 1:56.1. Nice clear air for him at the moment, probably not a lot of traffic to contend with. Quick look at the tracker, and he does have a Cupra to get past at some point soon. It's one little mission, is to try and find out the age of the 101 and 102 cars and the histories of them, because we were speculating yesterday's race quite how old those touring cars are. Great to have, and I always implore anybody who has a TCR car to come play in Creventic. It's great to have the variety of cars on the grid. Lovely to see a 992 battle, all for it, but also to see the difference in vehicles. And we had a BMW M4 GT3 at the start of the race that unfortunately will take no further part. I noticed that Haas had packed up and gone home by the time we arrived this morning.
Yeah, if you've got a GT4 car and you're not racing in something else somewhere, then why are you not here? Bring it to Creventic. It's a class that needs filling. It's fabulous racing. It's so competitive. So much variety. Really need some GT4 cars out there. I might even dig ours out. Peter Fry didn't hear that.
Can we have an RSL team?
We can. We've got a great one this weekend.
No, I mean driving.
No, I know. You go with what I meant.
Who would be your drivers? Obviously, you would be in there, and Hindhoff would be in there naturally. But There's not many others that got that much talent. I think I'm probably up there in the next one. If we can't persuade Molam to come along, then probably I'm third in line for a seat, and then Joe Bradley can be the team manager.
Yeah, that's definitely his place. Yeah, definitely Joe is there. We could get Peter Kate in.
Honorary member. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah.
Paul Meyer trying to find a way past still. Anthony DeBarn. It's been going on for laps and laps. It's not actually him that needs to get past, it's his teammate behind, but I suppose if Meyer can open the door, and he looks to the inside at the final chicane, but there's nothing there. Oh, that's Anthony DeBarn in the gravel, and that has allowed to open the door for the two purple Porsches to come down the inside, and that is day done then for DeBarn, who loses a position to Enzo Juliet, and that is 13th overall, but it is third in 992. Next up is Stephen Gambrell. And actually, where is Stephen Gambrell? I'm surprised that we're not seeing him in the back of shot. Now the two Sebastien Lejoux cars go side by side. This is slightly unnecessary because this is going to invite Anthony DeBarn to take back a position from the 910. Enzo, slot in and take your racing line, my man. There we go. Finally manages to stop Anthony DeBarn from repassing him, and now he can learn from his teammate. And yeah, right at the back of shot is Stephen Gambrell, the next 992 car. So have a look at this, Snowy.
Yeah, it was again lots of curbs like this. Then the lead car just runs a little bit wide. That gives them both of the Seb Lejoux cars the opportunity to come down the inside. Not one takes advantage, but two. Lovely teamwork there for, and all of a sudden you've just gone from the head of that pack of three 992s to the tail of it in the matter of two corners, in the matter of a few seconds.
And what the replay doesn't show there is then at turn 2 they nearly lost those positions again. So Paul Meyer with Enzo Juliet following him along. Very, very close between these two cars. Always wonderful to see. Great strong liveries from the French team. Seb Lejoux. I think Seb Lejoux is actually down to drive both of those cars. He is obviously team manager, team owner player. And the inspiration. Best way to go motorsport racing? Build your own team. Cheapest way anyway. Buy your own car, build your own team. And as long as you can do that, you then can get a load of drivers to pay for you and your entry into the races. Here's a start then. A quick look at the replay, bearing in mind that only 3 cars are on the lead lap. And it was Joel Stern in the Proton competition that got the jump. It was very frenetic in the middle pack. And was that Benji Pack trying to get the jump on a few others. Actually, that onboard rather tells a story that maybe Benji jumped the lights. I hope race control are not watching our replays, but very congested down into turn 1. Everyone did a very good job of not making contact. We saw in all of our support races and so many races at the Nürburgring 24 hours circuit that can cause hell. And they've done a good job to get all 30 cars through turns number 1. And Joel then scuttling off into the distance. Momentarily, the up to race Fabian Gross black Porsche lost track position. And then Alex Acker eventually got past him, with Dominic Ang fading into the pack, but will hold on to 3rd position in his Viper Nisa Mercedes. No idea when we are expecting pit stops. Obviously, if it was the start of the race, it would be about an hour into the race we'd expect our first stops. But considering we don't know what tyres and fuel these guys had at the start of this portion of the race, we can't predict the future. So we wait. And that is all we can do. There's a little Ligier. And that is with Gino, the youngest 16-year-old entry, not only motorsport, We asked yesterday what up to race meant. I think it was Carlo who asked that question, and it was a very uninteresting answer. I imagine, well, it was. He said we basically put it into Google, and Google told us what to call the team.
Well, Kevin race team name options, didn't he? What he put into Google, and that's what they came up with. They went with it, but we couldn't have done it at 16 because we didn't have Google when we were 16.
What does not? To be fair, most race teams, just now thinking about it, have pretty boring names. Most of the time it's the team owner, Semblajou Racing or others. Now I can't think of another example. Mulder Motorsport is another example. Tell us what not only motorsport means. Because presumably it means something.
It means to do other things.
Yes, exactly.
Well, what else do they do?
What else do they do? Van Berlo Motorsport, there's another example. And by the way, Bonk Motorsport is named after, it's not because they do lots of bonking. By what I meant there, Snow, was accidents and incidents. No, Michael Bonk is the driver manager there. So MM Racing, we found out that was Murren's Machining rather than Mick Murren's, who was the driver in that car. And Era Motorsport dived to the pits, so they weren't particularly prepared and getting themselves out a bit of traffic. Who is in the Era car at the moment? Ryan Diel, okay. So he will go and have a full green service. That's yesterday. Took about 4 minutes and 30 seconds, 4 minutes and 40 seconds when they were really, really thirsty. So that's a good 2 laps that Era Motorsport will drop back. They were already 3 laps back off the lead. And one of the early pitters, so it does show that their performance was slightly artificially up. And interestingly, that Santalot Racing, who we always see at the sharp end, also doing a similar thing. Stefan Trubadini bringing in his Audi from a 16th position, and they are 2 laps back from Era, so way back. Right, battle resumes once more. Hamprecht versus Mayer for 17th spot here. Now, is that because we've had a pit stop from 907? No. And it's great to see that the 910 sticking with Paul Meyer. So Enzo Juliet doing a very, very good job to stay with the Dutchman, who was racing at Spa yesterday, I think we heard from one of our pit reporters, and then flew across to the Nürburgring, as you do. The Spa 25-hour Fun Cup taking place this weekend. He wasn't part of that, but presumably a Porsche support race, maybe Porsche Benelux. Carrera Cup France is another option. Although I think the 25-hour Fun Cup a very Belgium affair, so it's probably the Benelux Championship that was running. Already lots of gravel on the outside of the Schumacher S's, and that's definitely going to be something to look out for. Actually, apparently it's somebody's fault. Ooh, get speed. Benji Pack's fault, getting sideways and dragging a little bit of gravel. And also, Snowy, the problem with doing that is not just the gravel gets dragged onto the circuit, but where you've extracted the gravel, you have a concrete edge on the inside of the curb, and that can be very nasty.
Exactly. If you run up onto the high bit, the chamfer part of the curb, that's fine. If you run slightly over it, you can cut the inner part of the inner tyre wall, but you can also drop over that and then do chassis damage or things under the car. But if it's bouncing or at speed and whatever, and you can just do untold damage. That's why drivers and engineers always have different opinions on this. A driver will always say, "Oh, I ran a bit wide," and the engineer will like, "But what else have you done?" And it's a long race, so you can do damage now that might not suddenly appear immediately. That driver thinks they've got away with it. The other driver may inherit, the next driver in, or one down the line, a few hours' time, may inherit that problem that you've created. And it doesn't make you popular with your teammates. I've heard.
So easy to do.
I've heard tell.
so easy to do, particularly around that part of the circuit. Continue to follow Paul Meyer, who has got past Philip Hamprecht now. And that is a position change for 16th spot. We were focusing on his teammate at the 910 of Enzo Giulia, who's now, by the way, up to second position in 992, thanks to that progress ahead of Anthony de Barn. In the pits, in the fueling area, the black Porsche from Up To Race, Fabio Gross, has now dropped behind Alex Acker, dropped off one lap. He'll drop another lap by the time he gets that car fully serviced. And considering we know that Proton Competition did pit under the code 60 before it went red, shows that they might be in an even better position as Benji Pack continues to slice his way through past cars. The Get Speed Mercedes is down in 22nd position. They are 4th in Pro-Am, but the Sansalot Junior team is not that far ahead, 3rd in Pro-Am. And then you have Ryan DL, 2nd in Pro-Am, but Joel Sturm is also in Pro-Am.
So Benji Pack just getting down the inside of the Lamborghini there. Very nice, clean maneuver. And now going up through the Schumacher S again, where a little bit earlier, lap before, he had a little bit of a moment. Was it next corner? It was next corner, wasn't it? And it was the Schumacher S, where he just caught the middle bit and just caught a little bit of the curb there. So a little bit more precision and diligence required from Benji. As I say that, he comes out of the Dunlop hairpin and runs the car right up out over the curb, but to perfection, as we just described there, not dropping it over. Absolutely beautifully done. Superb placements with precision there from Benji Pack.
Interesting that there's penalties now being given for intervention brake infringement for ERA. So they've touched the car during the intervention, and they're not the only one to have done so. And a 10-second time penalty for them. Now, I can see somebody down at the penalty box waving, and this is it Up To Race. So, penalty box for our second place car. Now, what kind of penalties they've got? They've got a 28-second penalty, I remember, but I think they've possibly got more than that. I remember Simon Hill talking about them last night and saying that they had done something naughty. It does say only 28 seconds. As we watch the Red Ant Racing Mercedes coming back out on the circuit. They are a long way back. It was quite a lot of time spent in the pits to service the right front corner of that car after Ajit Kumar. Did we actually work out? We never worked out what he hit, did we? Did we? Oh, yes,
the barriers.
Turn 3.
Yeah, went off at the barrier. So as he put his own words, I overcooked it.
Overcooked it, yeah.
His own words, exactly.
The telltale marks of skid marks into turn 3 barrier it was, nosed that car in and then drove back to the pits to get that car repaired. And as you can see, it is not looking as pretty as it once was, but a fair bit of expert tape laying across the right front corner of that Mercedes.
It's a proper race car if it's got tape on it, duct tape on it.
All the Mercedes look the same. They've either got duct tape on their right front corner or their left front corner. The Get Speed car with tape across its nose. The Red Ant car has got tape across its. And I'm sure there's a third one. The Hoffa Racing, of course. Yeah, in 9th position. Onward with Joel Stern. Down towards the first turn, 5th gear. Snowy, talk us through a lap.
So down to turn 1 here with Joel Sturm. Very, very tight. Got to be very precise. Wait till you get on the gas. Over to the right-hand side, through the penalty box. Long sweeping left. You can run wide. Joel Sturm choosing to hug a bit of the curb there and then go all the way out to the right-hand side. Very, very precise through this bit. The second part is a double apex. This is what you need correct for the right-hand part, where you go over to the left-hand side, all the way across there. There's a bit of the old track there. You can use that. It's perfectly legit. Short run down to the tight left-hander. Nice and smooth. Keep off the curbs there and over the little S shape there. Keep off the curbs on the right-hand part. You can use the exit curb there, quite a bit there, as Joel just has done. Up over the green grasscrete. Down there, fast downhill run into the hairpin, but you've got to make sure that you brake early enough not to run out of pace there into the hairpin, all the way out there. Hug it nice and tight, but again, you can use the exit, but wait until you get onto there. This is where the error will come in on the GT3 car through the Schumacher S. Little bit of curb on the right-hand side to help launch the car back towards the left apex, the right apex, back out again, all the way over the brow. Fast approach. Unsettled braking there because you're over a brow, over to the left-hand side. Again, long S, big right-hander now. Again, he used lots and lots of exit curb all the way out there. Perfect position there from Nils Sturm. Really fast run. One of my favourite parts of the circuit here is a super fast run through that right-hander. Level it up, bring it back to the right-hand side for a super chicane. Precise left, right, really fast. Careful in the middle bit. Very high curb there. Can bounce you across to the left-hand side. Miss the pit entrance. Miss, most importantly, the pit wall there as you come out. Over to the left-hand side. Coming back out onto the pit straight, onto the Empire Bridge, in front of our commentary box. That is a lap of 5.1 kilometres of the Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit.
I love being able to see the inputs of the steering wheel, the gear as well. And you don't quite get all of the data that the driver sees, but you get a fair bit of it. The lights, particularly rev, but also the locking lights are an interesting one, Snow, for me. Various lights showing that you are at the very edge of locking tyres, and they will, on the left and the right side of the dashboard, flash at you if you lock.
Yeah, absolutely, and there's a vertical column each side of the dashboard of these cars, same on GT4 cars as well, and also from throttle position and brake pressure, and it'll tell you what you're doing, and you need to watch those all the time, or be aware of them. It becomes a second sight, peripheral vision, as you're basically driving around doing your gears, because they're paddle shift now, so they're wonderful. You can do that, so you're not taking your hand off the wheel at any point, and listen to, obviously, radio messages, a bit like us, multiple media streams coming into our ears at the same time, but you want those throttle, it's a visual, so you'll see your throttle right up at the top, and they want the maximum of both. What they don't want is the two blending. You don't want them sort of seesawing. You want full throttle, full power. So full power, full brakes, full power, full brakes. Obviously there is a gift and a skill to doing that, and that's where the top drivers come to the fore.
It's Alexei Kikirishenko in the 88 up to race Porsche, trying to get through some traffic. He's just got past Stephen Gambrell. Now Gambrell is now fighting, and actually, sorry, has got past Antoine de Barn, although on track he hasn't. Odd. So just literally behind these two cars. What's gone on there? Because our timing screens, it says there's a 10-second difference, but de Barn is ahead of Gambrell. On the timing screens, it says he's behind by 10 seconds. So I think there's been an issue there for Gambrell on the last lap, and he's dropped back behind de Barn. And so that means we're back into combat mode between these two for the sharp end of 992. Unless I'm looking at the wrong car, but. Gambrell was.
I think, to look at the tracker there, I think that's correct.
Okay.
On the screen. I think it is.
Yeah.
I can see why you thought it, but just looking at the tracker side of it, I think the two are fighting away there.
It's the Van Berlo Porsche. I'm getting myself confused. It looks very close to the Chazelle.
Problem solved.
Problem solved. So that is Glenn Van Berlo.
I do like a conclusion.
In the 18, yeah, no, it doesn't happen often, does it? Glenn Van Berlo in the 925 is who we're looking at, with Stephen Gambrell behind him, and then the Jutta Racing Audi behind them, which also has a confusing livery because it's not the Jutta Racing that we remember. They used to have big red K, didn't they, on their on their car?
Yeah. So whilst it's a change of position on track, it's not change of position overall. That's the Chrome Racing 907 Porsche. It's getting past the Ligier. Is that the Ligier that started from the pit lane? Is that the other one? I think it's the other one.
Big difference between the two.
Yeah.
3-litre V6 producing 600 horsepower in the RS version versus a 2-litre 300 horsepower in the other one. So,
half the power.
Yeah, so they're not. It's not like they're sort of similar. The RS and the R are completely different cars.
The S obviously standing for surfeit of power.
More of a. I don't think they are a road car, but in terms of they are not allowed on the road, but sort of road-based. Joel Stern now brings the leading 73 machine into pit lane. And hopefully my strategy computer is going to understand all of this. Of course it's not. Thinks that Joel Stern has done 142 laps on that last stint, which would be...
that would be a real tyre whisperer, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Give the man a medal and a trophy for that alone. 142 laps on a set of tyres.
No, what it's done is it's added all of yesterday and the stint today. So I then have to go back and do some maths to work out what that means in comparison. What it has been is a mega stint from Joel Stern, which has sort of been uninterrupted by traffic. So he's had the best. The first lap of each day, the first stint of each day, I should say. This one feeling like a slightly shorter one. Yeah, only 40 minutes.
I think they've done 14 laps today.
14 laps today. And of course, our tyre life graphic also will only start working once they've scanned new tyres going through the radars.
The RFID system, yeah, exactly, that scans the tyres so that the teams, it's to make sure everybody's equal and fair.
Stephen Gambrell here, still trying to get past Glenn Van Berlo. The Audi getting very annoyed, and actually Lutz Obermann is in 6th position in the Utah car, so he doesn't need to be being held up here.
No, but he kept out of that. Then if you notice then that he actually kept out of it and braked onto the, coming out of the Mercedes arena and kept out of that issue, to find a neater place to come by. But you don't want to get embroiled in somebody else's accident, certainly when you're not positioned there and you're running as high as 6th.
Yeah, but they're the two slower cars. That's the annoying thing. At certain parts of the circuit, that Audi is a stronger, faster car, and overall lap time.
Yeah, but you've got to pick your moment though, because yeah, it's still a physical car. You're absolutely right. There might be two slower cars, but they're having an internecine battle between themselves, and you don't want to get embroiled in that. And you've got to be a little bit patient with that one. And they've got as much right to be on the track as anybody else. And unfortunately, you may think they're slow, but they're physical cars, and they just don't disappear. It's just physics. It doesn't happen. So it's down to you to be wise and pick a way through that. The two Porsches now getting past that Ligier, which allows the Audi to go. See, nice sensible driving around the left-hand side, the Audi there, run it all the way around the outside. The Ligier's seen him and left him room, and that gives him a perfect opportunity. Very intelligent driving there from the Utah.
The 71 machine is one of the cars that has quite a few penalties to its name, including an infringement during the start grid of the first race. The start grid of the second race, 10-second penalty. It comes to the pit, so it's going to serve 10 seconds for that infringement, 20 seconds for causing a collision yesterday, and another 32 seconds for exceeding speed limit in the refueling area. So that is going to drop quite a long way back. Still, we follow HRT here. Stephen Gambrell in 13th position. Glenn Van Berlo 2 laps back from Gambrell, and doesn't need to be fighting this. And I think they're realising that they've sort of compromised each other's pace far too much. Gambrell 1 minute and 16 seconds, or 18 seconds back from Enzo Julier, and could do with just getting his head down and chasing down that Seb Lejeune 992. Red Camels are leading 992. They're in 11th overall, and they have a 30-second advantage over the Seb Lejeune car. Gambrell in 3rd because Antoine Debon dropped down out of that. So Lutz Obermann getting fuel for the moment, and then he'll go to the penalty box as Jörg Dreiser is now taken over what we think is pretty much the leading Proton competition Porsche. Still no pit stop though from Viper Nisa Racing. They really have played this very, very well, not only on the lead lap, and yes, their pace not ultimately as strong as the Porsches, but it looks as though they're able to go much longer. And you know, the interruption of the red flag is really going to colour the whole of this second race, because, all right, we're expecting to have interventions from code 60s at times, but if we went relatively green, the closer you are to the hour mark, the better you are in terms of making one less pit stop. And I feel as though, whoa, there's a big swapper from the Ligier. I feel as though Viper Nisa are in a really good position. Let's have a quick look at that replay again, through the left-hander and right-hander at the end of the lap. And again, just using too much curb. And then a little Ligier with just 250 brake horsepower, 300 horsepower, able to be easily gathered up by the Italian, the 16-year-old. Here it's what it looks like from the drone. Gives you a good opportunity to see why, and it's just where the curb ends, and you are really weirdly riding that bit of curb, and that bump is just unsettling the car and giving it a little bit of a slide, but looks very manageable in the little Ligier. Of course, a French brand, made its name, or made its money, I should say, in making cars that you can drive if you don't have a driving license. They're little 600cc vehicles that you find in France. They're the ones that hold you up massively on mountain roads. And if you don't have a driving license, yes, if you have had your driving license taken off you, or you are too young to drive, you can buy these little Ligiers and drive around on the road. 50 kilometers an hour, I think they do maximum speed, which I think makes them infinitely more dangerous to everybody else. But they have a nickname, Snowy. What would you do? What would you think the most popular type of person is that buys a car that you need no driving license for?
A teenager.
Close.
Enlighten us.
The other one is the sort of person that frequents the pub often. And so they can be driven. They can't be driven under the influence, of course, but they can be driven if you've had your license taken away by drink driving or speeding. And so you see some quite interesting characters driving Ligiers. There are other brands, but that is how Ligier initially made his money before going Formula One racing. And of course, they built Formula One cars, and now building chassis, various different shapes and sizes. And all thanks to people who have their license taken away in France. Is that a thing that exists anywhere else in the world?
I was just about to say, without being sort of nationalistic about it, it's a very French solution to a problem. And your point is there that I don't know of any other nation that has the similar solution. But it's one way of looking at it. It is an offering, is it not?
Well, you have your license taken away, and then it's sort of like, well, hang on a second, how do I get to my work? How do I get to my job? How do I go shopping?
I love how you slipped into a semi-French accent there.
Yes, sure. Yes, sure.
Inspector Clouseau is the commentary box.
I've not seen that type of a car anywhere else. That's for sure. I wonder whether it's somewhere like Germany they have it. Answer on a postcard if you are watching or listening. I'm going to be monitoring the Yao Chow chat today, I think, because it's always entertaining and it's always nice to hear your comments on there. Hello, everybody. And I agree, yes. So the chat is always wonderful. Instantly they've reacted to how is it possibly allowed to drive on the road without a driving license. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. We are going to have a change of driver lineup in our commentary box soon enough. We're welcoming Simon Hill back to the box for the lunchtime shift. Hopefully today he's decided to actually go and get some lunch, because yesterday he overlooked the part where he was actually doing the lunchtime shift and forgot that he actually would therefore not have lunch. Racing drivers, eh?
Yes, but he did his duty, which was a great thing. He came and did the important part, which is he sacrificed lunch for the broadcast.
Absolutely.
team play. See, that's what we need.
All settling in, the circuit nice and clean. Yesterday we saw so much drama in the latter half of the race, I think mainly down to the fact that the circuit just got more and more tricky. Tyres were struggling. It was hotter yesterday, of course, so that the cooler temperatures should help the Michelin tyre today, shouldn't they?
Should help all the tyres, to be honest, and every team and every run a little bit at lower temperature. Sorry?
They're all Michelins.
I know.
There is a different compound of, different construction of tyre for the 992 category for the first time this weekend from Michelin. Thank you to Michelin for sending out their communication information pack. There's a lot of numbers that I didn't understand, but there was one page that said that they had brought a new compound and construction just to stiffen up the sidewall and make it more durable. That was just for the 992, because of course we talk about they're all Michelin tyres. Well, they're all different shapes and sizes. You know, yes, it's a Michelin tyre, but it's a Michelin tyre that's working and built for, and the size for a little Cayman or a Mercedes AMG GT3. I don't know, do all GT3 cars have the same wheel size, Snowy?
No.
No, so they have different wheel sizes for each individual GT3 car. So it's a massive undertaking for Michelin to be able to do that, because you are just bringing one set for all. You know, if you were doing a one make series, it's almost quite a bit easier.
Thorsten Kratz just a few corners ago managed to get himself ahead of the up to race Porsche 88.
Yeah, that was a long pit stop.
No, my apologies, the Proton car, sorry.
And yes, because the Proton car also recently pitted.
Yeah.
Viper Nisa, the next one's in the pits. Alex Acker is also in the pits as well in the Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport Audi. And Sarah Esser is also in the pits.
On it, there was Perini going into the car here. Oh, well, beautiful livery, the 29. It was Perini. We also had Viper needs to come in for some new tyres. It started spitting again down here, and that JT3 is going off in the background, as you can hear. We've got another driver change happening further up. We can see one of the cars just come in for a penalty as well. I can tell you the camera is now back with me in the pits. He's had his lunch break, so we will be getting some images. The Viper Nizza team are very excited about their pit stop that they just did then. And let's see who we've got going in. It's into the Continental. There will be a driver change in the Continental. It's currently in the pit, in the penalty box.
Viper Nizza do look like they're in a very, very strong position. If they've got the pace out there, this could be a very good result. Oh, I hate to see a Lamborghini there having to run the dirty part of the circuit. Luckily not on the edge of adhesion and getting away with it, but already on the outside of the Schumacher S's, we've got a lot of gravel. And if you are running fast through it, then there's an opportunity to go wide. We saw it with Martin Rump yesterday in the 921 car. That's one of two cars that didn't take the start today. The other was the Haas RT BMW, both in varying levels of shuntage yesterday. No fault of the driver, by the way, Joshua Badowski, who is okay. It was a brake failure on the Milner Motorsport car that caused his accident, I led to believe. Whereas didn't have information from Haas RT as to why they crashed the BMW, but it did look like a technical failure as well. It crashed very early in the Schumacher S's. A brand new car for Haas, a brand new car for the Gwellinks, and unfortunately a decent repair bill after day one.
Yeah, always dangerous to speculate, but for what I saw of the end of that Haas accident, it looks like it just went straight on. So some kind of technical failure I would suggest, rather than a driver error. But all the same, great shame to see that new car out damaged so heavily on its first outing.
You say Haas, I say Haas.
Tomato, tomato.
And they say Ass.
And I'm going to say Simon Hill instead, who just joined us in the commentary box at the back there. Perfect timing. And always good to have a little bit of a driver change, not just in the pits, but also in the commentary box, which means I'm going to leave for a few minutes and leave Simon to take over the seat with Ben, and then we'll do a little swap-a-roo. I had to get the switcheroo. That's a favourite one, isn't it? Back again, I hate that word.
I'm glad you're leaving.
Exactly. Yeah. It's not the first time we said that, folks. Yeah. Tell your story walking, preferably that way.
Happens often.
Exactly. Well, at least I'm consistent. But yeah, so Simon Hill's going to come and take over from my position in the main commentary box and continue with Ben. And about 45 minutes time, Simon will continue and Ben will swap out. So just make sure we get some kind of feeding station positioning.
I had a massive breakfast. I know we talk about food a lot in these broadcasts, but it's because the Creventic Lounge is so good, and W Racing Project to supply our food. The Italians, well, you can guess what we get, but it's cooked to perfection. And so I chose the Italian catering tent breakfast this morning over the hotel. No, great hotel, first time in a little village just around the corner from the circuit entry, and wonderful schnitzel there last night. Good couple of beers, lovely location, and all in all, very happy with the food and catering and bed as well. Very, very good. Simon Hill joins me in the commentary box, looking a bit less like a NASCAR fan today, Simon. There was a lot of logos on you yesterday, and all with the hat as well. It was quite an eyesore.
Yeah, well, you know, I wake up in the morning, I just get excellence.
This is much more...
If you ain't first, you're last.
Simon's got a nice grey shorts and sort of grey-green T-shirt on. No logos, no cap.
No, understated old man look for today.
Wonderful.
So there we go. So I heard you talking about your hotel. Mine was diametrically opposite to yours. The word appalling springs to mind. No, that's not fair. It wasn't ideal. But anyway, let's talk about racing cars. There's much more.
Out that Simon is not looked after by Creventic.
No, I wasn't.
Or RSL this weekend.
It was all my own work, as they say. But yeah, we did get chatting to a nice chat when I popped over to see you guys, who was racing in the NLS and N24, Andreas, whose surname I didn't catch, unfortunately, but he was telling me that he was racing, funnily enough, a GT4, as we look at the pit stop for the lone GT4 entry that Hoffa Racing by Bonk Motorsport. That's obviously got to just keep going, and they're going to get a pop at the end of it.
Very interesting to see that we still, coming up to the hour mark here, haven't had pit stops from ARC Bratislava and Get Speed Team JR286. So they have to be, surely, Simon, feeling really comfortable that all the cars around them have had to pit, you know, variably in the last half an hour or so, and yet they can get to the hour mark and still haven't needed to service their car. So they did it pre-red flag, and they're still going now.
Yeah, they've obviously timed it, you know, that happened to be, in hindsight, very fortuitously. Obviously, nobody was to know the red flag was going to come out. Let's have a look at what's gone on here. We know, well, we're talking about ARC Bratislava, and then they have a bit of a slide there. Now, I was watching some onboard of the Ferrari that was following early in the race. Randy L was on board the Era, I think still is on board the Era Motorsport Ferrari number 81, and was following Zdenko Michelesco, and that car is pretty leery. It's got a lot of oversteer, it's especially through the chicanes. You can see on turning Zdenko is having to work pretty hard, and that kind of like just bore that out. Of course, now he's got the added challenge of tyres that have done an hour's worth of driving at least. But obviously, as we say many times, quite often that's balanced out by the fuel load lightening, and that obviously usually brings the balance a bit more into play. Regularly, we see a driver setting his or her fastest lap at the end of a stint, because the fuel load is such a significant thing on certain tracks. So 32-second time penalty for the 69 car now. Let's look at that. That's currently running in 6th position and 4th in the AM category.
Yeah, and that is a penalty for speeding in the refueling area. 32-second penalty, so a big penalty. It's something they already had a penalty for earlier in the race, presumably in the first part, but they just served a mammoth chunk of penalties, one of which was exactly the same thing. So they have a problem, either a confusion or a button issue with getting their car down to 20 kilometers in the fueling area.
It is very challenging. I was talking to the guys from Creventic, Casper, who was saying that, you know, they are very aware of the fact that a lot of the cars, a clutch is disengaged above 20 k's. So they don't fully disengage until you're at 25, 30 k's. So obviously it's very, very difficult to do. I think they're looking at revising possibly the speed limit, or they may have done already. I haven't seen any indication that they may have done, but that could be a factor. But as you quite rightly said, either it's an operational error, as one of the Asbest Seats takes on some slightly unusual line there, seems to have got away with it, which is the main thing. But yeah, either it's a procedural error or a technical problem of some sort. Oh, it's a punch. Is that a puncture? No, it's just got a black rim on the front, which made it look like he got a puncture compared to the one. Let's have a look at what happened here, Ben.
It doesn't look like it's particularly behaving well. He's way off the circuit. He's turned in and run out of road, so had to take to the gravel. And I think the next time he turns in, it doesn't feel much better because it's covered in gravel.
Yeah, that's the other problem, isn't it? You've instantly got very dirty tyres. Henrik Siebel there on board the 101 car, one of the several Asbest Racing local team that we see compete regularly in the Michelin 24H series, as it's lapped by Tribadini in the Audi. Coming into it would suggest he's got some sort of an issue, or he's felt something weird, because the way he went off was a bit strange. Normally, if you've got a punch or something, it usually snaps, doesn't it, into like either oversteer or plough straight on if it's understeer. But he's going to get fuel, so whatever it is would appear to be a relatively normal stop with that base in mind. If it was a mechanical issue, it probably would have gone straight down to the box.
Possibly a subject for our pit reporters to have a look at, because there's either a slow puncture going on in there, something going on the front right corner. And also, always good to talk to Asbest and congratulate them on what they do, because you know they support Creventic hugely with the different vehicles they run. They have a plethora of different options for drivers to come and join them. Obviously, the entry-level touring car front-wheel drive machines are the only ones to support the TCX, TCE entry with those two. And I still want to know how old they are and what they used to do in their past.
What, the cars?
Well, yeah.
or the team.
Well, I mean, think it's named as Seat Leon Cupra Racer. If that actually is its homologation name, that we were saying yesterday, that's the sort of thing that Huffy was driving, you know, good 20 years ago.
Yeah, I think I got a feeling they're about, just looking at the shape of the car from the ones that have raced in TCR in the UK series in the past that I've seen. I think they look like they're about 5 years old, perhaps, with that shape. Not quite as old as the one. I know the one you're talking about. Huffy would have been racing back in the day. I think the original touring car was a Toledo, Seat Toledo, in 2004. Definitely 2004, because the first year it was Jason Plato and Rob Huff, and then the second year it was James Pickford.
Don't forget they had a one-make series that fed that Works team.
And it was Huffy who won it the first year and Pickford won it the second year, and that's where they got the subsequent touring car drives from. So, you know, launched an incredibly successful career for Rob Huff, went on to become World Touring Car Champion with Chevrolet in 2011. Still racing very competitively, mainly in historic racing. So I think I'm pretty sure he's at Classic Le Mans this weekend, and he's definitely at the Silverstone Classic at the end of the month, the BRDC Silverstone Classic as it's called. As we look at our race leader, Mikolasco, he's now been in the car for almost exactly an hour, as we're obviously coming down to exactly now. So logically, he's going to be looking at fuel. I would suggest if it was a very late stop yesterday before the red flag, then you would suggest that they're going to be stopping in the next 10 minutes or so, as the Ligier, the 743 car, has just had one of those really tough couple of days, isn't it, Kia Racing?
Yeah, I think that's really, really good. Really, really positive news for ARC Bratislava. They got to the hour. Get Speed have done the same thing. But then you look at the Viper Nisa are in third position. So Viper Nita have given us a fuel stop. Now here's something interesting. Viper Nita have given us a fuel stop, but they have jumped ahead of both up to race. Oh, wheel off. Wheel off.
On the Red Camels car.
For the Red Camels car. So that looks as though Red Camels may have sent the car out without a wheel. Where did the wheel end up? I think it may have ended up with the 101 guys servicing their touring car.
Oh, look at that. How about that? They've plugged it in, sorry.
The nuts and bolts came rolling down the pit lane. Actually, watch out. Muren's Motorsport managed to pick it up, and they've handed it over to the team of Red Camel, and they've gone running down the pit lane. So we almost saw that was going to happen before it did happen.
Thank you, Sarah. What I was just about to say was the wonderful bit of camaraderie there from the asbest guys plugging the air hose in and jacking the car up for them, you know, because obviously they wouldn't have had that. So let's have a look at what happens here. Here you see it in the background. There goes the nut, and very shortly after that we'll see a Michelin rear tyre bounce off into the distance.
The team are already aware in the back of shot. You can see them looking, and great.
Did it? Oh, I think it might have almost hit the back of the Seat that's up on the jacks. It certainly disappeared in that direction, didn't it?
Javier Marcelo there, who manages the E2P team, trying to hockey stick it. We're using his lollipop so that it didn't hit anybody. And then you see Krone Racing.
Oh, it's Krone, wasn't it? Yes, I recognise. You're right. I thought it was asbest guys. Of course, they wouldn't have been able to do it because they're using theirs. They've got the car jacked up.
And then Krone have then collected the tyre, handed it back, and they are there to then help out. And then Red Camel get the wheel gun on, and hopefully that car goes out. Now, I'm sure there must be a rule to say you're not allowed to service your car in the fast lane, and moreover, maybe not in a position like that. So there may be a penalty coming for Red Camels.
I mean, does that count as unsafe release, I suppose, in the sense that it's not driven in the
Formula One, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's not driven into the path of another car, but obviously it's a dangerous situation. That wheel could have injured somebody or damaged the car. I'm not sure what's going on. There's the Murens.
More curious action down in the pit lane. We've got a guy in civvies inside one of the Seblajou cars, presumably doing something in the. Obviously, there's not a second seat in any of those cars, so we've got access to electrical units and things like that on the right-hand side. A more conventional service going on for MM Racing, but it looked very odd. Is the Seblajou car still there? No, I think it's gone now. Yeah. Simon nearly having a shunt in the comes box.
Bang me knee, sorry. A very, very heavily taped up Get Speed car in the background. That's, excuse me, still running well down the order after losing so much time after the damage yesterday. Michael Grenier on board that car. They had Benjamin Pack earlier on in the car, running very quickly. And it's really just a matter of staying out there and trying to get some points because even though they are so far down, they're still running reasonably well in the Pro-Am category. I think they're fourth in the Pro-Am category. So at the moment, just to give you a heads up on how that's running, Jörg Dreiso is on board the Proton car, leading the Pro-Am category and currently 6th overall. Second in Pro-Am is Ryan Diel, who's now 8th overall. And third in Pro-Am is the Stefan Tribudini driven Santalok Junior Team Audi.
Let's go down to Sarah, who's in the pits.
Red Camel did realise as soon as they'd left their pit box that had happened, but the radio wasn't connected for the driver, so they were telling him to stop well before he did at the end of the pit exit. So the nut fell off and rolled into Muren, so nearer up the pit lane, and then pretty much everyone in the pit lane ended up helping out, but it was because the radio wasn't connected that it took so long for him to stop.
Tim Heinemann in the double eights is closing in on Dominic Ang for third position, and that will be 4 position because you have both of those having given us a stop. 10 lap difference between when they did stop, but Ang able to put in fast laps at the moment, able to equal Heinemann's pace. and they are going 3 seconds a lap faster than the leading 2 cars right now, which is this car, the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini, and the Get Speed Team JR286 Mercedes. Stephen Jans bought that car. But I have to say, it's going to be worth talking to Zendo?
Zendo, yeah.
Yeah, Zendo.
Maybe it's a silent Z, Dino, maybe.
Oh, yeah, Dino. That makes more sense.
Let's call him Dino.
Dino.
Sorry, apologies if we're mispronouncing it. Any
he's in the car, I can't
any Slovakian fans out there, do apologise, please.
But yeah, Nicolasco in the whole team, they've obviously landed on something really, really good here, because I think they're going to have one less pit stop. But now the fact that they have clicked over the hour, they're still going. If Code 60s don't ruin their race, they are in the hot seat here. They keep going and not lose too much time for a really, really, really strong result. And it won't be because they planned it, because it's really hard to plan when a red flag comes out and scuppers all the strategies. But they've found themselves and Get Speed in a strong position, because they are a lap ahead of Dominic Ang and Tim Heinemann, and Jörg Dreiso is now a whole lap back off them.
Yes, well, obviously, first of all, they're going to need to make a stop fair. There's the penalty that we thought was coming. Releasing car in unsafe conditions, 30 seconds for the Red Camels car.
So not only have they lost the lead thanks to the issue, they will lose further time by doing that drive-through. They've actually dropped quite a way back. They've dropped to 5th in 992.
Which is exceptionally frustrating for the team. You know, it's one of those things that, as we know, I bumped into Paul Truswell yesterday, who we all know is a friend of ours, and is also an absolutely exceptional strategist, and always they're a very well-oiled machine, quite literally, aren't they? And it's usually the Red Camel team and the Milner team that seem to be right at the front pretty much every time we race. So, you know, they're going to be deeply frustrated with that. Obviously, it's going to hurt their point situation as well. But, you know, these things happen, unfortunately, in racing. We ride on board now with Ryan Dial, the 44-year-old Scotsman, who is proudly wearing a Scotland football team-inspired crash helmet. Him and his dad recently went to see Scotland play in Miami when they played Brazil.
Did he wear his helmet?
Sorry?
Did he wear his helmet?
I don't think it's that dangerous, but Miami's got, it's, you know, but he had it done specially. It's got the Scotland football team crest on the front, and then it's the Scottish tartan that's used on the shirt, if you look at the shirt up close. And he did say, he said, it was a fabulous experience. Unfortunately, Scotland were something terrible. He used another word in front of the word terrible, but yeah, proud Scot. He's been living in the States now for over 20 years, as his family, and got an American wife, and of course has been very much an intrinsic part of Era Motorsport's development since they first got into the world of motorsport in a few years ago, running in LMP2, for example, winning Daytona with Dwight Merriman and Kyle Tilley. And I think it was Christian Rasmussen, I think, was one of them. Colin Zilic definitely was a driver who, if you follow NASCAR now, is one of the young stars, really talented guy. He's also been running in IMSA as well, has Connor, hasn't he, in a Cadillac. So yeah, that's our man Ryan. And as the other purple car on the grid comes in, or one of the other purple cars, so not only motorsport team.
Not only motorsport.
Not only motorsport, indeed.
So going out the car after his last stint, they are leading TCE ahead of the Cayman by how many laps? By a good 6-7 laps. So they're in a very strong, safe position in the head of the TCE category. It's not only motorsport versus Asbest Racing in TCE. Having a quick look at the brakes, we're doing a caliper change. It looks like we might be doing a caliper change, which won't be as easy as you have in a GT3 car. These obviously these cars are built to be serviced, but in GT3 the whole unit comes off and comes on in 2 seconds, super easy. But a more conventional service of brake pads for the Ligier here.
And that's unusual, because I don't remember seeing them having to do that during a 12-hour race before. So that would suggest that's something that's either a problem, or, you know, a mechanical issue, or it's somehow excessively wearing the the brakes. Steve Jan's now in for fuel in the 286 Get Speed car. So he comes out of what was second place. Would suggest there's possibly going to be a driver change, as he had over like an hour and 5, hour and 10 in the car. Haven't seen, if I'm right, Patrick Liddy in that car yet.
No, he said yesterday that he wasn't going to get in the car until today. So they've been saving. Gosh, there was not much pad left and more. It looks like they've used the metal bit on the front right corner. The ones that came off the front left didn't look too bad. So that's a bit weird. They've got a bit of an issue there.
Maybe it is a pressure issue perhaps in the system, and it's you know, the bias is not quite right. It's unevenly balancing the brakes. So it's a lightweight car, obviously, the Ligier, and you wouldn't
1,000
expect...
kilos.
Huh?
That's 1,000 kilos.
Yeah, so it is a lightweight car, and that, you know, that's a good, what's that, about 300 kilos lighter than the GT3 car, something like that. But yeah, I watched a brake change in a 24-hour race last year at Barcelona. I was standing in the box when that happened. It is a work of art, it really is. You know, it's a two-man job. You know, one will clamp the brakes because there's obviously they're, God knows, 1,000 degrees or something like that, and the other one will release and take it off. And I think I certainly spoke to Marco's the chief mechanic at ERA, and he said our record's like 10, 11 seconds, something like that. It's nuts, isn't it, when you think about it? Next time you get a bill from your local brake centre, as our leader comes in, check the amount of hours they charge you for changing your brakes.
Yeah, right.
Well, I know someone who can do it in 10 seconds, but anyway. So let's see where this pushes the ARC Bratislava and the Get Speed car down.
Well, the Get Speed car has just left the pit lane with, well, it's saying Steve Jan's still aboard. I'm not sure that's true, but it looks as though they may have, and let me just double check, split the two Porsches, gone in between up to race and Proton competition.
It does look like it's Jan still on the car, still in the car rather.
So they're around that part of the lap. That's easy to spot. The 88 car is supposed to be ahead of them. It is not. So don't trust the timing screens until it's sorted itself out.
Yes, I saw this yesterday when there were a couple of cars that came out, and you're like, oh, okay, they've pretty much held their position. Once it registers a lap, then it will reset. So, as often is the way with international or any kind of endurance racing, sorry, you need to wait a couple of laps until everything's settled down, and then you get a much clearer picture. Certainly on pace, I'd say that the quickest car out there has been, well, Alex Acker, who was in the Audi earlier on, was super fast. I think he had set fastest up, not sure. That's still, maybe. That still does stand, the Continental Racing car, 54.84 that he did. And that is significantly quicker. I'm looking down the list, I think the next quickest is in the low 55s. A 55.3 for Tim Heinemann and a 55.6 for what would have been Joel Sturm at the time. Now, these guys are doing a fabulous job this weekend. Dominic Ang and the rest of the Vipanese Motorsport team, the all-Malaysian team that we've spoken about before, have been absolutely superb so far this weekend, running a solid second at the moment, likely to take the lead when they pass the pit lane very soon, about to go into the final turn.
Let's go down to Sarah, who has been watching that brake change for the Ligier and at Not Only Motorsport. Perhaps you can solve the query as to why they're called that. You're with Gino.
Gino, we've just seen the brake pads come off. Not much left on there. Tell us how that was feeling for you in the car.
Yeah, the feeling was a little bit tricky because in the beginning of the race started to rain, and I think the pressure of the tire go up a lot, and I was sliding a lot in the back of the car. And now we change brakes and tires, and we also drive. We change everything. We will see. After, I think I will come back in the track and give all my best, like always.
And what do you think has caused the brakes to wear out so much in just, I think, around 7.5 hours of racing?
Yeah, that's normal. Like after 7 hours, and also the free practice, the brakes are a little pushed. So we change for keep calm, and because we have a lot of advantage to the car behind, so we change for this.
So you kept the same brakes on from free practice into the race?
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Gino, for solving that problem.
Thank you too.
Well, that wraps up and makes that very clear as we see the 44, our leader into pits after 1 hour and 15 minutes. They've served their penalties as well. Crucially, Get Speed JR286, their pit stop was only just under 4 minutes, so they're about half a minute faster than a complete service, which means they may have short-filled that car to get them track position. Their track position being 5th spot behind the Proton competition Porsche. But where's this Lamborghini going to slot in comparison, and how long is this pit stop going to be? It's been a mighty stint, and I wonder what the feeling is down there at ARC Bratislava, because it feels to me as though, I'm not a strategist, but they are really in the pound seat as Dominic Ang at Viper Nisa Racing comes over the line and inherits the lead of the race. And I think that is a legit position. There is a 88 black Porsche coming through shot as the Lamborghini comes out of pit lane. Who else is going to inherit a position? Nobody else. So Miro Konopka into 3rd spot. And actually, I think that's a whole lap back from Ang and Heinemann. But the big loser, actually, through that round of pit stops has been the Proton competition, because they are now a lap back off our leading 2.
Yeah, and I think it's actually Matej Konopka who's jumped on, which is the dad, I think, if I'm correct. So that'll be interesting, because they're going to be using his AM driving time up. So obviously that's where the performance is going to drop away a little bit if it is the case. Whereas if you look at the drivers around them, Dominic Ang is the quickest driver in the Viper Nisa car. He's going to have to jump out at some point fairly soon, and then you'll see Melvin Moe and Douglas Koo jump on board. So that's going to be very interesting to see what the performance is like of that car. We're watching now our current race leader. The Mercedes, as we know, has been super competitive as a brand. In every event we go to, you see the Mercedes running at the very front, whether it's Get Speed or this car. Obviously, Hoffa winning last time out. The Ajith Redding car has been super quick, fighting for Pro-Am wins as well. So yeah, and Get Speed, the JR286 is our current championship leader, has an 8-point lead over Hoffa with the Team PCX car in 3rd. So 1, 2, 3 for Mercedes in the championship at the moment.
Heinemann closing in on Dominic Ang. It's been a mighty stint from the Malaysian, and he has been at times equal to Heinemann's pace, but I'm not sure it's going to last that much longer. An imposing black Porsche chasing down the lead of the race, as we can go back down to Sarah, who can get news from ARC Bratislava. I speculate that they're feeling good.
Good first stint out there for you. You stayed out for quite some time. Tell me why that was. You stayed out for quite some time. I think you were the last car to come in and pit after the race restart. Well, not restart, but the second part of the race starting today.
Actually, we like in first stint in 6 hours, first of the half of the race, we managed to put a lot of fuel with Miro, and after the red flag, we didn't spend it, so we have a lot of fuel over there. So I don't have to refuel now.
And the general feeling in the team is that it's going pretty well, a lot of confidence.
Yeah, actually, yeah. The pace is quite... we are a little bit struggling. I don't know, I can manage the pace. Like, the times are okay, fine, but it's a bit different. It's hard track.
You're the fastest driver in the car, I understand. What's the goal for Miro now, just to keep the car in a good position?
That's the question I don't know yet. I don't know how to answer that.
And you'll be jumping in to finish the race? Maybe. Not sure on the strategy yet.
This time I have to talk to the engineer and stop with the car what to do, and we will see.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Not sure.
Not sure, no.
I'm sure.
I think to be perfectly honest, the question that Sarah asked there is, you're the fastest driver in the car. I think I probably would say that that's usually the case. I think Adam Konopka's probably about there. Often they've had Gerhard Tuereza in the car, who's obviously a GT World Challenge driver. So basically he's usually super quick, and that car has still got some pace. I guess a very good balance of performance as well because it's one of the older cars. So that definitely helps it as Dominic Ang now flashes his lights and gets to the inside of one of the Asbest cars, one of the many Asbest cars, the Porsche this time.
So ARC Bratislava's pit stop was a 4 minutes and 30, so they were 40 seconds slower than the Get Speed Mercedes. The Get Speed Mercedes stays up in 4th position with Steve Jans aboard, but I don't think that was a full fat stop from them, so I think that somewhere along the line they're going to be penalised by that, because everyone else, we noted down yesterday, a standard stop being about 4 minutes 30. The reason why Tim Heinemann has dropped behind Dominic Ang and now chasing him up, and that's quite a lot of rain down there. Wow, that is quite a lot of rain heading down the far end of the circuit. He hasn't got his wipers on yet, but does now.
I always worry when they do that, when you've got this stage of the race where it's the screen is all greasy and horrible, that you put your wipers on and then that can cause a big issue. So just what's really interesting now is who's in the cars. If the rain is coming down as much as it is, the teams with their pro drivers or their best drivers in the car, or one of the best drivers, are going to be such an advantage. The AM drivers are likely to struggle big time in these sort of conditions, because obviously they're AM drivers. As you can see, Ang now on very, very, very worn tyres is probably feeling the pain a little bit, and as you can see, the visibility isn't exactly great, is it? That's a lot of rain now, isn't it?
The rain down the far end of the circuit, that is not yet falling at pit lane. But as you said, Dominic Ang is struggling to keep his Mercedes on the circuit. I wonder whether we're going to have a reaction from some of our teams straight away. It throws the strategy out the window. Tim Heinemann, with the temperature in the car, slithers his way past into the lead of the race. But remember, Heinemann is a pro driver for Porsche. He's spent many an hour. He's an expert around here as well. He knows what it's like to drive on a slick tyre in wet conditions, because you're having to do that half the time you race around the Nordschleife, and he slithers his way into the lead. What is a better car to have in this horrible condition where it's greasy? You need a balanced car, and the Mercedes with its front engine over the front wheels and rear wheel drive, I imagine that's not the best setup for a sort of a soft, wet, dry performance.
I think it's going to be a bit of the fact the cars are obviously set up for what has been a perfectly dry and warm day. Look at the lines that Heinemann's taking as well, where he knows the place so well. He knows to use what sometimes people refer to as a karting line, where those of you who watch karting or have done some karting will know obviously there's such a huge build-up of rubber on the regular racing line that you drive offline, and the experienced drivers will do that. So this is really interesting. Looking at the drivers in the car, you have Tim Heinemann, you have Ryan Diel, you have Stefan Tribudini, and looking further down, they're of the drivers in the top 10, they are the real top drivers that are currently in the car that will be able to deal with these conditions the best, I would suggest. And look at the last lap time to give you an idea. Heinemann did a 2:03.3 and Dominic Ang a 2:09.8, so a 6-second difference in lap times.
This 888 Porsche into the pits for Paul Meyer. He ignored the fuel bay, so he has done straight to get a set of wet tyres. He's one of few actually to react for the moment. I wonder whether the Mercedes here will react. Steven Jans does not. He stays out. He's on the slick tyre and he's happy with it right now. This is going to throw the race upside down. Last time through, Jans was in 3rd position, locked to the tail of Jörg Dreiso. But now, Dreiso yet to come across the line. We expect him to come across the line soon, but here he is. And again, another gentleman driver struggling massively with these conditions.
And unfortunately, there's a situation where they have to run a certain amount of time for these drivers, so they can't not run them. But I would be surprised if they don't get brought in to put some wets on, as Heinemann has a big snap there, getting underneath Dreiso. But Heinemann is lapping, well, his previous lap was a 2:03. He's had traffic this time, but he's lapping like 4 seconds quicker than anybody else at the moment. He's absolutely flying.
That is a pro driver. Look at how he, as you say, avoids the racing line massively, just to give him a bit more confidence, a bit more grip. Don't go on the curb though, Tim. You know the curbs are very slippy. And then cuts across the horrible slippy rubber. There's been days and days of Michelin rubber being laid down here. We had rain, what was it, Thursday, but that was the last time the circuit got a wash. had a bit of a sweep last night, but that was about it. Weirdly, this bit of circuit, this little straight, doesn't seem too bad.
No, it's very localised, as often is the way. Look at the pit lane, how greasy it is there. You can see the big snap from the Audi as it set off there. That's going to be interesting to see what tyres that car's on. I wonder if that's one of the first GT3s. I want to watch the lap times, just seeing who that is coming out. That is Andres Latour in that car, who's a decent driver.
So it's a problem at 888. That's a real shame for Paul Meyer and the Seb Lejeune team, because I thought they were just in to get some tyres onto that car, but they're still working on it inside the cockpit, changing things. The teammate has come in just behind the 910, and that is the car that's fighting at the very head of the 992 category, so they need to do a good service on that car. Anthony DeBarn, the Chazelle Technologies course, didn't pit yet, so now in pit lane is your actual leader in 992, and presumably he's going to do a full service and go on to wet tyres. Keep an eye out at the 920, because that'll be very convenient to do your full service, change tyres onto the wets and take them out on the circuit, although at the moment I'm not going to say that the wet tyre is the one to have for a full stint. It's not a case of, yes, it's the right tyre for now, but you don't want to be changing tyres every 2 laps.
So interesting, talking about lap times, we saw that lap that I mentioned earlier that Heinemann did in the 2:03. Since then, everything's settled down, and Heinemann, DL, Jans, all lapping around about a 2:10 mark. So that gives us an indication that we're about 15 seconds off of a quick dry weather time. 1:54.8 was the fastest lap set by Alex Acker earlier on today, and a spin for Chantal Prince. Chantal is very much the AM driver in that car, and understandably will be finding these conditions very, very challenging. I certainly wouldn't want to be out there in a GT3 car on slicks in the wet, would you?
We talked yesterday about using your AM driver time wisely and using your AM driver time at the right time. And we've talked yesterday about it being a rainy day today, so use your AMs yesterday, get them out the way and use your pro drivers in wet conditions. I mean, it's kicking up the spray down the main straight here, but it looks dry at turn 5.
Isn't it bizarre just how completely different the circuit is? But what that would suggest is that unless the rain comes, I think the rain has stopped now generally, unless the rain comes down, there's no way that you would be gambling on putting wets on for this amount of rain. You're just going to deal with it. As you pointed out earlier, Ben, the quick drivers are benefiting from having a very hot slick on the car, which, the way that a slick tyre works, obviously, is by having 100% contact with the road. There's a bit of a snap there by the Audi, that's Tribadini on board. And down in the pit lane, we have Sarah with another bit more info for us.
Anthony Vince, not good news on the 888 at the moment. Can you just tell us what happened during that pit stop?
It's just on the aftermath of yesterday's crash. Yesterday's crash pushed the exhaust in a little bit and it's broken it, and we think that there's a heat build up in the engine bay which is starting to melt some connectors, and now we've got a throttle issue, so the throttle's sort of on 100 or 0. So Paul's been driving around the problem. We're just trying to make a decision whether we're going to retire or not.
And you had the computer plugged in the car as it came in. Can you tell me what was happening there?
Sorry, I didn't catch it.
You had the laptop in the car. You were downloading some data, I guess. Can you tell me more about what was happening there?
Yeah, we don't have live data in the pit, so we're just downloading the data, and then we can look at the error messages and see if it's something more specific we can work on.
And what's going to influence the decision now?
I guess it just depends if it's just a matter of time whether the engine overheats and is sort of dangerous. If we can get to the end of the race, then we'll try. We'll have a look at the data and see what the error messages say.
Thank you so much, Anthony Vince.
Carlos Rivas aboard that car. If I heard him correctly, he said the throttle is stuck on 100% or 0. That doesn't sound like a very nice thing to have to deal with.
Especially in a damp conditions with the slicks on, yeah. So anyway, just quickly, whilst we ride on board with Rivas, just looking at what's going on at the front. Heinemann now is 14 seconds ahead of Dominic Ang. Further back then, a lap down on that, is then the Get Speed car of Steve Jans, who is a minute ahead of Paul Scheusner in the Continental Racing car, which has got a penalty still to serve. Matej Konopka then lapping in 2:10s. in the LC Bratislava car. Then Jörg Dreiso. Jörg's struggling. He's in the 235s at the moment in the Proton competition car. And Ryan Diel, interestingly, so that's the leading, the first and second in Pro-Am is Proton competition leading from Era Motorsport. And they're now looking like that Dreiso, if he's in the car for much longer, at the pace he's lapping at, then Diel will catch him. That's how much difference there is in speed. Diel is currently 28 seconds a lap quicker than him.
Wow.
So, yeah, that'll do it.
And that is exactly what a little rain shower it was always promising to do today. Just looking at that pit stop for the Chazelle Technologies car. 5-minute pit stop, so a long pit stop for them. They've come back out of the circuit. They might be leading 992 still, as we see Tim Heinemann once again tightening the apex and wagging his tail at the HRT Performance 992 machine. But yeah, actually Fabian Dance has inherited the lead. Red Camel's Jordan lead, but they're on slick tyres. Jean-Mathieu Leandri at Chazelle Technology Corsa, I think, will have put on wet tyres on that pit stop. It's a full service. They got full fuel in the car. It was a slow stop, I think, but I don't know. We'll have to wait and see what the car looks like as to whether it's got slicks or wets on. But I feel as though at this point in the game I'd have put a wets on.
Difficult, isn't it? I think it massively depends on who's in the car, as we said earlier. And they're the 93 Redan car. That's had a tough day, or tough weekend so far. Who's on board that car at the moment? It's Ayrton Redan. We know how good he is in these conditions from when we were at Spa recently. Belgian drivers and British drivers seem to be particularly good in the wet, and German drivers because of the inherent natural conditions. Although you would think perhaps, having been to Malaysia a few times, when it rains there, it properly rains, doesn't it? So,
but you tend to park it.
Yeah, I mean, but when it rains, it's literally unusable, the circuit, isn't it, when it comes down? Remember, Malaysian Grand Prix have passed that was stopped because they just literally couldn't run. Now, Heinemann now has a 17.8 second lead. He's lapping 4 seconds quicker than Ang. So Ang's found a bit of pace, which would suggest the conditions are improving.
Well, the last lap was a 2:03.
But Ang has been in the car now since the beginning of the race, 1:27, hour and 27, as has Steve Jans, as has Ryan Diel. Those three drivers have all been in since the beginning. And that potential battle for the Pro-Am lead has now come down, so he's still lapping, Diel's lapping 27 seconds faster than Jörg Dreiso, and I think they are now on the same lap, which is significant, very significant. Or is he? No, he's still on the lap behind, so, but he will be catching and passing him at this rate.
The other person that's been quite spectacular over those wet laps has been Steve Jans in the Get Speed Mercedes, up in third position now. They are another car that looks really, really strong. And back into the pits comes, I think, the 888. So that probably means that they're going to retire that car, which is a real shame, having heard from Anthony Vince just a few moments ago with the issues from their contact yesterday. I'm pretty sure when we saw that car being serviced, the other car, the 910, came in for Seb Lejeune, and at that time, I would probably put wets on. So Lionel Amarouche may be a car with wets. There won't be many other cars that have wets, I don't think. The Dolly Jacks go under the 88, and it is going into the garage, and that will be a retirement, I'm afraid, for Seb Lejeune. But they have the other car out there. All the efforts now on Lionel Amarouche, the owner of Vortex, but choosing to drive a 992 Cup car this weekend.
Yeah, he's been in that car a while, hasn't he now? He's done quite a few things. Lap times wise, just to give you a bit of an update what's going on now, the quick drivers are down at the 201 mark.
Yeah.
Ryan Diel 201.9, Heinemann 202.1, Jans 201.6 of the quick guys are out there. Still, Jörg Dreiso though is really struggling in these conditions. He's still in the He's actually found a bit of time now, 2:20, so he's still about 19 seconds slower than the Ferrari that's behind him, that's chasing him down to potentially take the lead in the Pro-Am category. That's going to be the significant thing. Yeah, the Pellin car, not a million miles behind that either.
How am is your am right now?
Very am in some cases, and not so am in others.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, as we know, in international...
Jans an am?
Yeah, I think he is, actually.
And so, like, that he's an am with pro pace in the rain at the moment in that Get Speed car.
Yeah, as we look at Scheusner in the Audi, that's the car that set the fastest lap of this section of the race so far, in the hands of Alex Acker. We know Alex Acker, what a superstar driver he is, very, very quick. Quick here in the NLS series, in the N24, and has been doing GT World Challenge as well. So, you know, not surprising to see drivers like him and Heinemann and Stern, DL, and a few others that are right bang on the pace. Obviously, Benji Pack and Michael Grenier and others that are the real style drivers here this weekend.
Let's see who comes back into pit lane now, having realised that the wet tyre was the wrong tyre, because as we get back into lap times under the 2-minute mark, that would suggest that actually the circuit is in a good position again. It's already dry underneath the bridge that we look out on from our commentary position.
Yeah, I think the very damp part of the circuit is where the drivers are still having to be a bit careful, because, you know, we're now lapping around about 4 to 5 seconds off of a good dry weather time. So
far away.
It's not far away. I mean, it won't take long before a proper dry line appears, assuming we don't have another downpour. But this also throws strategy. I know that there's going to be some teams that are going to be due a pit stop soon, where a driver change will come on and they'll have a choice of drivers, and they may have one driver that is much more comfortable in these conditions. If they have the option to use either or, they may have to use their AM driver because of drive time. And certainly I think with this car that's going to be the case. Dominic is very much the quickest driver in that car, and the other two would potentially not be quite near the pace. Certainly Douglas Koo is a way away from the sort of pace that Ang has. But what this also means, and just notice that the Jörg Dreiso car is now in and is taking fuel. So that's going to mean that Ryan Diel has now moved up into 6th and has taken the lead of the Pro-Am category. A reminder, at the front is Heinemann leading by around about 20 seconds from Ang. So that's the up-to race Porsche leading from Ang. Then Steve Jans, Matej Konopka in the RC Bratislava, the lone Lamborghini Huracan, followed by Paul Scheusner. And then it's Ryan Diel in the Era Motorsport Ferrari. That, I think, also, that car will potentially be due fuel and potentially a driver change to Ollie Bryant.
So I think that we've brought Proton Competition, I should say, not we, have brought in Jörg Dreiso a little bit early. Just to get him out of this uncomfortable situation. They're in pits in fuel right now. Let me see how many laps he has done, because he's dropped, as you said, behind the Era Motorsport car. Yeah, 25 laps for Jörg Dreiso, so that car should be able to do 35 laps on a stint. And so that is a reaction to the conditions being difficult right now, and finding a window and saying, okay, well, we can pit you now because there's still an opportunity to make this work. We're going to see up to race as well come into the pits. The ATEC has done 34 laps for Tim Heinemann, and Era should come into the pits on this lap as well.
Yeah, that's about right. As for this car, I don't know when we're going to see that one back in again. That's still got a 10-second penalty to serve, as has the 69 car, got a 32-second and another 10-second penalty for the Era Motorsport Ferrari, plus a 30-second penalty for the Red Camel car, which we knew about because of its errant wheel during the pit stop. Yeah. Releasing a car in an unsafe condition was, I think, the message that came up on the timing screen, which I guess is a way of saying the wheel fell off, basically.
Dance is a whole lap ahead of the nearest 992 Challenger right now. So even with that penalty, they should still be at the head of the field. And I think he's done a very, very strong job in those soggy conditions, whereas others have not. Oh, Dominic Ang comes into the pits after just 25 laps. So is that because they short-filled his car last time?
Possibly, and again, a lot of it is when they're calculating their drive time. They need to work out, you know, have they got to put Douglas Koo or Melvin Moe back in the car to make sure that they do the right drive time.
We've got Carla back in pit lane, and she's at Proton Competition.
Indeed, tire choice. Looks like they had no wet tires on before, and they put no wet tires on now either. So they seem to be very sure of the fact that having the normal tires, let's put it like that, on is the right decision for now. I couldn't see, unfortunately, who got in the car, but no matter if it's Lauk, Dressler or Sturm. All three of them are not so secret weapons anymore. All right, I'm just hearing right now Sturm is in, so he is a not-so-secret weapon anymore, definitely. He did prove that yesterday, so possibly the move to make sure that someone is in the car in these still very tricky conditions who feels really, really, really secure in the Porsche and out on the wet and dry mixed situation.
Yeah, so really there is only two cars that came in with the ability to change to wets, and that was the 920, which is Chazelle Technology, and the 910, which is Seb Lejeune. All the others didn't react, they just struggled, and Jörg Dreiso being probably one of the bigger drivers too, or one of the bigger strugglers, let's say. Now Joel Sturm's been given the mission to make all that time back again that was lost, because they really have lost a chunk of time over the up-to race Porsche, which they ran alongside just nearly 2 hours ago now at the start of this second part on the same lap, but a lot has changed in the first 100 minutes of part two. We've still got over 4 hours remaining, and the promise of rain, the promise of drama, and lots of things still likely to happen. The race yesterday just never really settled down, did it, Simon?
No, it was very, very unpredictable, and you literally could list maybe 10 cars that you'd easily put as potentially been able to win in both classes, to be honest, as in, sorry, both of the GT3 and the 992 category. Both Dominic Ang we saw come into fuel, but also Ryan Diel is in now in the Era Motorsport car, so I would suggest that's going to be a full fuel and also tyres and driver, and probably Ollie Bryant will jump in that car from a chat I had with the team earlier, and that will be a longish stint for Ollie to complete his drive time. But he's a very experienced driver. You know, they had their amateur driver, their Am Spirit, in the car yesterday, who's Dwight Merriman, did a very, very good job. But because of a combination of code 60s and other factors, was able to do a very long stint and get all of his drive time done in one hit. So unlikely to see Dwight in the car today. Likely to be, now we've seen obviously Ryan do the first just over an hour and a half, and then Ollie will be doing a couple of hours before Jake Hill jumps in the car for the end of the race. That's, I believe, the likely situation. This car, I think, will get a change soon. Steve Jans surely will be jumping out, and we think probably Patrick Liddy will be getting on. Now, talking of changes, you might have heard our dear friend Snowy say he was popping off for a spot of lunch. Well, he's come back. It's all down his front and it's in his hair. And no, it's not really. I'm just joking. He's coming back to join us in just a second, and Ben has popped off for a little while. So, yeah, going to be interesting to see how this situation with this Merc pans out, because I think they are in a very strong position as we see the Viper Nisa car in now and getting its full service done. Going to be interesting to see. I didn't see which driver jumped on board. We'll find out once the car heads out of the pit lane. We'll get a bit of clarity on exactly which car is in.
Thank you, Simon. That's exactly on cue that Viper Nisa Mercedes leaves the pit lane. And it's Melvin Moe on board that car to finish your bit. As we just swapped over there, Simon. Look, absolutely seamless. It was just like a driver change in the commentary box, wasn't it? Yeah. If only we were that slick in our day when we were racing, eh?
Exactly. We'd be able to do driver change a lot quicker because we were 25 years younger and 25
kilos heavier, exactly.
Talking of young people, we have Carla down in the pit lane who's going to give us an update on the 88 car, I think.
I have an update on the 888 car, the Seb Lejeune car. Just earlier on, it sounded like done and dusted. That's not happening anymore. And now I'm seeing Mayer getting back in the car. Wheels are on, and it looks like they are very excited. Oh, yeah, very excited. Yelling to get the car out, get that car out and back on the track. And they must be excited about that, because it really sounded like this car is not going anywhere anymore.
Okay, good news. Good news there. And we're watching now with interest how that shakes up, or how that 992 class shakes up. Melvin Moe now on board the Viper Nisa car that we saw leading earlier on. It's very much still in the mix. And currently, in terms of the categories, you've got overall and leading GT3 is still Tim Heinemann in the up to race car, been in the car a little while now. Steve Jans up to second in the Get Speed car and now leading the AM category ahead of Matej Konopka and Paul Scheusler. They're the top 3 AM cars. Leading in the Pro-Am cars is now Joel Sturm once again in the Proton car ahead of now Ollie Bryant on board the Era Motorsport. And as I said, expect to see Ollie in the car as the Murans Porsche is in. That's currently sitting. Let's have a little look where we are in terms of position for that. Steve Murans brought the car in, and that currently sits 8th in category, with our leader still being shown as Fabian Dance. Not sure whether, I'm just going to have a little look and see if we can work out whether they've taken their penalty as yet. I don't think they have. Neither has the Paul Scheusler driven Continental Racing Audi. So there we see on screen Joe Sturm, and just a little bit ahead of the Matej Konopka Lambo. Let's have a look at what happens here. And as they all get past the 992, God, my goodness me. Sturm was so close to clattering into the side of the Konopka driven car. Now, Konopka currently lapping in the, where are we, the 202s. Steve Jans has just set his personal fastest lap, which suggests the track now is obviously bone dry. 3 green sectors, which means his personal quickest in all 3 sectors. So 156.226. Our leader Tim Heinemann lapping in 157.5, which would perhaps suggest that that's where his tyres are starting to hurt a little bit, as Sturm comes up to lap the Hofer competition car, which currently sits with Chantal Prince on board in 13th overall.
Yeah, the MM Racing Porsche there, the 923 number, that had front brake pads changed whilst it was in there, and then it looked like they were working on the rear as well. So hence the slightly longer pit stop for that. It's not any problem. It just had a routine brake pad change. And Joel Sturm, a few moments ago, you say got up the inside there. Ben has mentioned before about this final turn onto the pit straight. It's virtually 90 degrees all the way around, but there's the pit entrance as well, so you can get unsighted by a car suddenly coming out of the exit on the left-hand side and diving all the way across the right-hand side into the pit lane. You've also got the pit entry wall there, which is quite it's quite prominent. Ben was saying he doesn't like that, but he's not racing, so it doesn't matter. It's up to those guys that are racing to miss it. But Joel Sturm there, right up, clattering over the curbs. I do think he had a tiniest little brush with the Lamborghini there, because that then potted a little bit wide. I think whether it was just avoiding, I think there might have been a little kiss, shall we say, between the Anglo nation teams of German and Italian.
Yeah, a little bit of a scuff, perhaps. So what this means is that Heinemann currently is shown as on 185 laps in the lead, with 184 for Steve Jans. He's now crossed the line and he's on the same lap, and 1.5 minutes behind the up to race car. Matej Konopka lapping in the 203s. So what's going to be very interesting now is these conditions are clearly improved, as I said, because you're seeing drivers doing their personal bests of the race so far, which means the track has obviously not only had a sprinkling of rain and now dried up, but I wonder if that's changed the grip level as well. Sometimes I'm sure everybody will have heard the term green track before, where it means it's not got much in the way of rubber down. I don't think the rain was hard enough or for long enough for it to have made significant difference to the grip levels on the track in terms of, washing all the rubber away kind of thing. Might have cleaned it up a little bit, but inevitably, as we've just noticed, that Heinemann, our race leader, is now in, so that would suggest that it's going to hand the lead to Steve Jans in the Get Speed car, that car that's currently on our screens. Our championship leader, the 286 car, with a driver change due at some point soon to put Patrick Liddy on board.
Well, we're just going back to the weather for a minute whilst I was on that short lunch break. You guys, that's Simon and Ben, had the pleasure of that downpour. I've been predicting rain today for 3 or 4 days now and said it would happen, and it did. Boy, did it tip down for a minute. I was literally sitting in the amazing Creventic hospitality unit, grabbing a little bit of lunch and those for takeaways for others, and I literally just looked outside and thought, oh, it's tipping down in the paddock. Was about to send you a helpful update when I looked at the massive screens in the Creventic Hospitality, and there was a lovely close-up of the pit lane, and it was bouncing off the surface. I thought, they probably don't need that. They can see it out of the window, can't they? Because they're astute boys. But it's been and gone, and the track's now dry again, which is quite extraordinary. And we're going to hand down to Carla.
I'm stood next to Lionel Amrouche, and I will do this interview in French to make sure I can get his story. Lionel, t'étais pas mal bagné jusque maintenant. Comment ça a été dans la voiture?
Au début du stint, c'était pas mal. Donc sur le sec. Donc voilà, bon, j'ai besoin vraiment de continuer à prendre le circuit parce que on a eu quelques petites problématiques au fait que bon, j'ai pas fait tous les essais. Mais sur le sec, c'était pas mal. Et dès que la pluie est arrivée, ça se complique un peu, quoi. Il y a de la gomme vraiment partout et voilà. Donc il a fallu s'adapter et c'est pas nécessairement l'exercice dans lequel j'excelle le mieux. Voilà.
All right, quick translation about that part. So he said that the first part of this stint just now was actually really good when it was still dry. They did have some problems with the car earlier in the week, so he didn't have much time with the car. So getting into this tricky situation now was not the ideal one to get better at the Nürburgring, but nonetheless, he did his best. Dis-moi, la visibilité quand c'est sec et après il y a un peu d'eau sur... Ouais, exactement. Comment c'est pour toi dans la voiture? Est-ce que tu vois quelque chose? Parce qu'avec la caméra, on a vraiment l'idée que tu vois absolument rien.
Oui, quand il a commencé à pleuvoir assez fort, au début, qu'on est passé de la transition du sec au mouillé, là, effectivement, c'est un peu compliqué, parce qu'on a en plus énormément de gomme sur les pare-brises, ils sont extrêmement gras. Donc là, on a tendance à étaler la saleté, et c'est vrai qu'on ne voit pas grand-chose. Mais c'est pareil pour tout le monde.
Exactement. Merci beaucoup, Lionel. A quick translation about this last part. I asked him how the visibility is when the car is dry and the windshield is dry. You have all of the tire leftovers, all of the dirt on the windshield, and then the water comes in, as we have seen earlier on in some of the onboard cameras. And I asked him, is the view actually as bad as it looks on camera? And he said, yes, it is indeed. And it's not easy, but it is the same for everyone. So good effort from Lionel. Merci beaucoup. Back to you guys.
Thank you for that, Carla, and wonderful to have a multilingual pit lane reporter, and I think it is 5 languages that Carla can speak, which is, I find it, I'm in awe of such a skill, because I can barely master my own language. The fact that she can manage 4 others as well as a native tongue is super, super impressive.
So Heinemann still in the pits in the up 2 race car. Going to be interesting to see which of the other drivers. There's just the 3 drivers in that car. Most of the teams, certainly in the GT3s, running 3 or 4 drivers. When we do the 24-hour race, which is next up in Barcelona, the final round of the European Championship, and the only 24-hour race in the European Series. Obviously, there's the Dubai 24 Hours in January, which is part of the Middle Eastern Series, run by the same organisers, Creventic, and it's Michelin sponsored as well. But when we go to that, a lot of the teams will run 5 drivers in that, so splits the driving time up and obviously makes the drivers a little bit fresher. So that's going to be a significant factor. So still watching to see who's in the car. Heinemann has stayed in the car. Now remember that that car is entered as a pro car effectively, so all 3 drivers are deemed to be pro or semi-pro. Therefore the drive time is split in a slightly different way. I think it's about, if I'm correct, I think they all can do split the 12 hours up equally, so do 4 hours each, if I've understood it correctly. So no need just yet for Heinemann to hand over to one of his colleagues. Talking of what else is going on, so Jans leads from Konopka. From now, Heinemann, we think, is he's going to come out in 3rd place. Scheusner, Massimo Perina, they've recovered well from a difficult opening stint. That car there, we just saw in the background, the distinctive blue and orange car, the sort of Gulf livery, even though it's not Gulf sponsored. And that is Massimo Perina in the car. It's sort of lap times he's doing, like 1:57.0 last time. Melvin Moe ahead of him is in the 2 minutes with Scheusner 2:04. And then our leading car at the moment, which is Steve Jans, 1:57. He's been down in the 1:56s in the last few laps, so a pretty strong pace. That's certainly good enough to be lapping in that sort of consistent pace to be able to maintain what is currently shown as a lap lead over the RC Bratislava car.
You just mentioned the Gulf colouring there, Simon, and it must be one of the best pieces of marketing ever achieved, because and perfectly on screen there, as we see it there, is the Ferrari going through in that pale blue with its orange stripe down the centre. And it originally on, well, Golf GT40s, wasn't it, back in originally, then in Porsche 917s at Le Mans. But that is the proof of the marketing and the exercise, and the message is that wherever we see one of those cars, in any car in that colour or anything painted those colours, we just say Golf, whether it is or isn't. However, we've got a quick update from Carlo Velti in the pits.
Next to me, I have Alex, the team manager of Asbest. Alex, we have been in awe of everything that you guys do. We love that you keep showing up at the Creventic Championship, the way that you just power through no matter what is going on with your cars. Now tell me a little bit about your cars, especially the Cupras. What is the age of them? What else do you do with them? Give me a bit of an insight into your cars.
So the cars are building in 2014, so they are old cars. I think the oldest in the Creventic, and so it's difficult to find drivers for this. But I gave my best, and I hope it was good.
What about the appeal? Why would someone drive such a car in a championship like this? I think there is a chance for young drivers to get used to certain racetracks, but what else is the positive thing about these Cupras?
It's the budget.
It's as simple as that?
Yeah, it's as simple.
So technically, if I can translate that into more words, you can go racing for a low budget, get your experience, and then move on.
Yes, that's the first.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
What is your plan currently? Your cars are, knock on wood, still going quite well. Is there anything currently that you're feeling maybe there are some problems? How tricky was it now with the rain? Give us a little bit of a summary how your team is doing.
We drive the whole LNS and 24-hour NÜRBURGRING with the cars, and yeah, they're old cars and it's difficult to find drivers, but I want to bring more cars, and I think next year I have more cars in the Creventic, so yeah.
We would love to see that. Quick summary about the race here right now. How is it going for all three cars?
Yes, Ligier is too fast for us. The BOP is not so good for us, but we give our best, and I hope it's come rain the next time, but I think that was for today, but yeah, we see, and I think in 4 hours we know which place we are, so
it's such a German thing to say. I think only Germans want rain at the Nürburgring. Thank you so much for your time, Alex.
Thank you.
And thank you, Carla, for that interview. And just whilst that's been taking place, we've had a little update on the penalty screen from our race directors that the car right on screen now, perfectly formed, with the number 93 Ajith Red Ant Racing Mercedes, has been issued another penalty for speeding in, I think it was in the refueling area. Yes, it was. So 26-second time penalty added to the Ajith Red Ant Racing Mercedes.
Yeah, they've had one of those tough weekends, haven't they?
Haven't they just? Yeah.
There seems to be, I tell you what job I would like on Monday morning, which is the parts man at Mercedes Motorsport for nose sections on
the front of Mercedes, yeah.
Because I think pretty much, I think it's only the Viper Nisa car, I think is the only one that's not had...
Don't jinx it, don't jinx it.
It's the only one that's not had smashed the front of a car up. So anyway, yeah, but that's just racing, isn't it? Unfortunately, we know these things can happen. I think certainly in the case of the Get Speed, the 28 car, that took out a potential race-winning car rather, and driver combination. Background just in Heinemann coming through in the black Porsche, the up to race car, currently running in 4th position, and he is just having a look around about. He's catching right up on Scheustner now. So that's Scheustner at the bottom of our screen in the silver Audi. He's being caught. He's currently running 3rd. He's been caught by Heinemann in the Porsche, and I think looking at the difference in lap times, Heinemann is around about 7 seconds a lap quicker, so he'll be past him in a flash, I would.
Yeah, well, Heinemann just had to clear the Hofer Racing Mercedes first. He's got that job done now, and is now two Porsche 992 to separate. He has indeed separated the pair of those, and your prediction is happening even sooner than anybody expected, Simon, perhaps even sooner than you expected, because he's only got one Porsche to get past in a minute, which is Carlos Rivas in the 888 Seb Lajou, and exactly as we said, left of camera, suddenly appears Heinemann, zap, straight by, job done, and he's now on the tail of that Audi, going down into the Dunlop hairpin at the bottom, and I think I would not be surprised if that Porsche is past the Audi even before the end of this lap, to be honest. Maybe by the end of this corner.
Look at the cutback he's trying to do. He's trying to dive to the outside. This isn't really an overtaking spot unless the driver in front really has a problem going into it. So it's too quick through there. But certainly the exit here will get a run, gets alongside, and you would think he's probably going to be through before they turn into the left. And there he goes. Look at that.
Job done. Decisive.
Decisive, and he's like, see ya, he's gone. And look at the gap now, he's got like 1.5 seconds on him in one corner. That's the difference. And this is the beauty of this championship, is that it isn't a full pro series. You know, you look at some of the other championships with race sports cars like these around the world, Race GT3, they'll run an all-pro car. Even in the NLS series, we see cars that have got full pro lineups in there, which is NÜRBURGRING Langstrecke, for those of you who keep wondering what we talk about with the NLS. So
previously known as VLN.
VLN.
Who knows it? It's
but look it up if you've not been familiar with it. I think if you're a motorsport, certainly if you're a GT racing fan and you've not heard of the NLS or the N24, I would be massively surprised, because some Dutch,
where have you been?
Rocked up recently and did it, and you know, the F1 bloke, him, Max Verstappen, that's it. It's interesting, isn't it? Because in the last few years we've seen Verstappen, obviously recently, and then a few years ago Valentino Rossi, the greatest, arguably the greatest bike racer of all time, into GT racing, and that massively raised the profile. I was at Brands Hatch a couple of years ago when Valentino was racing in the GT World Challenge, and the crowd, just to see him, all the 46 T-shirts, you know, the number 46 is his famous race number, in that sort of luminous yellowy green that he always has. But this car is going to be interesting. I think back in the lead of the Pro-Am category, and now putting a bit of distance between himself and Ollie Bryant, who's doing a great job in the Era Motorsport Ferrari. Been lapping very quickly the last few laps. I think he may have had a bit of traffic as the Asbest car comes in. The other driver that's lapping very quick in these now dry conditions is Elliot Earhart on board the Santalot car. That got delayed yesterday a little bit, but it's starting to come back through. Massimo Perina is in the pits getting fuel in the Pelin Racing car, the one that you were talking about a moment ago, with its very distinctive livery. But it is still Steve Jans on board. He's done a mammoth stint. He's been in that car nearly 2 hours now, and I would suggest that he's probably going to be pretty much done fairly soon.
Well, he can't do any more than 2 hours 30, can he? That's his maximum stint time.
Yeah, maximum.
That Asbest car you just mentioned, Simon. There's two cars. There's a 101 and a 102. One is the Seat Leon Cup Racer, the 101, and the 102 that we've just seen into the pits now is the Cupra TCR. That's having driver change and indeed fuel. It's done its fuel bit already, and tyres. Takes a bit longer on these cars because they don't have air jacks. They've got to use manual jacks. They don't have air guns. They're allowed to use a power drill. Hence, if you go into the garages or see any footage, you'll see that there's drills all lined up with battery packs just in case one fails and one's on charge, just cycling them around. But they also have 5 stud wheel nuts as per the road car. They're not allowed center locks. It's one of the key things of these cars. They must be more relatable to a road car. So they've got to undo each set of wheel nuts, take them off, not drop them, put them back on the car and redo them up again. It's funny, just going back to your Verstappen comment, I had the privilege of interviewing Fernando Alonso at the Austrian Grand Prix last weekend, and I just ran through some of his sports car stats of the time off he had, and said if you came back and did Le Mans again, he only did won 2 of them. I asked him, who would you have as a teammate? He said, Max Verstappen. I will not do Le Mans again without Max Verstappen, he said.
Wow. Igor Sorokin, we just saw having a bit of a moment there across the grass. That car is, of course, the HRT performance car that was fastest in qualifying in the hands of James Kellett, who is doing... I saw him actually, he sprinted past me. He was running somewhere, very athletic young man. And I said, when are you in? And as he disappeared off, he went, later. So sometime that's suitably vague, isn't it? As we see the 29.
Somebody else is obviously buying.
Yeah, exactly, the 29 car there, which has had a very up and down day so far. Oh, sorry, has had Kia Racing car, 743 car, has had a very, very difficult weekend as it's been in and out. So that's the 743, not the 29, sorry, my mistake. I was looking at his race position, not on the car number. And there's the other Ligier, very different spec Ligier, but a Ligier nevertheless with the two very young drivers. Ben asking earlier what was the Not Only Motorsport, and you might remember we found out at the previous round, Not Only Motorsport, because as well as running the race cars and running the race drivers, they also have an academy and a development program for motorsport personnel, so mechanics, engineers, tyre technicians, data guys and girls, etc., etc. So it's very much a way of developing the young talent. Steve Jans has just set his personal best, 1:55.829 in the lead. Another famous name of the world of sports car racing, Claudia Hürtgen. Now, without me reverting to the great god Google, I'm pretty sure, and you may know this, Snowy, that Claudia has been a class winner at Le Mans in the past, or possibly Daytona. She's certainly won the NÜRBURGRING before, I think.
Yeah, 100%. I think you're right. Is that my cue to go and actually just double check that in the background?
No, just wondered if you might know. Sometimes
I think you're right. I'll double check.
I know she's had a very, very. I remember racing her, not me racing her, but I raced around about the same time that she was in Formula Ford when she came over and did the Formula Ford Festival, as most international drivers did in those days, or most drivers did. The Formula Ford Festival was always an absolutely vital part of the season for young seater drivers, not just young, but mainly young drivers that were aspiring on the way upwards of the ladder. You had drivers like Derek Daly, who went on to F1 in IndyCar success, Roberto Moreno, again F1 in IndyCar, Julian Bailey, Grand Prix driver, Jenson Button, Anthony Davison, Jan Magnussen, it was his dad, wasn't it? Jan Magnussen, 1992, the last of the Kent festivals. You even had Mark Webber winning it one year in 96. So it's an absolute litany.
Third in class at Le Mans.
Third in class.
Third class was the highest in 1998 in a Rourke Racing Porsche 911 GT2.
Yeah, I was about to say the GT2 bit I did know, because I tell you I remember when Jake was little, he had a Le Mans PlayStation game on his PlayStation 2, and that Rourke Racing car was one of the GT2 cars that was the one to have. That and the Labra competition car, do you remember that?
Labra competition, remember them, only too well. I used to race against them.
Yeah, Labra.
We're definitely showing our age here now, thanks Simon.
Well, I think the grey hairs and the wrinkles show our age.
Mate, I wish I had grey hair. I don't. Even my youngest daughter looked at me the other day. She's 15, bear in mind, folks. And she took one look and she went, Dad, he goes, and she looked up and said, you're not even grey anymore, you're just white. Yeah. Like, yeah. I said, there's a reason I'm called Snowy.
Snowy by nature.
Exactly.
Yeah, not bad.
It's a brand. Go with it.
So let's look at what's going on at the front. It's still Steve Jans leading in the Get Speed Mercedes. He currently is, according to the timing screen, a lap ahead of Matej Konopka, who has now found a bit of pace in the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini Huracan. Tim Heinemann, that we've been watching with interest, was absolutely flying. He's 42 seconds behind in third place in the up-to race 911 GT3R, ahead of Melvin Moe. That very impressive Vipanisa Racing AMG GT3. They currently sit in fourth and third in the AM category, leading Pro-Am, and fifth overall is Joel Sturm in the Proton competition Porsche 911 GT3R, ahead of Vasily Vladikin, although I think Ollie Bryant may be about to move ahead because Vladikin's just taken that car over and is now on his outlap, and that put Ollie Bryant up into sixth overall, and has been running second in Pro-Am category. Third in Pro-Am is Elliot Earhart in the Sandslock, and 992, it's still Fabian Danson, the Red Camels car, leading. Second and leading the AM category is Igor Sorokin, who we saw have a little bit of a swerve earlier on. And then third in the 902 category is the Chazelle Technology Corsa car of Jean-Mathieu Leandri at the moment. So that's what's going on. GT4, just the sole car. Claudia Hürtgen we were talking about, she is on board that car and leading. Then the TCE stroke TCX class, it's the Not Only Motorsport Ligier with Filippo Tonaghi ahead of Silas Passos. A Brazilian flag there. I hadn't noticed that one before. That's great to see Brazilian driver as part of the championship here in the Asbestos car. He's in the Porsche 718 Cayman. And then third in the TCE TCX is Stephen Tierlink in the Cupra TCR DSG. So there is our race leader and our championship leader on track. They have, as always, Get Speed, of course, local team to this circuit. They know this place so unbelievably well, so strong in this, in the NLS series, in the NÜRBURGRING 24, as well as many other championships, into World Challenge, etc. But they really have such an incredible record of making those cars work the absolute maximum of their ability. But Steve now has really had a mammoth stint, hasn't he? He's now up to 2 hours and 5 minutes, which is pretty impressive stuff, to say the least. Just set a personal best sector 2, so he's lapping. Not only is he lapping very consistently, he's been within, allowing for traffic and stuff, within a second and a half or so of his best, but he's also lapping very, very quickly. And we're just seeing on our timing screen, instant involving cars 9.10 and 9.28 at turn 8 noted. So 9.10 is the Seb driven Seb Racing Porsche, and 9.28 I think is the Igor Sorokin driven HRT car. We've got Chantal Prince in for fuel at Hoffa Racing. That could be a driver change as well. And we've also got Michael Grenier in the recovering Get Speed car that was obviously in the fight for the lead yesterday, until unfortunately Jordan Boisson got caught out on cold tyres at a restart and put the car in the wall. And the damage cost them, I seem to remember, something like 8-10 laps, was it?
8 laps, yes, absolutely right, yeah. Yeah, I inadvertently said it was Benji Pack in that car. Of course, it was Jordan Boisson that had that issue, and it's still not quite clear to me what happened, but we saw the outcome in terms of the damage, apart from the car just jinked hard to the right and clattered into the barriers just past the pit exit. The problem with that was, Simon, that it was the worst possible part of the lap to do that, because you've now got to complete an entire lap of the circuit. In that case, the inner wheel arch was wrapped around the front right tyre and literally holding it all up.
So a penalty for that Seb car. We saw that they were looking into it. They've now got a 20-second penalty. And interesting, going back to what you were saying about the Get Speed car, we did hear from Michael Grenier, who was saying that his understanding was that as they came out of a code 60, the drivers have a speed limiter button, which obviously keeps the car to 60 k's. And you can, certainly in some of the cars, I don't know if it's true of all of them, you can be on the throttle quite hard when you come off the code 60, and it immediately gives you whatever revs and whatever power you need. And it would appear that he was jinking to potentially pull out from behind a car as he came off the button, and it just loaded the rear tyres up too much. Tyres weren't quite up to temperature, spun the rears up and just snapped him sideways. And unfortunately, as you said, it not only did it do a lot of damage, but it did it literally just past the pit exit. It was on the run between the pit exit and where he hit the barrier fairly hard at a really awkward angle as well.
Yeah.
There's never a good angle to hit anything, but I mean, there's some.
But there are better ones.
Some that are worse than others, aren't in terms of the way it damages the car. So, yeah, that's continued to lap very, very solidly. Konopka still in second, Heinemann third. And just looking at the gap now, on the screens it's showing like a lap between the top three. Now Heinemann crosses the line, is about to let that Seb car that we were talking about. And he's going to start to close down on Konopka. I think he's about 34 seconds, according to this, behind, and he's lapping a couple of seconds a lap quicker. Although, to be fair to Konopka, he, I think, has had a couple of difficult laps with traffic. It's kind of hurt him a little bit.
So this penalty of 20 seconds for the Seb Racing entry with Seb at the wheel currently, car number 910 in the 992 class. This is for an incident with, remind me, Simon, who was the incident with?
With the HRT, the yellow.
Correct.
Thank you. James Kellett will be driving later.
Yes. Well, I'm sure James
is on board at the moment.
I'm sure James will explain what happened there at some point. So I have to say, but I'm looking out of the, I was going to say classroom window, I don't know where that came from, out of the commentary box window once again, and over the back of the paddock, so on the far side of the circuit, i.e. Schumacher S, and that side of the circuit, there are dark clouds, and they are heading over this way gradually, so we might have yet another change of weather conditions and precipitation. That's what my weather forecast app told me the last couple of days, and it was less than I expected. I woke up this morning fully expecting to look out of the window at sort of 10 past 5 and just see, you know, absolutely soaked and pouring rain. Well, it clearly had rained overnight, but it gave us a dry start to the race, and then we had that sudden shower about almost an hour ago, didn't we? It was torrential, as if somebody had just turned the tap on for a few moments, which is always good in endurance racing because it mixes it all up a bit.
Well, I mean, one of the obvious ones...
I'm going to be popular for that one, aren't I?
No, one of the obvious ones that was the fight for the Pro-Am lead was Jorg Dreiso on board the Proton car and Ryan Diel. So you had in the Era car, the Ryan who's the pro driver in the Era car and Jorg who is the AM driver. The difference in lap times at points was over 30 seconds in Ryan's favour, and that actually they did bring Jarl in to get some fuel. Jorg in early to get some fuel rather, and I think then they put Jarl Sturm back in the car.
Yes,
which I think was purely because they're like, you know, Jorg Dreiser was struggling so much in those difficult conditions that understandably that would be the case. Now this is interesting because Sturm is now looking like he's going to put a lap on Brian. That will be very significant later in the race, because obviously if that is the case, then when you then have, you know, if we do have some more rain, for example, they're going to have, Brian will be handing over to Jake Hill. You're going to have Sturm will hand over to either Manuel Lauck or Konstantin Dreschler. Now if it's Lauck and Hill, they are two very fast wet weather drivers. So you will have, you know, a real battle. If, however, it's Hill and Dreschler, you would probably say that the Ferrari is going to have an advantage in those conditions. Last year at Mugello, when the conditions were damp and dry, Era were the first and only team to gamble on slicks in those conditions, and I think they made up at least a lap, maybe a lap and a half.
And just explain for us, Simon, there that you know, tyre strategy, driver ability apart, and weather conditions apart, take the variables out of it. What's the advantage of a Ferrari over the Porsche in those conditions? Why is it such a better car, do you think?
I think possibly the way that the chassis has been designed, the car is quite a car that they can be fairly forgiving in those conditions. Also, the weight distribution is slightly different. Obviously, the Porsche famously is very much a rear-engine car, whereas the Ferrari is a mid-engine car. That could be a factor as well. And Ferrari is the Evo version that Era are running here is the absolute latest of the GT cars. I think the Evo version of Ferrari is the newest of the GT3 cars. So you would suspect, therefore, that they've been able to you know, make a big difference. Now, Ollie Bryant is not going to make. I was going to say he's not going to make this easier. He wouldn't have made it easier for him if he hadn't.
Sturm's done it again. He's used that bit of concrete on the right-hand side of the track onto turn 17. He's used that bit. I think Ollie Bryant was a little bit caught napping there almost by those two back markers. He went left to wait for a minute. Joel Sturm took the inside. I don't think Ollie Bryant was really expecting him to go all the way up onto the concrete and use that. I'm not sure that's actually within track limits. Personally, I would have used it, and I think it's legit. I'm just not sure if the race director might agree.
Well, what we heard, interesting, there was a lot of penalties late on after the red flag yesterday, and we heard that that was because there are some corners where track limits is being, instead of having sensors or cameras, they're using the observers.
The observers and marshals, yeah.
And obviously, that's a matter of opinion to a degree. You know,
it's a judge of fact, isn't it? Sort of thing.
With the greatest respect to our wonderful marshals, whether they're here or anywhere else, it's a difficult thing to do. I've stood at a marshal's post and tried to understand track limits. You know, how you define it. It's not an easy thing to do. That's a different one though, because that was driving off the track to gain an advantage in the sense of that's allowed him to maintain the position. He will argue he was forced there by the car he was lapping.
Yeah.
If I was Jarl Sturm, that's what I'd argue. I'd say, yeah, sorry, Gov.
Not necessarily right or wrong, it's just what I'd argue. Exactly, it's drivers being drivers. Now, I've just noticed there that one of the, I think it was the Sturm Porsche actually, down the back part of the circuit where I commented on those dark clouds, just had a little flick of the wiper. And are there a few spots on our commentary box window again?
Very minor at the moment.
Very minor, but yeah.
But so Claudia Hurtgen getting out of that car and handing over to one of her teammates. Let's have a look and see who that will be jumping on board. So the 431 car, not quite sure which driver's taking over for that. We'll find out in a moment.
So this is, of course, this is 24th overall, but first in class, the Hoffa Racing by Bonk Motorsport BMW.
So what's going on at the front? Well, still Jans is the Dutch driver who's still in that car, in the Merc that's leading ahead of the the Lamborghini, and then Heinemann. The gap now down to 28 seconds between second and third. We saw Brian obviously being put a lap down by the Proton car. So we'll have to watch to see what happens moving forwards as to whether that balances itself out as the race unfolds. The big thing for me, personally, is are we going to get this rain? And if it looks like I'm certain by the darkness of the clouds and the vastness of the clouds and crowds, we've got vast clouds and crowds here. We're going to get some sort of rain at some point. The question is going to be how much and for how long.
Yeah, because the amount that we had earlier was incredible when I looked at that image of the pit lane. But then it passed so quickly, and I was amazed how quickly the track dried out, actually, Simon. That really surprised me.
Yes, exactly. I couldn't agree more. And what was interesting as well is that, as Ben was commentating with me at the time, is that there were certain bits of the track were completely soaked, and there were a few others that looked like it hadn't really been affected much at all. I mean, the lap times, the quickest drivers at one point were lapping at around about the 2:10s. So that's about 15 seconds off of a good dry time.
Yeah.
If you look at the fastest lap today so far was set earlier on by Alex Acker when it was before it rained, and he did a 1:54.84 is the fastest lap today. I can't remember what they got down to yesterday. I think that could well be the fastest lap that we've seen in the race so far. Obviously, qualifying times and race times are very different because you're new tyres in quali and you've got a much lower fuel load. And obviously the way that you would potentially set the car may be different. So let's watch with interest to see how this shapes out. Currently sitting second in the Pro-Am category. Expect quite a long stint, maybe a couple of hours from Ollie Bryant to use his drive time up sufficiently. We know Ollie, of course, British fans will know Ollie very well from his historic exploits, racing the family's Cobra.
She's currently up for sale for the first time in decades. They've owned that car for a very, very long time. The Bryant family. Graham, Ollie's dad, owns that car. Famous car GPG 5G, which was an ex-Roger Mack car from the 60s. Red and gold.
Yes.
Very, very well known. And always horrifies me because it's got the underside of the bonnet signed by Carroll Shelby. There's some helicopter tape over it so the fuel standoff on the car doesn't burn it. But I always think, please tell me you don't run that bonnet on the car on the race. And they go, oh yeah, of course we do. Carroll goes with us everywhere. I'm just like, oh, if that gets folded, you can't get that back.
So down in the pits, Carla has caught up with Claudia Hürtgen.
Claudia, I had to speak to you. In all honesty, I didn't look up your name for quite a while, and then I found out all the things that you've done in your life. Racing has been your life forever. I saw Formula 3, I saw touring cars, I saw LMP cars, Monaco Grand Prix, Dubai, Daytona, Le Mans. How is it to be at Creventic?
Yeah, okay, you know, we start with the Creventic 24-hour series. I think 2007 in Dubai, 2008 with BMW 120 diesel. So that was, I think, the first 24-hour in Dubai. So I have good times in Dubai, I think. Yeah. So we was third, second, and we won also in Dubai. So in the last 4 or 5 years, I was concentrated for my business, for my job, and now I'm back with my son on the car. So I gave over the stick to him, and yeah, it was really nice. Also here, really nice to be on the NÜRBURGRING. So that's my home track, and so for me, I enjoy really the race and the typical race, because on my stint it started also to rain. But not on the whole track, only on some parts on the GP track. So it was really funny. I was smiling under my helmet and say, okay, it's typical NÜRBURGRING. Thank you for all here, for all my success on this track. And yeah, looking forward for the end of the race.
You know, currently in the commentary booth, I have Simon Hill, who is commenting with Snowy together. And he just said, do you remember the Ford Fiesta racing against him? Do you remember that time?
No, I remember the Ford Fiesta.
Formula Ford, sorry.
Yeah. But I told yesterday night or on Friday night, my son also, when I start here doing the 24 hours, I start with the Ford Fiesta. And so, yeah, I think about the Ford Fiesta, and then the Ford Escort was coming, and then I start to grow up a little bit also with the cars. But of course, I can remember the Ford Fiesta racing.
Now, you're driving in a GT4, and I know I repeat myself over and over on the weekends, but I believe we should have way more GT4. GT4 is a fantastic class to get into racing, to get closer to GT3. you as a very, very experienced driver, let's make some promotion for GT4. Why is GT4 fantastic?
Of course, that's 100% with you, because yesterday I told you also the GT4, it's a really nice class. You have power, yeah, you have good brakes, you have a really nice setup, you have the handling of the car, and over hours and hours. So it's really nice to drive a GT4 car because it's quite, I think, fast, and on the other side it's really nice to drive. You can handle the car, you can feel the car under oversteering in the car, and I think a lot of people also coming in the championship or learning a lot with the GT4. It's enough. Yeah, on straight line we are saying maybe there are 5 or 10 Ks, yeah, but not more. Yeah, and you see also when there are difficult conditions, you can go as fast as the Porsche, Capco Porsche. So I think for sure it's for the money. You get really a lot of racing, good racing, and I hope there will be more GT4s in, because that's the point where you can come in and race it.
Fantastic. It's an absolute pleasure to speak to you. Thank you, and I hope we will see you back very soon.
I hope also. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Carlo, referring back to it was actually the Formula Ford Festival I was asking. I sort of asked Carlo, I think because of the noise in the pit lane, didn't quite catch what I was saying. But yeah, Fiestas as well was something that Claudia raced in. So such a varied and fascinating career. And you did look her up, didn't you, as to her Le Mans career, Snowy? In third, wasn't it?
Third was the best. She had four runs at Le Mans, 97, 98, 99 and 2001. First 3 in Porsche, all GT2s, a 4th, a 3rd and an 8th, and then she joined, same rock racing with Nighthawk with a Lola Nissan LMP 675 for 2001, and that was her only DNF of her attempts. But ADAC Masters with Alpinas, BMW Z4s for lots of times. Spa 24 Hour, she's finished 2nd overall and 2nd in class in a Z4. You name it, the lady has driven all sorts, and we go back through all the BMWs, and then we go back to the Fiestas and Formula Fords and all sorts mentioned.
Fascinating career, fascinating career. So Steve Jans, our race leader, in for fuel. I would suspect probably a driver change as well, as he'd done a fairly mammoth stint, the longest I think of anyone from what I can see. I might not be 100% certain, but certainly longest of the drivers running at the front. So that potentially is going to hand the lead across to the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini. And that's also a class lead, because they're both fighting for the AM lead. So 1st, 2nd and 3rd is Get Speed currently, but in fuel, as we've said, in the JR286. Then this car, the yellow Lamborghini, and 3rd, Viper Niza Racing in the AM class. In the GT3 Pro-Am, it's still Jos Sturm in the Proton leading. Proton Porsche ahead of Oliver Bryant in the Era Ferrari, and 3rd in that class is Santalok Audi of Elia Earhart.
Well, the weather that we've talked about doesn't appear to have continued. We've got a couple of spots on the commentary box window still, but that hasn't moved into position yet. The black cloud we were talking about appears to have disappeared over towards more sort of Dottingerhohe Tiergarten area, which is not too much of a problem. Might be proven by the Lamborghini with its wiper on full now, the number 44 that is. When I say Dottingerhohe and Tiergarten, it's not a problem. That's because that's the end of the Nordschleife lap, and we're not using that, so that's fine. However, the number 44 Lamborghini ARC Bratislava entry coming down the pit straight now with its wiper on constantly, so that belies the track conditions below me compared to my commentary box. Is obviously only a few feet elevated above that. So let's see if this materializes. We'll try and keep an eye on this Lamborghini Bratislava entry all the way around the lap and see how much of its wiper it's using. It is on constantly. Maybe she can't turn it off, maybe she's knocked it. Yeah, I was left indicator on in a minute.
I've just noticed also that the Get Speed 286 car has just gone down into the pit lane to get full service. There it is. And there is a driver change. I think I can see what I think I recognise the helmet of Patrick Liddy jumping on board. I think that's Liddy anyway, I may be wrong, but we'll find out in a few seconds when the car trundles out of the pit lane and the Lumirank like system will update.
Well, that's got onto slicks, by the way, so that's no intention of going onto it. That said, there's lots of spots of rain on the windscreen of that car. We're getting a great close-up from the cameraman there, just zoomed in for us perfectly. Perfectly done, well done, thank you. It went onto slicks, however, it has got lots and lots of rain on the windscreen. It says Steve Jans aboard that, of course, that was what car that came in, so the rank will update, as Simon just said, as it goes across the end of the pit lane exit, and we'll just wait for that to change, unless Steve Jans stays aboard that car. We'll find out any second now.
And it's Patrick Liddy on board the car.
Yeah, you were right.
We heard from Patrick yesterday that he wasn't going to drive until today. So Patrick is I mean, to be fair, Steve Jans has done a superb job. Really quick, very consistent, in those tricky conditions as well. Didn't really miss a beat at all. Arguably, him and Heinemann were the real stars, and certainly Ryan Diel when he was in the car earlier on in those conditions. But now we see Patrick Liddy, who I think is generally recognised as the quickest driver in that car, and will be putting in some very strong laps. So the car so far has done a 1:55.829. So we'll watch with great interest to see if that time can improve. Tim Heinemann here, second overall in the Up to Race car, and after that mammoth drive that we just talked about, the reward for Steve Jans is to have a chat with the lovely Carla.
Steve, you just got a lot of praise from our guys in the commentary box that your stint was superb. Did it feel superb?
At least I think it was fast. This is the most important. I mean, it was a clean stint. Yeah, the start, maybe I lost a few places, but yeah, our tires were not the freshest anymore. But then I think with new tire set and clean air, it was quite a good one.
It was indeed. Tell me a little bit how it feels to be out there in these tricky conditions. I know the Mercedes behaves quite well in general around this track, but you do have to make sure you get the right spot on the track, correct?
Yeah, right. I mean, honestly, I have a lot of NÜRBURGRING laps, so I used to these conditions. But yeah, the car is very safe, to be honest, compared maybe to other GT3 guys. So we get a lot of feedback, and yeah, you have to take care. Every corner can change, but it was not that bad. So to stay on slicks was not a big problem.
Can you get a little bit more into detail? What do you mean when you say it's a little bit more safe compared to others? What gives you the safety feeling in that car?
So I think it's a very nice platform, so that the weight transfer is like 50%. So yeah, the car is not snappy at all. So yeah, if the car is moving, it's always predictable. So in the end, yeah, it makes much fun. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Good luck for the rest.
Thank you.
Great insight to the handling of GT3, various GT3 platforms there from Steve Jans. Just done that mega stint in the 286 Get Speed Mercedes, and the point he was making, which is I managed to get a Carl to ask him, but so thank you so much for that, Carl. A really good driver into when he just jumped out of the car as well there. When he says it's safe, what he means is it's not snappy, it's reliable, it's consistent what it's doing when it's moving around. The driver knows what he can do, know where his limits are. He or she can push that car and know where it's going to do. It's not going to be any surprises which you don't want in any form of racing, let alone in tricky conditions. So great interview there by Carla. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it was a really good interview. And this is Tim Heinemann we're seeing on the screen. He's now just over 3 seconds behind the race leader, Matej Konotka, and lapping around about 3 seconds faster. So you would suspect that there they are. There's first and second, both on the road and overall. And you're going to see that Heinemann is pushing so hard, he's going to be on the back of that yellow Lambo. Now, it is not an easy place to pass it, but if you have that sort of performance advantage, then there's a reasonably good chance, there's the good old flashing of the lights, that'll always do it, there's a reasonably good chance you'll be on it and through. Now, I was actually flashing to let the Seat know he's coming through, so he might have lost a little bit of time there as the Seat let him through, but one thing's for sure, he's going to be on the back of that car very quickly. So, suitably refreshed. First we had our dear friend Snowy go off and grab some lunch, then Ben's back now, so I'm going to hand back over to Ben, who will, along with Peter, take you through to the end of what we know is going to be an absolutely fascinating race.
Simon Hill, once again, thank you very much for your contributions and helping us out. Not only superb commentary, but enabling us to have a little bit of a commentary box, pit stop ourselves, and good to see you again, mate. Go and get something for that throat and get that spray down there and get some drugs into you, mate, in a good way. Look after yourself. So I'm rejoined in the booth by a suitably refueled and refreshed Ben Constanduras. I assume he's taken on fuel. He might have taken on tyres as well. I don't know, but I'll have a look at his footwear in a minute. No, he looks like he's on the same set of rubber on his feet still. So a little bit of a battle on track here now between the Up2 Racing Porsche and the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini. That is a change position. Tim Heinemann is that takes the lead of the race from Maciej Konopka in the Lamborghini. He's now demoted down to second place. We said Tim Heinemann was on a charge, didn't we? Well, Tom and I did.
That Lamborghini owes a pit stop very, very shortly. We were talking about the GT3s mainly getting 35, 36 laps out of their fuel tanks, but the Lamborghini seems to be able to go longer. Konopka's been in that car, shouldn't say Konopka because there's three of them. Mate has been in that car for 38 laps, and surely that means that he needs to get in the pits very, very shortly to service that Lamborghini. But we know that it's sitting in a really strong position strategy-wise, because much like Get Speed, they will need to do less pit stops than the two Porsches because of the way the red flag fell. So it is fascinating. Yes, he's just been passed on track by Heinemann, pushing really, really hard, but there's so many sub-stories to when the pit stops occurred, what they have in the tank, and also driver lineup and driver time. We've seen Tim in his car quite a lot today. How much time have we seen his teammates in the car, and how does that, how do they need to use their teammates during the second part of this race? Because they are, each team has a different requirement for their driver lineup.
For those of us new to listening and watching this type of racing, that which Ben is alluding to there is your different categories of drivers. So we have your AMs, your Pro-Ams and your Pros, and they all require to make it balanced and fair. Now, funny you said that Lamborghini, it's just come in and gone straight into the fuel place, so Ben was spot on there. So just going back to the driver thing, each driver, so basically you can use a Pro driver a little bit less than you can use an AM driver to make it unfair. Otherwise you could have a Pro driver in and do all the work, AM driver do 5 laps, and you wouldn't really contribute to. So to balance it out, you use your drivers up. So we talked about this yesterday when we had an extended code 60. If it's a decent length of code 60, and we know it's going to be for some barrier repairs for quite a while, then you might pop in your AM driver to use up that time when they're not wearing tyres out, not using much fuel, so you're saving that at the same time, but get that driver time used behind the code 60, which is a great use of. So it's all part of the strategy working towards the overall result in a team. And that's one of the things I love about endurance racing, is there are so many different levels as to how it all works.
Just trying to find the correct document, because there is the supplementary regulations and then there is the changes to the supplementary regulations, and it's the changes to the supplementary regulations I think has the correct document, yes it does, for who needs to do what. So that Tim Heinemann up to race Porsche has is a full fat entry, so that is a GT3, what we would call a Pro car. Same, no, not same as Era. Era are a Pro-Am machine. That's the PA beside the name underneath Ollie Bryant. So effectively, the way that those drivers are used, it has different regulations set. The Pro team, so Heinemann in the up-to race Pro entry. Just checking who else is in that category. Pennin Racing is the only other one, I think, in that category. They have to use their AM driver a sixth of the race, so that's 2 hours?
Yeah.
And Pro driver can only do half of the race. So in that lineup, therefore, we have Tim Heinemann as the Pro, so he can do no more than half the race, but he's allowed to do 6 hours, which is a huge amount. And Oleszki, who is the AM driver, must do a minimum of 2 hours. Now, I reckon that Oleszki probably has already done 2 hours. Maybe not today, but probably in with today and yesterday added together. Let's have a look what he's done today, because my strategy computer can only deal with one day at a time. Oleski has done a duration of 6 laps, so 12 minutes, and then an hour and 18 minutes. So considering what he did yesterday, I'm pretty sure that they will have got his drive time out of the way, and therefore they can use Fabio Gross and Tim Heinemann freely for the rest of the race.
Yeah, you just mentioned there the ERA Motorsport Ferrari there, the number 81 entry with its Pro-Am lineup. You've got the 4 drivers in there, Dwight Merriman, Ryan Zill and Jake Hill, Ollie Bryant, and they've all got different ratings. Dwight is an AM, Ryan is the Pro, Jake is the semi-pro, and Ollie is an AM Plus. Just to remind myself what that was, what an AM Plus was, it's basically the definition is specifically designated to driver who's normally rated as a bronze or silver, but possesses a high level of speed and experience that puts him on par with a professional driver. So that actually sums up Ollie Bryant perfectly.
Exactly.
It's written for him, basically, isn't it? Yeah, so he's not an AM, he's actually got a lot more experience, but it's not an ego thing. Actually, you want an AM because then they get better times and allowances. You want a really quick, you want an AM Plus to be regarded as a bronze or an AM or something like that, don't you? In the days, what level were you? What last grade did you get to?
Probably didn't have one.
Oh, did you not? Okay, sorry. That wasn't meant to be a lead, sorry.
Not sure.
I surely did, sorry.
So
I'll get back onto my rockets.
Proton competition, the 73 machine, they're using a lot of Joel Sturm today, which is pretty obvious because he's the fastest in their lineup. He is the pro driver, so they are a different category of lineup. I've just lost them on my piece of paper. They are a Pro-Am lineup. So a Pro-Am lineup, much like ERA, have various different regulations depending on whether you have an AM Spirit or you don't have an AM Spirit. We do have an AM Spirit in York Drive, so at Proton, and therefore a combination of the AM Spirit and the AM drivers must have a minimum of the third of the race duration, of which a 6th must be done by the AM Spirit. So York Dry Zone needs to do 2 hours, and between himself and Konstantin Dressler, they must do a third of the race. A third of 12 is 4. So effectively, you're going to want to run Dressler for 2 and Dryso for 2, and then you can play around with Manuel Lauk and Joel Sturm as you wish. Joel not being able to do anything more than the full half a race, as that is a change for 2nd position, as Patrick Liddy, getting his pro time in, gets past Melvin Moe and up to 2nd position, but they are 1 lap down on the 88 Porsche at the head of the field. They are completely different strategies as well.
And for the purposes of equality, which is what this is all about, this is balancing performance and all these different things, to try and make these levels as quick, as level as possible. In that Proton Huber competition number 73 car, you've got York Dressler, who's an AM Spirit.
Yeah, I just talked about that.
Oh, did you?
Yes, whilst you were looking.
My apologies, sorry, I will shut up then. What's the definition of an AM Spirit then?
Well, tell me the definition, because it's the spirit of an AM, but the championship has decided to give him an AM Spirit rating.
Yeah, it's exactly the opposite of the one that Ollie Bryant is, an AM Plus. It's basically somebody who would, if you start a race on an absolute true gentleman amateur, genuinely, and you come in, your lowest level category would be a bronze. That would put you at a level against other bronzes where you may not yet have that experience. Yeah. So they give you an AM Spirit designation to say it's in the spirit of let's go racing, let's have a look at it. We have a pit lane report from, I believe it's Sarah now?
Still Carla. Still
apologies.
Carla in the pit lane, no worries. Just a little observation for you guys. The Seb Lajou with the number 910 just came in and did front brake pad changes. Unfortunately, they struggled on the front right. It took almost double as long as the front left. Therefore, quite a long time spent in the pit lane, so you guys have the much better overview than I do. Maybe you can see where they came out and what it means for them that they did have to spend that much time in the pit lane, and they changed tires as well, by the way.
Do you know what? It wasn't crazily long pit stop. It was a 5 minutes 12 pit stop. So a good pit stop in 992, but a full service is about 4.5 minutes. So only an extra 45 seconds taken to do all that. And they very much are still in the mix of things for 992. It's, again, we've got a different strategy going on there. I speculated that when I went for lunch that Chazelle Technology had put on wet tyres. I am going to take that back because I have checked and my lunch break, oh no, they did. So they did put wet tyres on for 7 laps and then they had to change those back over to dry tyres. Maybe you covered that whilst I was eating lunch. But the reason I got confused is Jean-Mathieu Leandri is still aboard that car. And that car is still at the head of the 992 field. Did you cover that?
We did.
Oh, there we go.
I gave you a thumbs up, but
I wasn't listening.
You don't need to listen to a thumbs up.
What? No.
It's a visual.
No, I wasn't listening at the time. It's quite a walk from the commentary box down to the food area, and actually the speakers weren't very loud in the food area. So.
I heard you, but I wasn't listening. That's what my children do. Yeah, I heard you, Dad, I just wasn't listening.
I've been asking all race for a pit reporter to go and talk to the As Best Racing team, and I saw that Carla did that whilst I couldn't hear her. So I don't know what you said, I don't know what they said, but you'll tell me later. Or you can tell me on text, or I can watch back and go hunting. Vladimir Vladikin on the tail of the Adam Konopka run ARC Bratislava Lamborghini now. Now I would have thought those two are good, equal to each other, and Ollie Bryant is just behind them as well. Now, what's going on here? A problem for the Audi? That was almost like he didn't have full speed down the straight. Dropping back, letting past the Pellin Racing Ferrari of Massimo Perina. That car is a full lap down, so they're not. That one is not worrying for position. So you've got Konopka in the Lamborghini, Vladikin in the Audi, and then Ollie Bryant in the Ferrari. What they look like? So Bryant's done nearly 30 laps. So Bryant is coming to the end of his stint, or coming to the end of this stint. Vladikin is right in the middle of his stint. Konopka is just starting his stint. So they are on great, fun, exciting battle on track to what? They're in completely different worlds when it comes to the overall. And that's what we love about endurance racing.
Absolutely, how it all works out.
Well, you like the last hour when you suddenly go, oh, that's what they were doing. But this is the period of the race where everybody is in a different place. The wiper's back on down the main straight. And as I say, when I walked here, it was spitting with rain, but psychological rain. The kind of rain that slows you down but doesn't take away any grip.
Yeah, the kind of will it, won't it rain.
On board with Ollie Bryant, he hasn't got his wipers on.
He doesn't need little spots of rain appearing on the screen. We're getting a bit of an onboard footage there as Ollie Bryant, and there is water. Now that's what we want, a bit of water dispersing as the car goes at speed. The faster you go, the more it disperses, and obviously that's great on the straight bits when the car's going past through the technical parts. And if you're racing in combat with others, then that's where you really do have to be careful.
Igor Sorokin brings the HRT Performance Porsche into the pits for a full service. And Carla is there watching. Doesn't know there's a driver going in, is there, Carla?
Quite sure. Honestly, I turned my back too late to see which driver went in. I'm going to find out, well, you will probably find out quicker once he leaves the pit lane. But my comment on this one is the second the tires were on, it started raining quite heavily here in the pit lane. So the pit lane is getting very wet. You will see the Porsche actually driving through a puddle. We do have puddles in the pit lane, which is probably also not ideal. And some other note, we earlier just had the Get Speed PCX car in, and Jordan Boisson went out again of the car after what I believe was quite a short stint. So I think what we are witnessing now is what you guys explained earlier on with the different categories and classes of drivers and cars. They are now really playing the game of how can we make sure that the fastest driver is in for the most challenging situation, which is at the end of the race.
And it's really challenging out there now, just watching Melvin Moe come up through the Schumacher S's and once again losing the rear end, just couldn't get the car turned in. We rode on board with Viper Nisa Racing when Dominic Ang was aboard this car, and he really struggled in the rain. And he's had to go offline to get around a Cayman a bit earlier on the lap. Oh, and he got a full swapper on.
And he more than got round it, didn't he? He went round it, quite literally. Rotation facing the opposite direction, 180 degrees.
So a slow lap even at the start of the lap from the Viper Nisa team. And Melvin nearly went to Moe on the grass there.
You were determined to get that in yesterday, and you've now done it, so well done. Bravo. Round of applause, Ben.
There's a new feature that the social media team here at 24H Series are doing called Overheard or Unheard. They just did their first post on silly things that commentators and pit reporters and drivers say. Needless to say, lots of our stuff. I was
going to say that I imagine we could provide lots of material for that.
And that's another one. There you go. Note it down, Carla. It's one for your entertainment box. But thankfully, Melvin kept the car on the hard stuff and keeps going. We've got other cars struggling with grip right now as well. Oh, yes, a decent amount of rain at that point of the circuit. It's Fabian Dance.
Oh, dancing with the grip level there, wasn't he?
Dancing. Well done, Snowy. You're very proud of yourself.
I'm going with it. You've set me off here now.
I'm useless with puns. Dancing around was Fabian Dance. You have to say that with a Mancunian accent, otherwise it doesn't work. Or any northern accent. Yellow flag at
Northern English, that is, by the way, because we're a global audience.
I've just worked out we're nearly halfway through this race without a code 60.
Well done for tempting that one again. The Bratislava Lamborghini is going very, very, very tippy-toe round and keeping off all the curbs. So is there a problem with that, or is it just not on the wrong tyres?
The yellow flag has just been withdrawn as we find him going slowly. I wonder whether the yellow flag was the responsibility of the 44. Let's take a look. Yeah, Adam Konopka is due at the finishing line now, and he's nowhere near it. So I reckon that 44 has had a bit of a moment, and now he's just trying to get his confidence back. Doesn't look very rainy out of our window, but I think there are parts of the circuit once again that clearly are showing signs of slippiness.
Well, it's certainly not very comfortable with that Bratislava Lamborghini underneath him, is he? It's just, you can just see he's placing the car so carefully. A little bit of exit curb there, and I'm surprised he didn't come into the pits on that lap, because if he's that uncomfortable with the car, I'd have thought there might be a change. We've got a car skating across the gravel there. That's the 925?
Yeah, Van Berlo's.
Van Berlo's car, yeah.
Glenn Van Berlo aboard that car right now at the Schumacher S's. This is clearly the most slipperiest place, and he goes skipping across the gravel. It's actually the venue of the World Rallycross Championship a few years ago, that area of the circuit, and they were doing something similar. One year, though, they came and it was snowing. So if you fancy an afternoon Google the World Rallycross Championship when it snowed at the NÜRBURGRING. Amazing images. Probably not on Google, probably not on YouTube, because it was run by Red Bull Media House at the time and they geo-blocked everything. So it'll only be a hooky stream that you can find.
We've had snow at NLS rounds. We've had Bruce Jones and I had one a couple of years ago, I think it was, maybe even 3 now, where opening round, and it was we panned down to snowmen being built in the pit lane, and whereupon they cancelled the race.
Code 60 coming within 20 seconds. We've got an incident out on circuit. I can't tell you what it is right now, but we are going to have our first Code 60. I told you
not to jinx it. It's the era Ferrari in the gravel.
Oh, who's in that car? Ollie Bryant.
Ollie Bryant, yeah.
And he's gone sideways in and really dug that car in. And I'm afraid that is going to need to be snatched. There is no way that is coming out under its own steam. Oh no, Ollie. Such a talented racer.
And that's swap. That's a Schumacher S. So you've got a left, a right,
proper swapper,
and that's on a complete swap around. Exactly. He's lost it through there and come and rotated around and come into the gravel. The incident vehicle now arriving to pull that car out. One of the big advantages of this is, though, Ben, is that the car is facing outwards, massive gravel trap. Next to it, immediately to its left, to Ollie's left, is a huge tarmac area. So the car will be pulled forward, rotated around onto that gravel there. He can even accelerate and shake the vast majority of that gravel out of the car long before it gets onto the track and rejoins and causes a problem for any other traffic on track.
That ARC Bratislava car did a 2 minutes 51 lap last time, so it had him really struggling and was actually passed by Ollie Bryant at full position before Ollie put it into the gravel. I like the idea of a proper swapper.
A proper swapper.
Like, why have I eaten some spicy pasta and now I've become northern? Looks like a bit of damage to the front of that Molnar. Second Molnar Porsche. The first one obviously leading the race before it had a
there is, yes, you're right.
But I can't kind of work out what that damage is. Oh, it's...
No, the nose has been impacted with something, so the nose is actually split, so the front open where the badge is actually on the bonnet. This is Roland Saka in the 904 Molnar Motorsport car we're talking about, and its bodywork is now sticking up over the bonnet.
And he's going to carry on as well. Goes past as we put slicks on the Jutta Racing Audi. Now, I'd learnt in Dubai whether that was Jutta or Jutta, and now I can't remember.
Retain that well, then.
Well, it was January.
That's okay.
It was a long time ago now.
You goldfish, you.
Well, we've established that after last night's conversation that nothing sticks. Can't even remember my own actions.
So the ERA Ferrari is now being pulled out of the gravel, just pulled straight forward on a live snatch. That'll be disconnected from the tow vehicle. Indeed, it has been.
It means that Ollie can now carry on.
Fire it up, and he's either going to do a multi-point turn there, because the lock on those things isn't a great deal in any of these modern GT3 cars, or any modern race cars, to be honest, let alone vision out of the cars, because you sit very well ensconced inside there, and Ollie's gone...
Interesting.
All the way around the outside. He will probably have been directed to do that, I suspect, because the marshals were gesticulating to him. So that won't be Ollie's choice. He'll just be following the marshals' direction. So that's entirely down to them, and correct that the driver does so.
Is that the Hofer Racing BMW in the garage outside our window? I think it may well be, as the Pellin Ferrari runs wide over at the Schumacher S's, and I think even behind him was another car going off.
Yes.
There we go, the Audi. So it really was a trouble point, wasn't it? They were steaming up the hill towards the Schumacher S's and all discovering there was not the grip there, and yeah, we're not going to see, by the looks of things, Ollie Bryant's misdemeanor up there. He's kept it out the barrier, which is good. But yeah, sorry to completely change subject. No, there's the Hoffa Racing BMW coming past. And what am I talking about? Hoffa Racing Mercedes. Hoffa Racing are running two cars.
Yes,
right?
they've got a BMW GT4 as well.
Which has gone past too.
Yeah.
So what is the car in the garage?
They're just doing a service on an E-Type or something. Don't worry.
It literally looks like that, because I'm looking at the garage of Hoffa Racing where the Mercedes would be, and the timing screen's saying he's on an outlap, and yet there's definitely a car at the front of the garage. Now, a lot of these cars, as you may have seen on some of our interviews, have a second car at the back of the garage. There is the Hoffa Racing Mercedes, so I wasn't wrong. It is on track, but their second car is right at the front of the garage. Really confusing me.
So note from the race director that the code 60 continues for cleaning of the track at turns 10 and 16. 10 is the latter part of the Schumacher S. In fact, it's the right-hand part. That's where Ollie Bryant went off in the ERA Ferrari. And turn 16 is the second part of the chicane just before the final turn 17 onto the pit straight.
Here's a replay of what happened to Ollie Bryant, and coming into shot 909, Red Camels goes through shot. Look, next car up the hill. Oh, 904 in the gravel trap.
That might explain, that's the Molnar car, might explain the damage to the front.
Yeah, but is that then, if that, I know that camera shot's not to continue, but I think
the ERA Ferrari was off because I wonder if wonder if they collected Ollie Bryant there.
When you pan right.
Yeah.
It's so uncharacteristic of Ollie to be in a gravel trap. I've watched him for years and never seen him off.
100%. So maybe that's one for one of our pit lane interviews at some point when they get the chance. The ERA Motorsport Ferrari is in the pits now, whether it's doing a driver change or not. If it is, now would be a great time to go and find out from the outgoing driver, Ollie Bryant, exactly what happened there.
He's a very well-spoken chap. He'll look after you, Carla.
He is.
Yes. Oh, the guys in Cologne who are providing us with our replays working incredibly hard here. So look at the very top of shot. Wow,
yes,
okay.
yeah, so Mullercar's lost it and just turned left and speared into the back of the ERA Ferrari, which explains why the Ferrari was facing them a very odd way. I thought it was very odd to lose it and face that way. You spotted the reference data marks on the tyre marks on the track, and it was an odd way to have lost the car in the middle of it. Well, it was odd because it was outside assistance for the 904 Müller Motorsport Porsche.
Now, is the ERA car in the garage? Because there's nobody in the pit lane there. I think we may have got more problems for that car than just a spin and go, because timing screen says in pits. That is going to be an important subject for Carla to go and find out about, but I think she's with another driver right now.
Tim Heinemann is stood next to me, and Tim, watching you is like watching a fun movie. You're just having a blast no matter the conditions out there. Is that right?
Sorry, it's so loud, I did not hear you, sorry.
You seem to have a lot of fun out there.
Yeah, I mean, for sure it was super difficult. But I know the NÜRBURGRING, I've done some races here, so I was prepared for this condition. For sure it's a lot of fun when it's changing condition. It's a lot of risk, for sure, to go fast, but I enjoyed it quite a lot. Yeah, I think our pace was good, but yeah, we have to see where we are in terms of strategy, but it was a lot of fun.
Tell me a little bit, how do you decide where to drive? Because it was very, very visible that you used a line that others in the beginning didn't use. You were so aware where it will be wet and where it will not be. Is that something that you choose from experience or from looking at the track every second?
It's a combination. For sure it's also a bit of luck to choose the correct line, but no, I mean, like I said, I know the track, I know how to read it, the tarmac. So I tried to use my experience, and in the end you have to try. And it was really, really strange, because normally the track takes a lot of time to dry up, but today it really dries up quickly. So one lap you have to use the wet line, and the next lap you have to use the dry line. And in the end you just have to test it. It's try and error. And yeah, I enjoyed it. It was a lot of fun.
It really looked like it. Your stint was roughly 2.5 hours long, if I'm not wrong. Is that something that gets very tiring, especially in those conditions, or are you fit enough to feel quite all right? You look quite okay for just getting out of the car now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm used to it. For sure, as a racing driver, you do a lot of race weekends, so a lot of driving helps to stay fit. And I like to do double stints, because when you stay in the car, your body is never relaxing. And when you do a single stint, you go out of the car, your body calms down, then you get tired. So I like to stay in the car, take a drink. We have the drinking system in the car, and then it's quite okay. We have a good car from Porsche, a lot of air circulation, and we have the air condition, so that for sure helps. Yeah, and in the end, I also would like to drive more, because it was a lot of fun.
You just put your AM driver into the car. The AM driver only has to do 2 hours. I believe he's done that already. Why did you, as a team, choose to put him in now?
Sorry?
Why did you choose to put the AM driver in now? I think he already did his mandatory hours.
No, he didn't. He did 1 hour and 15 minutes. He has to do 2. And we expect some more rain towards the end of the race. So this is why we put him now in the car when it's dry condition. And put in Fabio to do the race finish. Let's see how it turns out. It's the NÜRBURGRING. It could be sunny in 10 minutes or snowing. We never know, so we just hope for the best.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Slightly misled Carla there, but I am sure we saw him for a stint yesterday, and that stint would have been around an hour, and he's done over an hour already today. So for me, he's done 2 hours. He doesn't need to do 2 hours per day, because that's a third of the race. He only needs to do a sit. But there are cleverer people, people in the paddock and pit boxes than me, so there must be a reason. But Alexki's back in the car. Interesting that Tim, with all of his local knowledge, thinks that we're going to get some more rain, and so trying to get the drive time out of the way now, which means Patrick Liddy will be closing in on him, especially if we get any conditions, any issues with conditions. Although, last lap, 2 minutes dead from Alexi, 2 minutes dead from Melvin Moe. Those are good times for AM drivers. Now, ERA. We just went to an interview as they brought the car in, and is this game over? This looks like game over for ERA. Couldn't have been that big a hit, surely. I'm gutted for the guys if it is, because nobody's still in the car. Can you see what's going on there?
That's exactly what I just wanted to tell you. Ollie is still in the car, so there's definitely not game over. On the front right, well, yeah, of course on the front. On the right, they are fixing the rear mirror. Wheels are off. I did see some mechanics underneath the car, which is completely normal. Once you land it in the gravel, you really need to make sure that the floor of your car is good to go. It's a very important aerodynamic part of the car. But people are moving rather quick, obviously, because they want to get the car back out, but it doesn't seem dramatic. So give me a little bit more time to look deeper into it. But for now, this looks like somewhat normal procedure just to make sure the car is good to go again.
It's missing its rear wing. It didn't miss its rear wing in the instance. They've taken the rear wing off in the pit lane for some issues at the back of the car.
Well, that's where the car was.
Results then. So far, with a half race left. Up to Racing, lead, get speed. Porsche versus Mercedes. Viper Nisa Racing still up there, having a wonderful, wonderful weekend, with Proton Competition in third position, having done their private time for their AMs. Lamborghini in fifth spot, slightly fading today since the beginning of the day. Alex Acker's back in the Continental Racing, Simpson Motorsport Audi. Pellin Racing up to seventh position, Santaloc up to eighth, and this is what happens in these endurance races. The best 992 car is still Chazelle Technologies, up in ninth overall, ahead of the Jutta Racing Audi. Red Camels Jordan, the second of the 992 category cars, ahead of three more GT3s, including the Aston Martin, the ERA Motorsport Ferrari, which is in pit lane, and the Hoffer Racing Mercedes. Then more 992s. Third in 992 is HRT Performance, ahead of RPM Racing, with them Van Berlo Motorsport in 17th overall. Seb Lejeune Racing fading behind all of them, down in 18th spot, but that is fifth in AM. And then the recovering Get Speed team just trying to get as many points in the Pro-Am category in GT3. More 992s, Mulder Motorsport, then MM, then Seb Lejeune, and finally the Adit Kumar Red Ant Racing Mercedes down in 23rd spot, with Hoffer Racing by Bonk, the BMW GT4 machine. Best barbecue in the paddock this weekend. Smells wonderful down there. And then Not Only Motorsport with their Ligier, the three Best Racing cars, the Cayman, the Cupra, the Seat, and then the GTX Ligier is still running. They've had plenty of problems. The other two are not. Mulder Motorsport retiring out of the race, as has And here are the highlights from today's action then. After 6 hours on Saturday, grey skies for the start of Sunday. Porsche, and Viper Nissan Mercedes on the lead lap. Lamborghini and a very fast-starting Benji Pack in the middle part of the pack, trying to make it 3-4 wide into the first turn. Eventually it looked like chaos, but they all did manage to get through that first corner safely and start to sort each other out, although a wonderful, wonderful image of 30 racing cars flicking left and right through the Mercedes arena. Lots of pro drivers once again in the cars, and a nice clean track meant that the sorting out sometimes was rather frenetic. As Benji Pack asking a bit too much at the rear end of his Mercedes. We saw both Lejeune Racing come on track the same part of the circuit before the 888 retired. But all the way through the day so far, we've had little bits of rain. That was the Red Camels Jordan car losing a right rear wheel when the rain began to fall, and suddenly it became incredibly tricky. Nobody really went to the wet tyre. It wasn't worth it. Unfortunately, 888 retired, and even in wet conditions, we stuck with the slicks. Viper Nisa went for a spin. Fabian Dance went for a dance. And Glenn Van Berlo skipping across the gravel. Then the first Code 60 of the day, Era Motorsport in the gravel trap after contact with another Porsche, and grey skies continue to cloud over this Nürburgring circuit. The locals are saying we're expecting more rain later, and this race could end under soggy conditions. But you have to say, despite all of that, despite clearly a very tricky racetrack to go racing on this weekend, the attrition rate, Zoe, and the retirement rate and the issues rate is really rather low.
You just don't learn what a commentator's role is. It's not to provide... Ben, I'm joking. Relax, my friend, relax. It's to jinx. It is one of our roles to jinx. Yes, you said there hadn't been a Code 60. There was a Code 60. I said it would rain. It rained. Come on, if only we knew we had this power in the real world, it'd be fantastic, wouldn't it? Yes, the attrition is amazing. Let's keep it that way. The clouds are clearing. The skies are brightening. And let's have another 2 hours, 50-odd minutes of sunshine to the end of this 12-hour race in two parts.
Oh, there's more penalties being issued. There's quite a few penalties that haven't been served yet, but a significant one there coming in for the Get Speed team. And Patrick Liddy in that car, closing down the lead of the race. Just minutes between first and second. And Liddy has a 20-second penalty for causing a collision. Hasn't got cut limits infringements as yet, but 20 seconds will stint his progress. It's the AM driver in the leading car right now, and that's the difference between the pace. Let's go back down to Carla, whatever your name is, who is monitoring what's going on at Era Motorsport. Sorry, Carla.
Clara, are you all right, Ben? I'm starting to worry about you.
You know I'm not.
I've been worried a very long time.
Well, Era Motorsports, the more important topics rather than my first name. So, the situation is the following. They did have a right suspension problem. The rear toe link was damaged. And the reason why you saw the wing off is because the whole back of the car comes off as one. So, in order to get to that rear suspension, they had to take the whole back of the car off. I'm not quite sure if you guys saw it on the live stream itself or were able to speak about it, but apparently they did have contact with a spinning 992 car. I believe it was the Milner car, which is why the Era car with Ollie Bryant in it did have this unlucky situation of getting into the gravel. By the looks of it, things seem to be fixed almost completely. There are small parts they still work on. Ollie Bryant never left the car. He's still in the car. So I'm guessing wheels will come out soon and you will see the car back on track and racing in any moment.
I just don't feel as though Era have shown their true potential this year. Ever since really they entered the championship, you know that they've got mega pace, they've got mega drivers, they're a super professional team, but the results yet have not yet come their way, and you know, completely nothing. I mean, we haven't seen the full incident, but I imagine that Ollie Bryant did nothing wrong. He just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah, it's a bit of a conundrum, that one, isn't it? Because you're absolutely right. All the ingredients are there. It just hasn't. They haven't quite. You know, the ingredients for the recipe are there. They just haven't quite baked the cake that you'd expect at the moment. And I don't really know why. And that's absolutely not pointing a finger or being remotely negative. It's just odd how everything seems to add up, but yet hasn't quite gelled for some reason. And I don't know what that is.
Yeah, whether it be last year or this, it just. Waiting for the result that you expect, because I suppose because they've got such history in different championships, they've had such success in championships that you'd expect them to come in and be a Get Speed and be a team that simply just take victories willy-nilly because they are that good. I'm trying to remember the team, the German team that the twins that just come in and win. Herbert. Thank you, Bet Brain, for sort of work.
Brain.
I'm now in the
Brain. What category is he? Bronze? Silver?
No. Spirit.
Spirit.
And that's
oh, bless you. Bless
the
you.
vodka spirit, not actually.
Let's upgrade you to an AM plus, shall we?
So, yeah, Era going back out on circuit, but again, another result taken away from them. And actually, it's going to be interesting whether they can get out before get speed. We're going to end up with a battle for third in Pro-Am, 15 laps back, because of course get speed had their issue yesterday, and they're never going to get back that result. But with others retiring and having issues, by going around in circles, they can inherit positions. And I don't know how long Era need to be in the pits before get speed can pass them. But Benji Pack aboard the get speed car, it's down in 19th position right now, and you can see there is now, between the two of them, they're on the same lap, and get speed are going round in circles. So there we go, get speed now ahead of Era, so that is a position lost for get speed, lost for Era, gained for get speed, and for the championship positions, vital. So GT3 Pro-Am third position, trophy, pot hunting, and podium. Get speed now on that. Konstantin Dressler brings the Proton competition car, surely still in the mix for the victory, but a couple of laps back right now.
So there's a little camera on the a little vignette, if you like, of the Era Motorsport Ferrari in the pits. There's a driver in there, but whilst they're doing that work on the back end of this car, this is the 81 entry that's now dropped to 13th in class and 19th overall. The car that was harpooned by a Muller Motorsport 904 entry early with Ollie Bryant in the car. There's a driver in that car now. I'm not familiar enough with the crash helmet to recognise who it is. However, intent that it's going out is pretty clear in that it's got tyre warmers on the front wheels. Probably not on the rear, because I suspect they're working on that end, but it's clearly going to rejoin at some point. Now, what you can do with... There's 2 hours, 45 minutes to go, but you never give up.
No, but that is annoying for them that they now
lost, more than annoying, frustrating.
Lost that Pro-Am third position. I mean, they're not fighting for the championship like the get speed car is. Windscreen wipers on more furiously on the Continental Simpson Motorsport machine. Alex Acker is aboard that car, and I think he might have moved up to 5th position ahead of Adam Konopka on that last lap, and I think that's why our director, yes it is, why they've picked that car up. So what that means in terms of their strategy, Konopka was one of the cars that ignored the code 60, so has artificially slightly moved ahead. Everybody else went into the pits and got a service under code 60. Continental Racing were little bit unlucky in that they fueled under code 60, but then the code 60 went to green whilst they were getting their tyres, so they only got 15% fuel because it was a code 60, but then they had the cars going fast around the circuit, and that's interesting, therefore, that Konstantin Dressler's come into the pits, and there finally we get a look at the back end of the Ferrari and a look at how easily it's been designed to fix that whole rear end back on in a click and a clack like a Lego car. Those big red poles will be specifically designed to bolt that bit on, 2 bolts.
It's been designed on very much component form. When this Ferrari 296, not even the Evo version, when the 296 first came out, one of the first things I said about it, having a look around one close up in the pit lanes, was that it was basically an LMP car designed to GT3 regulations.
A bit like Orica, isn't it?
Yeah, just beautifully thought out. And again, they've done things apparently on the Evo things that I think it was Ollie Mulry telling me at Daytona, and Jake Hill only confirmed it at Ricard about the Evo edition. They've done certain things that make makes the engineer's life easier when they're taking fuel or draining oil out of it. It can go onto the undertray. The undertray can then run onto different parts of the car. Wow. It's difficult to clean, so they've changed things like that, not just for pure pace, to make the thing more serviceable, more user-friendly for everybody, which all saves time, doesn't it, in the pits?
Well, and moreover, the teams are going to love that, and you know they'll more and more love working on the cars. We had a comment yesterday from Red Hat Racing saying, you know, it all takes a bit longer to fix a Mercedes. Oh, Lamborghini's rear wing has failed. Do you know what? I'm pretty sure I've seen that happen before.
It's just dropped off on the swan neck on one side, isn't it? We've got to be careful that doesn't just drop off completely.
Somewhere last year.
Straight away, race director, ARC, Bratislava, Lamborghini, technical flag, pit immediately.
Yeah, they don't want that coming off completely and flying around. Somewhere last year, and I want to say early part of last year, I was in the pits for a race. Leopard Motorsport, running Lamborghinis, had exactly the same failure. Because I remember dragging the cameraman in to show exactly what had failed.
It's just gone past the theatre. I come into the theatre and go, have you seen your rear wing, mate? That can't be right.
So we need to get a camera on the ARC Bratislava rear wing when it comes in, because what fails, I think, or what failed on the Leopard car last time was the bonding between the fixation and the wing. Not the bolt itself that holds the wing onto the swan neck, but actually the bonding, which is a glue rather than a bolt. So I wonder if that's the same thing. It's not going to compromise it massively. Honestly, it's going to be a little bit of an annoyance. Yeah, do you know what? It is exactly the same thing. That is so weird. Era goes out back onto circuit, so not a great deal behind.
One Italian product back on track. One Italian product about to come in.
Very different ideologies and qualities. Let's not forget, it's built by Orica, the Ferrari. It's not built by Maranello. So, ARC
doesn't have an Orica badge on the front. It's got a Ferrari badge on the front.
It's built by Orica, not built by Ferrari.
It's like going fishing with you sometimes. It's so easy.
No, but I know what.
I know exactly what you mean as well.
Also, I'm implying something that I'm not saying. But we do know that Orica build incredibly good race cars and serviceable race cars, and it's an interesting partnership. But the assumption is, oh, it's a Ferrari, so it's built by Maranello. I think that's the assumption. Like anything. You know, Lamborghini is built by Lamborghini. There isn't a supplier there, and that's what I think is surprising about the Ferrari, is that it has been outsourced.
Yeah, I mean, all these LMP cars are built by specialists. Say Oricas, Dalaras, whoever sort of thing. The Lola, whoever it may be. They are. No, I'm just saying in general, but there are
GT3.
Yeah. Well, no, just saying that race cars are built by specialist race teams who are given a commission to build us. We want a version of our road car to be built by you and do that. So,
but WRT.
Yeah.
Don't build the BMW M4. They run it.
Exactly.
BMW is built by BMW.
Yes.
It's not run. And I can't think of another brand of GT3 car. Maybe Corvette, because that was always
Pratt & Miller, wasn't it? Yes.
Maybe I think it is still Pratt & Miller. That would be an example like the Ferrari. But I find it fascinating that Ferrari went that direction, and it's paying off because it's a wonderful piece of kit. A lot of people, particularly in Asia, where I do some GT3 racing, that is the.
So you are racing still?
Talking about it.
Oh, GT racing commentary. Sorry.
Yeah. That is the car of choice. Absolutely, is the Ferrari. Because not only you get a Ferrari, but you get a car that's mega serviceable. Right? Is that Mercedes? Is that Lamborghini yet? In pit lane? Oh yes, it is. Right, here it comes. Carla's going to be watching. So Carla, is it the bolt or is it the glue fixation?
Checking just that. They did bring a new wing in just to be sure in case they need the new wing, but the wing itself looks fine. The left side is still mounted quite well. The right side looks like it is broken off somehow because there are screws and the screws are out. So but the screws themselves are still in the part that is supposed to hold the wing. They are just sort of popped out from underneath. So not quite sure why they are working on the left side now. It could be that they just want to get the whole thing off and actually use the new wing just to be sure, because most likely the part that connects the hulture and the wing itself, I think that let go. The wing was just moved again, the new wing, so not quite sure yet. We'll keep an eye on it, but definitely something very freakishly just let go back there.
Yeah, the bolt holes, I think, strip. So the bolts are still there, as you said, Carla, but the fixations pull out on the rear wing, and then so are they? Yeah, they are now taking off. They're taking off the rear wing. They're putting it back on, taking it off, I think, and then they're going to put the new one on with the new fixations, and hopefully make sure that the settings right.
I think you mean fixings, not fixations. Fixations are ideology.
Is that right?
Yes. Fixings. What is interesting is that there's damage to the left rear that they're using with colour-coded duct tape to repair the bodywork there. So that would imply some kind of impact or damage. The left-hand side of the rear wing did not get to touch the bodywork, whereas the right-hand side did by dropping down. So I don't see how the two are connected.
No,
but
they are.
No, it's just an interesting one. Just wondering what is one cause and effect. I'm trying to work out what's happened there. But obviously, the wing's got to go back in its different settings, and there's a close-up of the camera there with the multi-hole positions there where they can adjust the rear wing to different positions.
That is freakishly exactly the same as what I saw wherever it was last year. Craziness. So I think the idea is they're going to take that whole lot off, leave the swan neck, and then put the new one on in a similar position, but it's taking far too long, and they obviously hadn't really discussed it before coming into the pits. So there is work going on the other wing.
Yeah, so they're now setting those positions to the one they need to be. No, they're not actually. No, you're right. They're putting the brackets on with Allen keys onto that new rear wing. I'd have thought that had been prepared with its brackets already, but
yeah, exactly.
It takes up space. But I guess not. It's just it's a flat piece of carbon foil that goes in a sleeve, no doubt, for packaging to make sure it's not damaged. So why would you carry the brackets on it? And it might be that sometimes you need the bracket, not the whole wing. So why would you do a whole assembly?
So the bracket bolts into a block, and then the block is glued to the carbon wing. And we just have a brief shot there of the block and the fix above it, and then there you see there's the hole, and that's bonded. So I think half the time it's the bonding that breaks.
Now it looks like they can't actually get that the other side of the wing to come off at the moment, and it looks like there's a mechanic removing. Now I've just noticed that I wonder why he's taking the end plates off. Well, the new wing hasn't got end plates. So they're taking the end plates off the original wing and putting them onto the new one on the garage floor, whilst that's having its brackets fitted as well. There they go. They're passing the end plates down to connect them on. So it's basically a bare, naked carbon foil is the rear wing. Now adding end plates to it and brackets. So it's now being dressed up. It's not naked anymore. It's being dressed up.
And this is why you have a second car in the back of the garage, because it is much easier to do a couple of bolts.
Budget dependent.
No, but you know as well as I do, walking around here, there's always another car somewhere. And ARC Bratislava are also used to having a second car, or certainly in my memory. And you just take the same thing off, put the other one on, and then off you go. Not have to recreate and rebuild the whole thing with the fixings and the end plates, and this is taking far too long. And sadly, that is killing any chance of a good result.
Joking not, Ben, we had many years ago in a Spa 24-hour running a Dodge Viper, we lost the rear wing through a different incident, and it was too difficult to do exactly this. So we had a show car that was in the paddock. Joking not, you've just reminded me of that. And they literally, it was a slightly different, it was more curved shaped rear wing, but it was enough to get in the race. And it was quicker to go and remove the entire rear wing pre-assembled off the show car and replace it on the one on the race car than it was to rebuild the race car wing and send it out into the race. They then rebuilt that wing in the paddock, in the pits, then into the later part of the race, swapped them back over. But it's all about time.
Yeah,
So I hope somebody's made a note of the position of the rear wing there. I think there's multiple possibilities of holes as where that could go. You could give it loads of downfalls, no downfalls, or all sorts, or make it different side to side.
And why does it not fit now? This is it's about to take the end plates off again.
End plates off again. Have they got the end plates on the wrong ends?
It hasn't.
This is like big Lego, isn't it? Lamborghini Lego. Probably shouldn't say that, should I? But
hang
that's
on,
what it looks like.
What's going on here? Oh, they've put them round the wrong way round.
Yeah, the wing's upside down.
Not the wings upside down.
brackets.
The brackets are round the wrong way round.
Yeah, then he's turning around 180 degrees. Yes.
Oh my lord! Then we can't do that because then the wing's round the wrong way round. Then it's
You can't turn the wing round, yeah, because it's got a leading edge and a trailing edge and a gurney flap. So, not quite sure why they need to take the end plates
because they've done the whole thing
off.
round the wrong way round. Because
they are literally swapping the end plates from one end to the other.
Because the end plates are also directional.
They're handed, yes.
Yeah. Oh no, no, no.
Where's the instructor booklet?
I'm sad. I was really going for a big result for these boys. And do you remember Mugello 2 years ago with Simpson Motorsport sent the Audi out with the front wheels on the back wheels and the back wheels on the front wheels? And it didn't last more than about 5 or 6 laps.
I did well to do that many laps around there.
That feels like a similar moment. In the pits, by the way, is the 88, just seen out on my screen. So Alexei Kiki-Rushko, or known as Kiki to their team, has done his hour's stint potentially. Has he though? He's done a short stint actually. He's only done 14 laps, so he's getting a big fill. And of course, when they pitted under code 60 and put Alexei in, they would have only taken 15% fuel. So that has sort of hamstrung them, but it's sort of exactly the same for everybody else. Konstantin Dressler still aboard the Proton competition car, which also did a 4 minutes and 20-odd second pit stop, and so fully serviced. Of course, now, as we know, Trusses and the rest of the strategists down in pit lane, they're going to start looking back from the end of the race forwards. That's better, gentlemen. That now goes the right way around. Well done, by the way, to Seb, who is our director, who spotted that way before Snowy and I. That shows that Seb is now a proper Creventic expert. You've got your badge for the afternoon.
He has indeed. Badge with honours, I would say.
Noticing that the fixing was round the wrong way. That was detail, as you would want and expect from a TV director. Attention to detail. So thank you and well done, Seb. It wasn't actually me who noticed it.
I did make the little joke.
It's right. Yeah, I think
yes, they are. Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I did make the little joke about Lego a few minutes ago, as in building blocks. Other brands are available, but it does remind me that when you built that with your kids years ago, and you get so far down, and all of a sudden something doesn't quite fit, you have to go back a whole load of pages to take something all apart again and turn it all around. And that's exactly what happened there with the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini. They've got a wing in the pits, but it's a bare, nude, naked wing. They had to put all the brackets and end plates on from the existing one. And then, of course, we had to swap the brackets around because they were placed the wrong way round.
Car 88 back out onto circuit, fuel only for that car. And so, yeah, very well done. A 4 minutes and 17-second pit stop, but only 28 seconds in pit lane, which means no tyres and no driver change. And now Alexei ideally is going to do a full 35-lap stint, which is potentially asking quite a lot of the Michelin tyre, because now you're talking about 50 laps around a circuit which is seemingly quite abrasive. Applause to ARC Bratislava for getting back out on the circuit.
Is that wing straight? No, I'm joking. Sorry. It's my humour, levity. I apologise. I'll get back on my box.
And now, as we were mentioning, looking backwards.
Adam Konopka just got aboard the number 44 ALC Lamborghini, by the way.
So, Jan Schwimpfoffen, said that wrong, on the YouTube chat, hello YouTube chat, wanted to get involved with our GT3's outsourced chat. Reminds me, Snowy.
I'm listening, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You didn't add one to the mix that you should have done.
Oh, okay,
Aston
apologies.
Martin ProDrive. Oh, yeah, it is ProDrive. You go to ProDrive to pick them up.
Yeah, I know, I bought a few, I understand.
Yeah.
I know how it works, but yeah, I suppose so, yeah.
Previous Lamborghinis were built with...
I'm not sure that counts when David Richard owns both at the same time as he did.
True.
So it's the same thing, really. But anyway, that's just my take on it.
Yep.
But no, you're absolutely right.
Previous Lamborghinis were built by Reiter Engineering, and Huracans were Dallara. That's a Dallara? Okay.
We've opened a can of worms here, haven't we?
No, thank you very much. You're educating me. Appreciate it.
It's teamwork. It's all about you, Ben.
Well, the YouTube channel is educating me, not you. Absolutely.
You said educating me. I said educating us.
Us.
I can be inclusive.
Oh, I see. Gotcha. Gotcha. But yeah, we were struggling to think. But to be fair, that's three or four out of 12 current GT3 brands. Oh, now we're going to get my favourite Wikipedia page up, the GT3 homologation numbers. Snowy, take over for a second. Is there anything exciting happening going on circuit?
Well, there's the Audi trying to get past the Patrick Liddy in the GetSpeed JRT 286 Mercedes, but of course that isn't actually for position. It's an on-track battle, but it's not actually for position. The Walnut Motorsport battered 904 entry is in the pit lane. That's currently running 20th overall and 8th in its class, i.e. 992.
How many GT3 cars have been homologated, Snowy?
What, how many models of?
How many homologation numbers?
300.
Nope. 300?
I don't know.
They're only 20 years old. We celebrate 20 years of GT3 racing this year.
I know, I rate in the second year of it. Very quickly, a 909 Red Camel Jordan has got a penalty of 42 seconds for exceeding the speed limit in the refueling area. That seems to have caught a few teams out this weekend. Sorry, so how many GT3 cars have been homologated?
Yeah.
50?
59 with the new Lamborghini Temarillo, if I'm saying that correctly, is the 59th car, and therefore I think the new Mercedes will be the 60th GT3 car. There's an interesting fun fact for you. But how many can you still drive and compete in GT3 series? You've got to go all the way back to GT3 homologation number 41. So that's 19? Is that maths? No, 18. 18 different homologations of car can be used in GT3 racing.
In contemporary GT3 racing, yeah.
Yes. Although, actually, saying that, the 991 ran out of homologation at the end of last year. So, actually, it's... the Mercedes is the oldest one, with its original homologation in 2016, and then the Evo pack put on that car.
Just a matter of interest, you mentioned it, that we're celebrating 20 years of GT3 racing, created by Stefan Rattel and his organisation. What was the very first car to be homologated? What was the first GT3 car homologated?
What do you reckon?
Potentially a Porsche?
No, actually, we go down to number 7 for Porsche. Let's ask Carla. I wonder whether Carla will remember. She probably wasn't born. Oh no, 20 years ago you were born, Carla. What was the first GT3 car homologated? I give you a clue. It's Italian, Carla.
Did you say where or when?
Which model?
Which model?
Yeah.
You're asking me things I really don't know. I was way too young and I was dancing ballet. I was caring about a lot of other things than that.
Take a guess.
Take a guess. When?
Italian.
I have no idea. I'm completely lost. I haven't listened to this banter that you guys have been going on. Catch me off guard with something that I can actually answer. But I have Rolando next to me from the Milner car that is still out there. There was a little moment out there, wasn't there, where you had a touch and go with Era? What happened there?
Yeah, it was wet, and then the Schumacher S's, and out in front of me lost it at the apex. I lost the car too, and the Ferrari managed to come by and we clipped. So I'm very sorry for the other team. I was just a passenger there. It was very, very tough, you know, driving with slicks in the rain. In some places there was grip. In some places it was very hectic. So yeah, very, very difficult conditions. Now at least it's in the dry. I managed to, you know, drop a couple of seconds on my lap, but I ran out of fuel, so I had to stop by and give my teammate a go.
Tell me a little bit about pit stops, because just now, I'm not quite sure if you are aware of it, but once your German colleague that got into the car, he was already going, and then he stopped again. Turns out the steering wheel didn't really properly move, so he lost a little bit of time with adjusting the steering wheel. How stressful is such a pit stop for you drivers?
Yeah, it's basically a mechanical sequence. We have so many things in our minds on, you know, putting the seat at our position, the steering wheel, the driver ID, then doing the seat belts. So yeah, it's very mechanical. And you know, kudos to Marcus. It's his second time in the car. His first time was on Friday, so he's doing a great job. So obviously that can happen.
Well, it is good to see you guys still out there, still fighting for positions. Good luck for the rest. Maybe I'll see you later.
Thank you very much.
Great, relevant interview there from Carla with the accident of the second Milner Motorsport car. If you were wondering where the first one was, well, that crashed at the end of yesterday into the barrier. Big impact, and unfortunately was written off. And caused us a red flag, so we didn't quite end the day under racing conditions. There was the leading car at that point, but Joshua Badowski was okay and got out of the car under his own steam, although you can imagine today he'll be rather feeling it. An impact of, what was it, 40G, did Simon Hill tell us, in the evening?
Yeah, it was 40G, yes.
Oof. The answer to the question, by the way, as many of the YouTube chat have correctly answered, and Carla was about to say, was Maserati. First ever GT3, Maserati GT3 #1. But the Dodge Viper was also homologated on the same day. We were talking about Dodge Vipers the other day. But Carla was doing ballet at the time.
On that afternoon.
On that afternoon, yeah, on October the 1st, 2006. Yes. She wasn't at the homologation centre at Paul Ricard, unsurprisingly. Right, where are we at? Well, here's the Lamborghini, which unfortunately is now well out of contention, down in 15th position. Adam Konopka back aboard that car, but with that incredibly long pit stop for a very silly little failure. You know, how annoying is that, Snowy? Tiny little failure of a bolt or a fixation, and all of a sudden, no, not a fixation, a fixture. A fixing, and you lose, what, 20 minutes? What was their last pit stop time? No, 11 minutes.
I'm saying that, I'd say it wasn't 48 minutes, yeah. 11 minutes sounds about right. So we're approaching, would you believe, the final third of this race today, which is the final sixth of the combined two parts. A little way off yet, just under 20 minutes to go to get to the 2-hour mark. And some races we're used to it being only 2 hours long. Grand Prix, things about an hour and a half long normally. The fact they can't be more than 2 hours. And so we've still got 2 hours, 19 minutes to go exactly as I speak of this two-part race here at Nürburgring. Creventic's first visit, and boy is it thrown up a fantastic set of races so far. We've had all sorts of weather conditions, code 60s, even a red flag, which is unheard of, but for absolutely valid reasons. It wouldn't have happened any other reason, but it was for barrier repairs, which were more than necessary and required. Ollie Bryant is back at the wheel of the number 81 era Motorsport Ferrari, so that will be not just about a drive time thing, but that will be just to get him back out and get him, as much as anything else, a little bit of confidence. Not that Ollie needs confidence, I don't mean that, but when you tag like that, in fact, just going through the exact part of the circuit there where that happened, we commented when we first saw that car that A, it looked very odd to be in that position, it ended up where it stopped and rotated, and very odd for Ollie Bryant to have had any mistake like that. Then it was explained to us that it was actually attacked, assaulted by a Mula Motorsport entry, which bears its marks of damage on that. So Ollie would have been sitting there minding his own business, and all of a sudden you're facing the opposite way in the gravel.
And what will be going on in the Red Ant, sorry, brain stopped functioning for a second there. Red Ant Racing will be on the radio to Yannick Red Ant and saying, Yannick, you have a fight on your hands. You've spent the last 8 hours of racing you've spent the last 8 hours of racing racing against nobody, because Ajay Kumar had that car on the wall and you dropped out of position and you were nowhere. And now, 5 seconds up the road, is Ollie Bryant in the Era Motorsport Ferrari, and it's for position, and it's for 4th in Pro-Am. Now that is exciting. And suddenly, he's got a reason to be on track. He's not just tootling around. So Ollie's, yes, he's getting experience, but he also needs to not lose another position, because that's points in the GT3 Championship, regardless of the fact they're in the 20s. Carla is down at Red Ant Racing. No, she's not. She's at Red Camel, the other animal. Luke Boykers is in the car. They are still leading the category, but we've got a code 60 out on circuit. So just stand by, Carla, because we need to find out what's going on track. And this is also going to make it very busy in pit lane, because it's another opportunity to reset the strategy with 2 minutes and 15 seconds to go. What is happening? Have we got a car stopped anywhere? Race control, any messages?
Debris on track at turn 8,
oh, well, that's
which is the hairpin at the bottom.
All right, Carla, over to you then with Fabian Dance.
Let's use the slow moment that we have right now, quite literally, code 60, the cars can only go 60 kilometers per hour. You had a scary moment in the pit lane earlier on. I'm not quite sure if we can show the images in the broadcast, but to paint a picture, you left your box after a pit stop, and the wheel came off at the end of the pit lane, the right rear wheel. Now, I heard there was a problem with the radio, so you didn't hear them say, hold on, not ready. How did you feel or know that you had to stop because the wheel was coming off?
Yes, that's exactly how it happens. I did not plug in the radio yet because I was fixing my belts, and yeah, I left the pit lane. I think they were screaming at me, but I couldn't hear it. And yeah, the car is shaking massively. You can really feel it. And I think then I lost the wheel. I could not really see it, but and somehow I got on an air check, and I don't know how, but yeah, I was in the air waiting there for my mechanics, and yeah.
Well, I mean, I can tell you how it was. The mechanics were running after you, so we did literally see mechanics running after a race car, just in hopes that you are stopping. Besides that little incident, tell me a little bit how is it feeling? How's the car doing out there?
The car is perfect, to be honest. It was yesterday. It was more difficult when it was warmer. The track was warmer. We had some small setup issues, but today it feels great. Yeah.
Sounds really reasonable. Did you drive just earlier on when it was raining a little bit? I believe you did, right?
Yeah, I did. After I got 4 wheels on the car, I did. Yes, it was interesting, but it was not raining too hard. It was very fun.
You did have a little moment though where you went a little bit off the track while you were driving. Was that during a wet moment? Oh, you look at me like you don't know what I'm talking about. So it must not have been that important. So for you, a good experience, even though we had mixed conditions out there?
Yeah, it was mixed and it was good. I think I wasn't off track, to be honest. I cannot remember, but yeah, I had some moments, but I think everyone has these when it's raining and you have slicks on. It's quite normal, yeah.
Well, thank you for the insight to that rather entertaining moment in the pit lane, and good luck with the rest.
Thank you too, man.
Going to get noisy with Carla in a moment, because I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, about half the field in pit lane right now, all trundling down. Now it's only for debris, so if I'm a strategist, I'm going to be careful here, because I really don't want to be losing time. Now, some cars coming straight through, refueling but coming straight through pit lane and not fully servicing their cars. So getting fuel, getting that 15%, but not changing tyres. And there's Yannick Redout, for instance, doing that. The Audi just ahead of him also doing the same thing. Comes Alex Acker, and yeah, code 60 going back to green in a few moments' time. So that's going to be hurting those in pit lane. Now, what is that car just coming in? The Aston Martin of E2P, so they're going to get caught out because they're going to clear this code 60, and they're going to be in refueling. Now, the only saving grace for the Aston Martin is when it goes to green, if they've got less than 15% fuel in their car, they can then receive the rest of it if the hose is attached. If the hose has clicked to 0, as Hoffer also come into pit lane, if it clicks to 0, then they have to be released and they won't get the rest of their fuel, and therefore they will be hurt. Did that make sense?
100%.
Okay, good. Humprecht in pit lane. At the moment, the code 60 is staying out, so that's okay for him. He's doing the same thing. 15% fuel, no tyres at end of pit lane. We go back to green flag racing. We've got Hoffer racing in the fueling area. We've got E2P in there as well, and more crucially perhaps, the 910 from Seb Lejoux Racing is in there, 4th in AM in the 992 battle, and now it can have a full service. I think that's nice. Come in under code 60, get a bit under code 60 as an advantage, and then get the full service as long as it works for your strategy and it hasn't been a compromise. And I don't think it has for Seb Lejoux Racing, because they've just done a 29-lap stint, so I think that works out super nice for them. Seb Lejoux in the car, but is it going to elevate them closer to the head of the field?
So our leader, as we are given a little view of that on camera, we can talk to you about is the predominantly white and black GetSpeed Team JR 286 Mercedes AMG GT3, pedalled currently by Patrick Liddy of the United States. Great to see some American drivers over here in the Creventic series. I've also got Jeff Westphal in the Palin Racing Ferrari 296 from America, who's currently running in 6th, so right up at the front as well. There, seeing those cars, Patrick Liddy just coming past one of the Porsches onto the pit straight. And this is, I'm going to attempt it here now, or just before we pursue that. So, track limit infringement for a 3rd offence, a 10-second penalty now for the HRT Performance 928 entry. That's got to serve a 10-second penalty.
Where are the battles on circuit then right now? Nothing particularly crazy as we've got the pro, James Kellett, back in the 928. That wasn't a change for position from him, but he is moving up through the field after the pit stop for Hoffer Racing. They are 2nd in AM, they're 3rd overall in 992.
And that's the car I just said has got to serve a 10-second penalty. It's just been issued that for its 3rd offence for track limits.
Not the end of the world.
No, but it's still 10 seconds you don't need.
No, true. But at least it's not like a minute or half a minute like some other penalties. We've still got a good...
Go home and have an early bath. Exactly.
We've got, I mean, I can't count exactly how many are still outstanding. Yes, I can actually. It's 9 outstanding penalties for various teams, including, by the way, another 30-second penalty for the 88. For not respecting 60 kilometres at the end of countdown, so early release of at the end of the Code 60. So they've got...
So they're up to race entry.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Significant. And our leaders, but I think we covered that one off earlier, haven't served their 20-second time penalty for causing a collision. And then Red Camel's Jordan, we mentioned earlier, this car, a 42-second penalty for exceeding the pit lane speed limit. And 42 seconds is, what, 3/4 of a lap. So in terms of their battle, they are still healthily ahead of any other 992s. The second closest, and I'm speaking out on simply what is on the screen right now rather than their strategy, is still the Chazelle Technology Corsa team. That's a team we haven't heard from, isn't it, Carla? Pretty sure we've not spoken to anyone at 920, and they're having a really, really strong run. And it's an all-French team. Anthony de Barn is the AM in there. Jean-Mathieu Landry, and then Jean-Paul Domicis. Sorry, I say he's the AM. They're all AMs. So considering they are all AMs and they haven't got a pro, even more remarkable as we go on board with them.
Very impressive.
Remarquable, as the French would say.
Yeah, you speak French, I don't, so yeah.
Half the English and French words, you just have to put a French accent on.
This is true. if only it were that simple.
Fastest lap.
I want to live in your world sometimes, I really do. Not necessarily your part of the world, but in your world.
No, exactly. 928, James Kellett, fastest lap of its race so far on the last lap, 1:59.1. So we haven't seen James today in that car. I can't remember how much time we saw him yesterday, but they haven't really used much of his driver time, so I wonder whether we're going to major on him. He was at the very start, wasn't he? He is a semi-pro in that car, so he's free to be used as he wishes, but the other three AMs probably need to do half the race, I would imagine, at least. And so we'll be majoring on James Kellett for the end. Now,
use and abuse the pro, that's what you need.
Now, remember what Tim Hyman said earlier on about the rain. He reckons it's going to get wetter at the end, so you want your pro drivers at the end of the race because they'll be able to cope with those conditions. And I remember you saying yesterday that the percentage possibility is going to increase. So I think we're all aligned on that one.
Well, it is going to increase for the time at the end, according to my Eustace app that I'm paying a massive subscription to, and all I need to do is actually just text Treswell and get a real-time update. That's to Paul, by the way, if you're listening, or anybody down at Red Camel, the other animal, as you put it, the other animal team. They're both red as well. So according to my app, it is telling us that it has 3-hour window slots, okay? Between 11 and 2, it was going to be 90% chance of rain. Well, that turned out to be almost spot on, did it not? That was exactly the bit. It's then tailed off a little bit now, down to 75%. It increases again between 5 o'clock and 8 o'clock. Now, only the first hour of that window is the last hour of our race, but takes it back up to 80% again. So, let us see. There may be some divine, may even be some heavenly intervention yet.
Little gap between Aston Martin and Jutta Racing Audi getting closer for 8th position. Pablo Beguera in the E2P Racing Aston Martin, 4th in GT3, just half a second ahead of Lutz Obermann. I feel like Lutz Obermann's been in that car all day, but that's probably because I can't pronounce anybody else's name, so I just decide to ignore them. Oh no, they actually have a completely different lineup to the usual. We've got Andreas Latour, we saw yesterday, the Australian driver, and Leonidas Diris, who I don't think we've seen much of, although we may just not have been paying attention. Here is that battle, and that's just wonderful. I always love the Audi R8. The way it sort of just looks like it crawls out of corners, and very easy move for Lutz Obermann down the inside of the Aston Martin, and that is up to 4th in fourth in AM. 4th in AM? Yes, 4th in AM. And 9th overall. And we're expecting Lutz to scuttle off into the distance now. With those two Code 60s in close proximity to each other, it does once again make you go scratch your head and go, oh no, where are we at with strategy? Up2 Racing ignored the last Code 60. Get Speed and Continental Racing in first and third pitted, but it doesn't really matter because there's a 2-lap gap between Patrick Liddy and Alex Acker. And they did a very similar thing, I think, if we compare them, other than Alex Acker being in the pit lane when we went back to green in the previous Code 60. Viper Nisa and Pelin Racing, they both ignored the last Code 60 as well. So did Proton Competition, because they had all serviced their cars a couple of laps before, basically. And then down in 7th position, Stefan Trebedini had a short stop, just a fuel stop. I think all three of those cars just a fuel stop in the Audi number 18. Paul Truswell at Red Camel Jordan ignored the last Code 60 for Luke Boyka, so he's done 28 laps aboard that car, so maybe slightly artificially ahead of the Chazelle Technology Corsa and HRT performance machines. James Callett now aboard the HRT. Pro driver chasing down AM driver for the second spot in 992. They are actually in the same category, Chazelle and HRT. They are both AM-rated 992s. Although, obviously, James Callett being a pro, it's just the fact that Chazelle chose not to have a pro in that car. Don't want to pay for one. And so it does show just how good their day has been. But James Callett taking 5 seconds a lap out of HRT.
That's a big chunk, isn't it?
That Triple Eight's back on circuit.
Yeah, I just spotted that.
That's nice. That is Anthony Vince back aboard the Sebleju car, and he's actually looking and taking a position there. 20th spot goes the way of Sebleju. 8th in class, and passing the 904 Mulner Motorsports machine. On board with Anthony Vince. You can just hear the hesitation in the throttle. And I have to say, here's a surprise, and here's somebody, again, a team we've not spoken too much about or to, Pelin Racing. Lisa Clark, Carl Marsili, Jeff Westphal, and Massimo Perina. Obviously, Lisa Clark doing the very early stages of the race and really struggling in those first couple of stints. But since completing her drive time, it is then been the responsibility of the other 3 drivers, and they're up in 6th spot now. So they're having a really, really good run, Snowy, and that's not something that I expected from Pelin. This year, I haven't seen them too much, but well, they've been at the races. I've not been part of them. But Jeff Westphal running really, really well, and I think the gap's too big, isn't it? The top 5 are quite a chunk away from the rest.
Yeah, it's one of the things, it's things that you don't expect and do happen, and vice versa sometimes as well. So we'll just see how that one pans out. Callett, though, just, you mentioned there, 5 seconds a lap. That's a massive chunk. I mean, 5/10 is enough to get you thinking about your teammates and other cars around you. But when somebody can suddenly go and put 5 seconds a lap in quicker, that's quite extraordinary.
Yeah, but we're comparing a semi-pro to an AM.
Yeah.
So that's not really much of a surprise if you compare your pro to AM in the same team.
No, it's not a surprise. It's just a metric of just how the difference of, and that's why you've got the ratings the way they have, pro and AM, as you said.
It's how the pros can make such a difference in these Creventic races. When they suddenly get in the car, they are so much stronger. Here is James Kellett aboard the HRT Performance car. It is in the championship, right at the sharp end. Let me just get those standings up. I've got the wrong page open. But 992 championship has Red Camels leading it with Mulner Motorsports in second, the 921, but that's going to score no points here. Chazelle Technologies in third position ahead of HRT, and actually that is taking into consideration the standings at this moment. The website very clever like that, and so HRT and this fight and this push from James Kellett is basically for third in the championship. And depending on how well their Barcelona goes, could well be second in the championship. I don't think they will be able to do anything about Red Camels Jordan because they scored no points at Spa and therefore are 60 points back from the lead in 992. They're second in AM, but they are on equal points with Chazelle for the AM title. And so, yeah, yes, it's a battle on track, but it's also a battle for the championship points. Here's the little Cayman. If you have a GT4 car, please come and play, because it's great to have multi-class racing. This isn't in the GT4 category, though, because it's a road-based GT4 car. And
yeah, so it's a TCX category, isn't it? Yeah.
As we were discussing yesterday, because it started its life as a road car, and you can see the interior very similar, they've stripped out all the unnecessary bits and then put it into race specs. They put a roll cage in it, and that's why it sits in TCE. It will have been balanced so it can be competitive with the front-wheel drive touring cars that are also in that category, and of course the Ligier, which is leading that category. Oleski down the inside of the Mulner car as he continues to plod on. What's his lap times at the moment? Very similar to Patrick Liddy at the front of the field. Patrick Liddy, I mean, yes, okay, you're possibly, you've got a situation now where teams are trying to stretch stint lengths to get to the end of the race. So Patrick Liddy may not be running at ultimate pace, but on the previous lap, the two matched each other. This lap, Oleski has been 3 seconds slower than Patrick Liddy, and there is at least a lap and a half difference between the two. But they crucially, Oleski did not pit under the last code 60, although has that penalty. Both of them actually, both the first two cars have penalties hanging over them. So when they next come into the pits, they serve those penalties.
We're just debating this weather discussion we've had, and it's I wouldn't say it's bright on the pit straight, but it's okay. But to the back part of this, now the up2 Racing Porsche dives into the pits now.
Okay, so that is a 30-lap stint for Oleski, and another full service. Look how slow he has to go. He's actually almost going 20 kilometers an hour at the 40 kilometer an hour line there, just to be safe, because the penalties have been pretty heavy going 40 Ks in the fuel area.
Well, those seem to be the most of the penalties. I'm sure there'll be a match that say there isn't, but I've noticed there's a recurring speeding in the fueling bit, which is not usually very common.
It's really hard to do because it's tiny. The fuel area is not large. Now, see what chat's up to. Anyone chatting about the race? Anyone any questions for Peter Snowden?
Like mastermind all of a sudden, is it?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's quiet at the moment.
Yeah.
Not much happening. We've spoken already quite a lot to the 88 machine, the 88 team at up2 race. So possibly not necessary to line up an interview. They will be going to the penalty box after their refueling, which had a wonderful vantage point of the penalty box. And once again, the team manager from up2 race with her phone ready to calculate the amount of time that car needs to stay down there in front of pit box number 3.
It's a vital job, because if you get that slightly wrong by a few seconds, you've got
penalty.
all sorts of issues. Exactly.
Penalties for serving penalties are the most horrible thing. Here's Alex Acker. Now he's moved up to second position because of that pit stop from the 88, and doing a really good job for Continental Racing. Don't forget that the Audi R8 is just as old as the Mercedes, and because of the focus now from Audi and Audi Sport on Formula One, there really isn't the support there used to be. That's why we've seen the likes of Haas RT move away now from Audi to a different brand. And unfortunately, those Audis are on their way out in Europe. Interestingly, over in Asia, there is still Audi junior works drivers in the Asia Pacific region, and a desire to keep the support for their GT3 customer program. In comes Alex Acker to the pits as well, so mirroring, interestingly, what 88 has done. Go, go, go! On your back. There we go. Well, Alexi heads down to his pit box.
At a whopping 60k now, he can do that, but he's done 40 into the fueling area, and now down to up to a huge 60 miles now. He can add 50% speed.
Lollipop man giving him away. We've got a new driver jumping in. That's probably not Tim Heinemann, because Tim's done a lot of work already, which means it will be Fabio Grossa. And they are getting a full service, so tyres are coming off as well. The mechanics can have a look around the car to check if there's anything else, and that is a very effective and efficient service from up to race. Head back out onto circuit.
It's very slick, and I don't mean the ones on each corner of the car.
Well, it needs to be, having obviously serviced the, I know it's a joke, having serviced the car at the penalty box, they needed that to be as fast as possible down the far end. And if you consider that their penalty was, what did I say it was, 30 seconds, the whole pit stop took 3 minutes and 30. So it did not take very much fuel. That was a very efficient pit stop.
Now, I've just noticed that the Dominic Ang on the 65 Mercedes was having a little bit of a trouble turning into the corner there. I spotted on our camera shot, which I'm just going to explain to you. And indeed, the wipers are on as well. I did mention only a few minutes ago that it's bright on this side of the circuit. At the back, it's darker again. Wipers fully on, and it's starting to rain once again. We did predict it would do, and here it is, which is going to change the whole feeling of the race with 1 hour 50 minutes to go.
Oh, yet another squeaky bum moment for the teams and drivers out there, and you're having to tiptoe around the circuit. Once again, we jump on board with Viper Nisa Racing to confirm the weather. We've done that a few times now. And the windscreen wipers are on at the back of the circuit, but as it comes towards the end of the lap, look, there is less and less rain, certainly where we are. I know our commentary box is kind of protected, but it doesn't look like there's much rain in pit lane right now. Nobody's got their umbrellas up, and there are people waiting to get into cars, but the back of the circuit coming down to the hairpin is very, very wet. Now, is this a battle for position? Is this Get Speed versus Era? No. It is Get Speed and Era on the same part of the circuit, but that's Ollie Bryan, who's extended his advantage over Yannick Redan to half a minute. So gone is the opportunity for Ajit Redan Racing to pass Era. But resilience from Get Speed Team PCX puts them in third position in Pro-Am ahead of these two.
So this is where it's a true test of if any driver's skill, no matter what category you are, officially, unofficially, or whatever your team think of you, you've got different conditions from one side of the track to the other. And it's only a 5.1 kilometre track lap anyway, so it's not a great deal, but it can catch you out, and particularly as the pit straight is pretty well flat until you get to the end of it. It then drops down to that turn 1, to that braking point. The rest of the circuit, then you've got a little bit of constantly going down the hill all the way to the hairpin, then you start to climb back up again. So there's some gradient change there, some off-camber stuff as well, so you can catch them out. You've really got to have your wits about you, driving on 2 different sides of the circuit and different track conditions.
And this car, the 69 machine, now with Vasily Vladikin aboard, is going to really suffer, because what you're relying upon, Snowy, so much when you're in this slippery condition is the temperature that you've created in the tyre to burn through the water. And there's no temperature in the Audi's tyres because they've just been put on.
No, absolutely none. And I'm not sure what tyre it went onto as well. Was it a slick?
It was a slick.
It was a slick still. So none of those contours, as you say, to help channel the water away. So the trouble with that is that you've got a completely flat. It's a slick. It means it's a slick surface. It's smooth. Exactly. So any water on the track, if there's any standing water, it'll build up in front and create a sort of bow wave, and the tyre will want to rise and sit on that and float, which is absolutely not what you want. That's why they have those treads in it, because the water disappears through the treads. Then you have the bits off to the side that stripes, they're called? No, I forgot the official term for them. And they actually channel the water to one side. So this is really, really tricky stuff.
What's the temperature of good functioning slick tyre?
That's a very good question, but
you get readouts, right, on the dashboard.
Yeah.
It tells you the temperature of the tyre. And for me, if you're not got a wet tyre on, as you were describing so well, it's the temperature that then is helping you stick to the track. And if you've got no temperature, then it is like driving on ice.
Yeah, I was going to say about 80 degrees. So the base is between 80 and 100. I would say 110. 110 is probably a bit too much. You don't want much north of 80 degrees, but that's a lot to get into a tyre and maintain it there.
But that is a lot for water to retain its stature on the road as well.
And of course the water cools it as well, which is another bit of physics. It just really doesn't help your cause.
So the tyre is trying to burn the water off while the water is trying to cool the thing that's burning it off. I mean, that's kind of logical, I suppose. Car's off at turn 1. We also had the car off at turn 11 momentarily. So once again, we sit with bated breath for drama. Now, Olivier going off once more. And that's the TCX leading machine, so it's not the GTX more powerful car. Turns through turn number 2, gets on the power, and he's going to kiss the... Oh, was there a contact? There was contact with the Hoffa Racing.
Oh.
No wonder I didn't
drop
really
kicked it, never mind contact, it was drop kick.
No, it wasn't. It was side-to-side contact.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
I saw the end of it. I'll shut up then.
Yeah, it was a bit of a weird one, actually. Proper door-to-door, and it spat the Ligier off to the right-hand side. Very weird place to go off. And not too much damage. But I'm guessing at a different angle of that would have been him coming back onto circuit, door-to-door, then bouncing off sideways.
Sipes was the word I was looking for. You have a channel. You have the channels which are radially around the tyre, and then you have the diagonal ones that go out, and they're called the sipes, which actually channel the water out to the sidewalls.
There's a word I've never heard before. Well. Sweet Peter Snowden educating me.
Wow, it's taken an hour and 45 minutes to go over the whole weekend, and we finally got you there, my boy. Wait till tonight.
Could well be a pun. That could well be another penalty, I'm afraid, for the 11. I don't know. Yeah, Snowy, have a look at this, because it's not really anyone's fault, I suppose. 11 down the inside. No, it's not Hoffa's fault in the slightest.
No, that's a very odd one. I just saw the last part of that, so apologies for calling it a drop kick, because the reason I thought that was because the Mercedes was still continuing at speed, and the Ligier was firing off at some speed, so I thought it had been really drop kick. The very good point there was that there'd be much more damage to the Mercedes, but it's just like the Ligier's just driven into the side of it and just almost not seen it, although he was so well alongside. He was in front of it, was partly ahead of it, so I'm not really quite sure how the Ligier driver has not seen that Mercedes, or let's just say I'm not quite sure how that's come about. Sunny in the pit lane though, once again.
All of a sudden. I mean, it hasn't rained on the pit straight in the last batch of rain, but it has down the far end, and this is just making it so tough. Proper sun, actually. Gosh, it's got bright. Patrick Liddy aboard the 286. 3 laps at the moment ahead of the Dominic Ang Malaysian Mercedes. They pitted just before the code 60. So I think they, do you know what? I think the Mercedes is in such a good position. I should say the Viper Nisa Mercedes is in such a good position because they did a full service before the last round of pit stops, whereas the Get-Speed car has basically only pitted under the last 2 code 60s and managed to make that work. They're using Patrick Liddy a lot. Liddy got in about 2:20, so it's nearly 2 hours for Patrick Liddy aboard that car. He's going to have to get out soon, but they have not properly serviced that car. They've managed to last on the 15% of fuel that was in at 240, and then again at 345, which means they've had a lot before then. Oh, in the gravel, the Racing machine, that is going to be a code 60. That's going to throw the cat amongst the pigeons. Just imagine if you were a cat and you have pigeons everywhere. Chaos.
You'd be clapping your paws in excitement, wouldn't you? And it is going to be a pause. It's going to be a code 60 pause. See what I did there?
Well, yeah.
I can hear everybody cringing now, yourself included. Ben, why are you hiding under the table?
People running all over the place because we've got cars in pit lane. That looks like we have a Sebnaju car. The Racing machine is in fueling area. This, I'm sure it's going to get busy. 1 hour and 42. Do you know what this means? Liddy and Get-Speed can get another 15% in that car, and they can carry on. Now, I think I would be changing the driver. I would be changing, and I'd be changing the tyres. Here is the Agit Red Ant Racing Mercedes, which is well down the field, but we definitely need a camera on pit fueling area for the Chaos as the tractor, the Bayer Snatch vehicle, heads off in the Dunlop Curva to grab the Racing 992 machine. Mick again in the car. It was Mick yesterday, wasn't it, when we had an issue? 923 down in 20th position. But I would say everybody wants to get a bit of fuel here. 928, James Kellett in 11th position. He had caught and passed the Chazelle competition or technologies machine. And here is the first of the pit stoppers then. Okay, Anthony Vince, so not a significant car, the 888, after their issues earlier on. On board with Benji Pack, also unfortunately not particularly significant because of their issues in the early part of the race. And actually, it's not that congested in the fueling area. The 88 comes past us on the racetrack, so up to race, choosing not to pit during this code 60. There's plenty of bays available, actually. I thought it would be more crazy. And a new set of tyres, but not a change of driver down at Agis Red Ant.
I wouldn't say there's only one bay available that I can see.
No, remember that each tent has got 2. So there's actually 8 available.
Okay,
bays.
fine, because there's four cars in, one of it. So, okay, there's 1 tent available, which is 2 spaces.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's going on with that Aston Martin? Oh, the Aston Martin's blocking the fuel Bowser out at the moment because it can't get started. It's got a starter motor problem. Nobody being held up by him right now. Sorry for commentating out of my window rather than to the pictures as the Proton competition car comes in. James Kellett didn't take much fuel. Oh, James Kellett has a separate exit. So there's one fuel bay that has a completely separate exit. So he was able to get past the Aston Martin that is now running. And the 928 machine, a significant car in the battle for the 992 category.
So just looking at where this refueling area is, we're looking out of our right-hand part of our commentary box, which is really live reporting rather than looking at the picture, which I think is far preferable, actually, Ben. I'm going to disagree with you there. Brilliant. You can look across at our commentary box, out of our commentary box, and see that as the Mercedes now, so the Viper Nicer Mercedes leaves the fueling area, and I can see now, as indeed does the Proton Porsche right behind the Huber car, they have to still proceed at 40k to the point where the 60k bit starts. So that's really, I can see why those mistakes have happened and those refueling, speeding, exceedings have happened, because you've slowed down to 40, move away again, and then have to speed up to 60. Which is not against the driver's instinct. You slow down to a speed, 60k normally, to come into the pit lane. Now, the Viper Nicer Mercedes hasn't taken on anything. Yes,
Viper Nicer
hasn't taken on anything other than fuel.
Okay. Okay. So Dominic Ang doing 19 laps after his previous service. So he reckoned he can stretch those tyres. Now, a worn set of slick tyres, do they react the same to a new set of slick tyres when it comes to generating temperature? Because I know with a wet tyre, the blocks move around and that creates temperature. But do you, on a slick tyre, it's just a big band of rubber, right? So do you lose temperature as you lose rubber?
Yes, you will to an extent. It's certainly got a different dynamic, and I think it's different to each car and how they perform. I'm just watching this overhead shot of the pit lane. There's a sixth tent at the very beginning of the pit lane here that I hadn't seen, right by the massive fuel truck there parked in the pit lane. Then there's a gap of all the connections working up. So it is busy. It is like a supermarket at the weekend, isn't it? When you've got to pick up your groceries and get your crystal glass set at the same time when you put enough litres in.
And we haven't covered the technology behind that fuel bay, which is really, really clever. So each team has like a credit card. They have an RFID system, and they go to the Bowser, which is exactly the same as what you get at the fuel station at your local supermarket or motorway. You click in to say who you are, and then that Bowser then knows exactly what amount of fuel to deliver, because every single
comes up declined.
Every single car has a different amount of fuel that they are allowed to receive by BOP. Then, by what's going out on circuit, whether it's a code 60 or not, as we see 923 getting rid of its gravel all over the circuit, then it will deliver the amount of fuel that is allowed, depending on whether the circuit is green or code 60. It's all controlled by these cards, and every single team has one, and that tells them what they need. Very, 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 very clever. We've never really had a camera that can show you exactly how all that works, but one of these days we'll do it.
Now, there's the Racing 923 entry coming back onto the track in a nice bit of slow-mo for us, demonstrating how much gravel it's dropping out of its various wheel arches, apertures, ducts, etc., which will not make it very popular. The sidewalls of the tyres showing that telltale datum reference marks of gravel on the side, the light grey, which is always a giveaway when you say you haven't been off in the car that far, and the mechanics take one look at the car and go, and look at the gravel rash on the side of the car. But drivers always try and deny that anything. But I would suggest, we've done this before a couple of times on these code 60s, when it's been barrier repairs over this weekend of the two parts of this race. They've used the time to also sweep the track. That's, I was going to say, are they going to do the same again? But no, the code 60 has just come from the race director, going to end in under 1 minute.
So no code 60 fueling for the 88. Once again, the 286 gets its service done under code 60 conditions. It can't keep going like that forever, our leader. They have changed that driver to Stephen Jans once again. So Patrick Liddy out of the car after doing nigh on 40 laps. Patrick Liddy, so great stint from him. And it's Stephen Jans aboard that car, but it must be running lower and lower on fuel. They, of course, have changed the tyres, but just a reminder, you can only get 15% fuel of your allowance under code 60. As we go back to green flag racing, Dominic Ang also got their car serviced. Most people did, apart from the 88 car, and by service, probably had used the tyres only 50% fuel. Anyone in the pits still? Whilst the MM racing machine comes into the pits, but anybody else in there, no. So they're all on track, and we all go racing once more. What are the gaps? Big at the moment. decent gaps between them, but of course now they're running, exceeding speed limit in the refueling area again. Another car is penalised for exceeding speed limit.
I think the Kia Racing Ligier is in the fuel area still. Yes, it is, just in my sight now.
We need to talk to a driver to find out how these penalties are possible, because the pit lane for the fueling area is only 20 kilometres, but it's tiny. And I don't really understand how you can speed, unless it's what you said, Snowy, that the cars can't do 20 kilometres an hour, and they are like bumbling along, and effectively by sort of bouncing around the anti-stall.
Yeah, I think it's exactly that. I'm second guessing, but from the experience of driving those sorts of cars and a bit of GT4 stuff more recently, I'm just wondering, and I am speculating, and it does not necessarily a definitive explanation. So from a driver involved, it would be great if we could do that at some point from one of our pit lane reporters that's actually in the experience of the race at the moment. But I'm wondering where you've got to slow so much into that fuel area and then come out again, but you go from the fuel area to the 60k speed limit in the pit lane. 40k, my apologies. I think if that jump up to there, if that's what it is causing it.
Curious. Very, very curious.
My point being, it's not coming into the fuel area, it's actually exiting the fuel area back to the pit lane speed limit. I think that's the bit that's catching people out.
And the question is also, how is it measured? Because is there a man with a speed gun literally pointing it at cars and finding that they get speed, have stopped on the circuit? Miguel Grenier
stepped off the circuit.
Car, and it's down at turn number 1, on the exit of turn number 1. He's at the back of the paddock, and I think that might be technical for more. So he's saying, look, I'm done. I can't go any further. So signal to race control. And we do go straight back to code 60. It'll be easy to get this car back up and running, that's for sure. And I don't think you really can take advantage of the code 60 because it's going to be so short.
Absolutely, you can't go doing anything, but it's just one of those things. It's just going to have to happen. So he's opened the door, which is a signal to sort of race control to say, I'm stranded.
Yeah.
Not a lot I can do. I've obviously got no drive, no power, no something. I cannot make it go, which is actually a very good visual. So it's this is the Get Speed car we're talking about. He deliberately pulled it over to one side. So as you come out of the pits and go through turn 1, there is on the right-hand side, there is a painted box area, which actually is a penalty box, which is used not this weekend. It's used in NLS races that you can stop and serve.
I was wondering what that was.
You can serve a penalty in that box there. You can be requested to pull over there, so it saves you coming into the pit, slowing down and speeding up again. So NLS use that. Pull over to the right, stay there for your 10 seconds, and go again, because it's deemed a safe place, because most cars are going back to the left-hand side to begin the Mercedes Arena. Conflation of the two there. It's been a long weekend.
Get Speed back in the pits once more, so they get another 15%.
Oh, but the other Get Speed car then. The other Get Speed car.
The other Get Speed car, yeah, the leader of the race, Get Speed car. And, you know, they're going to just end up finishing this race having just pitted and getting 15% fuel for the last couple of hours. They trundle down pit lane, they don't need tyres because they did that last time. And Stephen has only been in the car twice. Whilst we have this pause, a reminder of the Middle Eastern calendar for the end of the year. A visit to the Yas Marina before the year is out. And the Yas 12 hours, that must be a week after the Formula 1 ends, if they keep their calendar. And then the traditional curtain raiser for 2027, the Dubai 24 hours, back at its traditional second weekend of January date. And if you've got your cars out there, why not go to Abu Dhabi for a 6-hour encounter the weekend after? whilst we have this Code 60. Let's go down to Sarah, who's back in pit lane.
I know you were wanting to hear from a driver regarding those pit lane limits and penalties, but I've gone one better. I've gone for one of the officials. Ihsan, can you explain to me currently the limits as you come in? We've seen a lot of drivers getting penalties. Why do you think this might have been?
No, the speed limit in the pit lane is 40. The beginning of pit lane 60, but in refilling it's 20. So that's the difference, and it's possible that they can speed there.
And how is it getting measured?
We have the timing loop, so we can measure the distance between the timing loops, and based on that we can measure the speed.
Well, thank you so much for... Can you explain what a timing loop is?
A timing loop, it's a loop. If the car goes over the loop and goes over the next loop, we have the difference in time, so we can calculate the speed in between.
And how quickly is it calculated? And can you also tell us how they're serving their penalties?
The penalties being served by time penalties, and they need to serve it in the time penalty or in the penalty area.
Yeah. And then how quickly do you issue those? So the timing loops will calculate that. Is it instantaneous?
No, we need to double check it and calculate it, and then we make a decision based on the data.
So there is a manual check. There's a human sitting in always?
Always, yeah.
Well, thank you so much for clarifying that.
No, thank you.
Ihsan, one of our officials.
Okay, so great information that they're doing it with timing loops. So that's effectively, they know the distance between the two loops. Distance, speed, time. You might have done that at school. Do you remember school? Sorry.
Is that where I had the slate?
That's where.
Now the other speed Mercedes, Michael Grandi's got that car going again. The 28 guys rejoined.
That's a bit weird.
So I think he had a technical issue there where he pulled extreme right, perfectly sensible, out of the way, opened the door, as you said, great visual to the race director. Anybody say, I'm stranded, but in the same time he didn't get out of the car, he stayed in radio comms with the car, and they've gone through a whole old control reset, whatever, I don't know, but I'm second guessing that's what they've done. And that's one for Sarah that is down in pit lane now to perhaps go to Get Speed and find out what happened with that car, why it had to be reset, and what they did, what process they went through to get that car, to get Michael Granier back into the race.
Let's just finish the thought about the pit lane speed limit infringements, because nobody, I think the race official there was sort of suggesting that they're just forgetting to change the pit lane speed, and so they can speed, and there's a place to speed so they can do it. They know the rules. They know that there's a big 40 per hour board there, you can see it, and as the car turns right, he won't turn, yes he will turn right, no he won't turn right, he's not getting fuel.
No, of course he had a problem, hasn't he, so he's going straight to his box to sort out the problem.
Yeah, but I would have thought he would go fuel first unless he thinks that it's game over on that car. Anyway, there's a big board that says 40, and if you turn to the fuel, there's a big board that says 20. So the drivers aren't forgetting to do that, I'm pretty sure. Maybe I'm giving them too much credit.
I'm with you on that one.
But then the timing loop needs to know how long they've been static for to be able to then calculate when they crossed it and then when they crossed it out and do the calculation of how much speed. There we go, straight into the box. So I think that's day done for Get Speed. They have been trying valiantly. It's going to promote Era back up to third position in Pro-Am. And that's a real shame for Get Speed. But what I still don't see why they would be exceeding the speed limit in that zone without there being, there's too many people making those mistakes, but is what I think is what I'm trying to say.
No, I'm totally with you. There's more than I've ever seen in a race before this weekend. So there's got to be a reason for that.
It's in the fueling area.
Precisely. That's sorry. I meant exactly that in the fueling area.
Yeah.
So why that is not jumping on the button quick enough into the pit lane to come down to 60 or 40 or whatever it may be at the required limit. The Era Motorsport Ferrari comes in for a driver change.
And they're re-energised now because they know that they've got themselves back on the podium.
Ollie Bryant jumping out. I recognise that crash from many an open historic car Lotus and stuff at Goodwood and Donington and other places.
Seen that one going past you?
I have. He drives a quicker car.
But yes, good energy for that team to be back up on the podium in Pro-Am, even if they are still down beyond the top 20. And
so we'll just see who has taken that car over. I'm not familiar with the drive. Correct time at the Lumi rank should reset as it goes out of the pit lane. And it hasn't.
It's Jake Hill.
It's Jake Hill, is it?
Yeah. So presumably that's to the end of the race then, with an hour and 24 to go. Just leave Jake in. We are getting close to the sharp end, people. Get Speed team JR286 with the lead of the race, but must be short on fuel. They must be short on fuel. They did a 15% fill in the first Code 60 and then a 15 on the second Code 60. They were one of few cars to do both Code 60s. The only other one was the 18 Audi. Ang and Lauk. Actually, we just seen Lauk do his service, haven't we? So how did that work out for Proton? They came in. I think they may, Proton, have been able to get lots more fuel in that car, because yes, they came in under Code 60. Wow.
28 back out again, so whatever it was has been sorted. I didn't think it was necessarily game over. Let's have a look at the determined to keep this GetSpeed Team PCX entry and draw onto the pan and gone very quickly. So whatever it was a very quick fix.
And they stay in third then. Sorry for getting Era's hopes up, but they are still, despite that, 4 laps ahead of the Agit Red Ant Racing machine and the Era Motorsport GT3 car. And then sort of fighting and alternating over Pro-Am 4th position. First, by the way, in Pro-Am is Manuel Lauk and the Proton Uber competition car. Santalot Jr. being perhaps second in Pro-Am right now. They're at the sharp end of the field. The AM category cars are leading first and second right now. Steve Jans and Dominic Ang. Sun comes out in our commentary box. How bizarre.
And Mikhail Grenier staying Canadian Pro, staying aboard that GetSpeed Team PCX 28 entry.
Oh, I wish we had fuel numbers. Wish we knew what the hell was going on. It's frustrating, particularly when we've got those mix of Code 60 Proton competition, exceeding speed limit in the refueling zone, 26-second penalty. We've got to get. Well, it's great to hear from the official. I'm not taking anything away from the interview from the official, because he explained certain things that a driver will not. But why or how is...
Well, that's the point, because the official, great interview by Sarah there, who got the to explain what's happening, but we don't know why the drivers, what they should be doing, but why the drivers are falling foul of it so frequently in this race.
So who just got out of the 73? Because we've had Manuel Lauk now aboard that car. That could be Manuel that has been pinged, because Manuel did the first code, got in the first Code 60 and then a second Code 60. And so it may be his penalty that will be being served. Who else has got a penalty for that that Sarah can go and speak to? The Hoffer Racing have got one, and they haven't actually served that penalty yet. They've actually got another penalty for causing a collision. So in total, the next time they come in, there'll be 56 seconds to serve for the number 11 machine. Not the day, not a party time.
Yeah, on Uber, Hoffer Racing have got one.
909, so Red Camels have got one as well. They've got 42, so they went very fast.
So Red Camel, that's a chance to go and talk to Paul Treswell and find out from him. He might be able to explain why the driver is falling foul of that, and explain it on a very technical and clear way for us, if Paul was available to do that.
Side of the Molnar car. And was there contact? I thought that looked quite clean. Just trying to get past.
Yeah, I think it was just a highlight of a clean overtake, to be honest.
In terms of penalties, with regards to exceeding speed limit in the refueling area, those are the cars. So the 73, the 11 and the 909. There is plenty of other penalties for causing collisions. The Stephen Jans car, by the way, because they've always come in under Code 60, they still haven't served the penalty that was given to them at 3:08. What time is it now? 4:40. So do they not have to serve it within 2 hours?
That was the other question I was thinking of actually, is how, when a penalty is served, how long does a team have to serve that penalty? Because there is a limit. You can't just do it when you quite fancy. There will be a regulation and a time scale on that, and I can't remember off the top of my head exactly what that is.
I'm sure I know it's a long time, and there used to be a rule that you could serve it under code 60, but you would have to double the time.
I didn't. Okay, that's a good point. That's a separate point.
Yeah.
I didn't think it was as long as you're suggesting, but about your superior knowledge that you're probably right.
No, it's not knowledge. It's been buried somewhere beneath the supplementary regulations. Let me see if I can find the penalty bit of the supplementary regulation. Not the supplementary regulations, this is the actual full fat regulations. Because I'm clever enough at least to have them up on my computer. Right. And time penalties received or pending during the last 2 hours of the race must be served before the finish of the race if they are under 30 seconds. If they're over 30 seconds, the penalty will be processed to the official timekeeper and doubled. Sorry, not doubled. Oh, okay. So if they're over 30 seconds, it won't be doubled. If they're under 30 seconds, they will be doubled if you don't serve it.
If you don't serve it, okay, yeah. So it's a bit like your parking fine. I've got 2 weeks to pay it, otherwise it doubles.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Time penalties must always be served within 2 hours.
Okay, you're right.
Trust my
now we've got a Ligier stopped on the track. That is going to be an issue, and might well be another code 60. That's turn 1 again, parked on the left-hand side. That's Nathan Hood in the Not Only Motorsport car. That's first in class as well. Currently 25th overall. Stationary on the left-hand side of the track. Yellow flags for now. I would suspect that's going to go to a code 60 quite quickly if that car can't be moved. I'm not suggesting the race directors need to do that. I'm saying I think that's what they may well do if that car is not removed quickly. 1 hour 17 minutes to go. And an incalcitrant Ligier deciding it is not wanting to move at all.
Quite a bit of code 60 today, about an hour and a half so far during our...
It's got going again. Where we go, that's avoided that one. It has got going.
Oh, but we have gone code 60, obviously. Classic race direction timing there. All the pit lane and fueling area spring into life. But if it is simply for that Ligier, unless something else has happened out of shot, then we will quickly go back to green. So again, you're reading the race in the pit lane. You're working out if it's worth it or not. Yeah, code 60 ending within 1 minute. So again, it also means that these the get speed penalty, if they keep pitting under code 60, they can't serve it until they've gone under green flags. They get to a point where they don't need to come in for green flag.
So I'm looking what's coming. The ARC Bratislava Lamborghini has come in for refueling whilst under the code 60, so 15% extra there. Grab that, and I believe that's is that the Red Ant Mercedes just behind it?
I've realised something. If the RFID cards that control the fueling Bowsers know exactly what's going on in every car, why can that information not be displayed on the timing screens? That would make our life easier, wouldn't it?
Work in progress, I'm going to suggest. So the Aston that is now leaving the pit lane, that has just taken on literally a splash and dash and rejoin. It is now dashing out. That was almost perfect timing for that. So a really short code 60 like that, it depends where you are on track position, can make all the difference to whether you can grab a little bit of extra fuel or not under a code 60. This is the number 90 entry I'm talking about, by the way, just to clarify. That's the E2P Racing Aston Martin Vantage.
Those that are in pit lane and in the fueling area now, even though they came in under code 60,
they're losing out.
Well, no, they can get everything. As soon as it goes back to green, as long as they have 15%, if they've got 10%, then it will continue. If they've got 15%, then basically, if the fuel bowser stops before the green flag comes out, then you can't get any more. But you are able to refuel and brew him. And we're getting to a point now where a green flag pit stop will take you to the end. Just looking at the Ajit Kumar car is in pit lane right now, and they will be able to do a full service and get to the end now. There might be a bit of fuel saving, but not too bad. Not respecting speed of 60 kilometers an hour at the end of countdown. 30 seconds time penalty. That's just being a bit keen. That's just coming to the end of the code 60. The countdown is on the Lumarec board, it's on the boards around the circuit, it's on the dashboard inside the car. 3, 2, 1, press the button. If you press the button at 3 or 2, then you'll get pinned for speeding, and that is where the GT4 car has had an issue. So
the Hoffa Racing entry, yeah.
So has the Era Motorsport car. Got the same penalty. And that's Jake Hill getting overexcited with his speed limit button. And I was about to give the Hoffa Racing GT4 machine the benefit of the doubt that they don't have the same technology as a GT3, but now we see a same issue for Jake.
Yeah, they do.
And we definitely know that they have all the systems inside the car to be able to do it. So 4 penalties coming in.
And also for Asbest Racing got exactly the same penalty, not respecting speed of 60k at the end of the countdown. 30-second penalty for the Asbest 102 entry. There's 2 of them. It's the not the 101, it's the 102 car, which is the Cupra TCR as opposed to the Seat Leon.
And the 2P is the 4th car with that same penalty. Oh no, hang on, sorry, more coming in. Actually, that one's just disappeared off my timing screens, maybe. So
that's Pierre Olsen aboard the 102 entry, which is currently 3rd in its class.
Race direction has not gone quiet yet, have they? They have not put up their feet. There is your leader, Steve Jans. Steve Jans in the Get Speed JR286. And then Dominic Ang in 2nd position. But Ang needs to come into the pit soon. He's been in the car for 1 hour and 8 minutes. Slow last lap from Dominic Ang as well. He didn't take fuel in the last code 60. Sorry, he didn't take in the code 60 3 times back. Nobody really took fuel in the last code 60 apart from the E2P Racing Aston Martin.
One of the possibilities as to why these speed infringements are happening so frequently is that placement of the board indicating where the speed should be might not be where drivers or teams are necessarily expecting them. That's just a little bit of speculation. I'll put that one on me, if you like, but just not necessarily where they might be or where people are expecting them. That doesn't mean to say that they shouldn't follow the rules, of which they, of course, should do, and the race directors are therefore absolutely within their rights to penalise them, as they have been doing so.
Rick Breukers in fueling area. This will be their last stop. They've chosen to ignore the code 60s. They've chosen to get a full fill under green, and then they will run to the end. They are leading 992. They have the wise head of Paul Truswell guiding them through the strategy, but they also have James Kellett hunting them down in HRT performance. Anthony Deban is back aboard the Chazelle Technology Corsa Porsche. It's a team we haven't spoken to. It's definitely a target for Sarah, although I'm a bit concerned that none of them will speak any English, and so perhaps should have been a Carla one. But we haven't spoken at all, have we?
No,
no, I don't think we have.
Not I'm aware of, no.
A mega race. They're up in 2nd in AM, 3rd, but only by 20 seconds in the whole 992 field. And they just kept their nose, 3 AM drivers, 3 French AM drivers, and they kept their nose completely clean. Michael Grenier here on the tail of his teammate at Get Speed. Grenier down in 18th position after various maladies for that car. that is right at the sharp end of the championship in GT3. But it will be the other Get Speed car that will go away from here as championship leaders if it stays as it is, with Centerlock Junior team not having the day that they would wish. But Pierre Caffer is aboard the 18 machine now, and that means that that car should be making progress as well. ARC Bratislava getting a penalty for speeding at the end of the Code 60. Lots and lots of people doing exactly the same thing. As soon as you get to a point where lots of people do the same thing, Snowy, you suddenly start to go, well, hang on, there's a bit more of a story here. It's not just one person's mistake. Now it's 7 people's mistake.
That's been my point all along with this. Is that I'm absolutely not doubting the race officials in one iota, not a scintilla. But it's interesting that drivers, teams across there's so many penalties are falling foul of it, so that there's something slightly out of kilter that's catching them out. It might well still be their responsibility to understand that. Well, it is. So there's something just not quite aligning correctly there for there to be that number of. But I'm sure it'll be discussed in briefing notes for the next meeting and post this meeting as well, and be corrected.
Penalty being served by Red Camels in their penalty box. They have how much to serve there? 9:09, that's from a long time ago, 42 seconds for exceeding the speed limit in the free fueling area. And they are going to be coming down to get a full service and probably a last service. Now, their main competitor is definitely the Chazelle Technologies team, and Sarah is down there.
Jean-Mathieu, wonderful to speak to you. We haven't actually spoken to you all weekend, but you've had a very good start so far. I know you've promised me an interview, but you'll only respond in French. You've kept your nose quiet with 3 AM drivers. Tell me more about the race from your perspective.
C'est pas une course facile aujourd'hui, car avec la météo, on a eu des conditions assez compliquées. Donc là, on est bien en piste. Albin fait des bons chronos, donc on croise les doigts pour la fin de la course.
Well, I can't understand your response, but I'll just ask another question anyway, so it might not be relevant to what you've just told me. But in terms of the Code 60s that are coming in now, has that impacted your strategy, or has it sort of benefited you in a way?
Alors, j'ai pas très bien compris, mais s'il y a un code 60, de toute façon, on va changer les positions et on va attendre. Il nous reste un plein d'essence à faire, et puis on va croiser les doigts pour la fin de la course.
Well, thank you so much. Jean-Mathieu Leandre.
Thanks for trying down there, Sarah. I did expect that to be the slight issue we were going to have. Croisy-les-doigts, what do you reckon that means?
Well, he speaks really good English. He just wouldn't do it on camera.
Well, you live in France, you should know.
No, I'm asking you as like a fun quiz. Croisy-les-doigts.
Okay.
Cross your fingers.
Is that what it means?
Yeah.
Ah, right, okay, thank you. Sorry, I thought you really didn't know.
Of course I knew.
I thought so. You're just trying to trick me, aren't you? Trying to keep me awake for that final hour, that final push.
So the answer...
If you could see the look on Ben's eyes at the moment of, I've only got another hour to go with him.
The answer to his question was the same in both answers, the first and second answer, apart from the fact that he started the second answer with, I don't really understand your question. We wanted to speak to them, and we wanted to speak to Chazelle and give them some FaceTime, because we haven't, and they've been mega, and basically they're just crossing their fingers and hoping that everything goes well. What happened whilst we were talking to him, the Red Camels Jordan did their full service, didn't they, and are back out on circuits, and they are behind HRT Performance, as you would expect, but HRT are not going to be able to run to the end. They still will owe us a pit stop, and therefore I'm sure, well, actually, don't know, because, and I say this, and I'm sorry for being so vague, but it is such a complicated championship when it comes to the regulations. HRT Performance ran a full green flag pit stop back at 2:45. So that was a full fill. They ran after 46 laps. Blimey, yeah, okay, after 46 laps. So they can do 46 laps on a full tank of fuel. They then did 26 laps with Stephen Gambrell, and then came into the pits because there was a full course yellow, a code 60, sorry. So that's half the tank gone, but they put 15% back in. They then ran 15 laps, so that's probably 25%, and then they did put another 15%. Are you doing the maths here? Then they ran 3% and put another 15% in. So I reckon they've still got about 30% of their fuel left. And how many laps have we got until the end? Well, we've got 1 hour at an average time of 2, so that is 30. So they are not going to get to the end. Oh, I'm glad it took that long to get there. But they're going to be close. And anybody who is pitted around the final code 60 that we had is getting close to getting to the end, depending on what was in the car beforehand. But I think evidence of Paul Truswell bringing the Red Camel Jordan car in at the point in which they did suggests that they will go to the end, and it will be luck. If there's lots of code 60s that allows the rest of the field to keep to the end of the race, then he's going to lose out. But if there isn't and we go green to the end, then Red Camels are in a good position. Do we agree on that?
Yeah, I would actually. I was listening. I was working something out in the background. You were right. I was on the calculator working something out, and I do agree. Well, you were sitting right next to it. I thought my privilege to green worked better than that, but clearly not. Should change the angle.
We are not yet racing to the flag here at the Nürburgring. We're coming up to 1 hour to go, but everybody bar one car, and maybe a few further at the back of the field that we are paying less attention to, owes us a pit stop. I reckon also Ajit Red Ant Racing are probably done in terms of pitting. Can sort of tell in pit lane when you look around, you've been a pit reporter, Snowy, you wander around and you go, yeah, you don't look like you're going to be going back out. You know, suddenly the refueler in his race suit turns up, and it's like, okay, well, you're supposed to be at the fuel bowsers, and you're supposed to be reactive up there. So if you're here, that means you're done.
Kind of a sign, isn't it? Yeah, kind of like one of those read the room moments.
So the Red Camels guys, I'm not speculating. They are done, definitely done. Whether that works out for them or not depends on code 60s. Rick Broik has stayed aboard that car. He's chasing down James Kellett. You've got your big pro drivers in those cars, but Kellett owes us a pit stop. Does it need to be a full pit stop? No, and that's the other crucial thing. It won't be necessarily a 4.5 minute full tank fuel. It depends on when you need to do it. It's as to how much fuel you need to take to get to the flag. So the closer we get to the flag, the shorter those pit stops are going to be. There is James Kellett. He's got Philip Hamprecht in front of him, not for position. Hamprecht is a lap down, or even 3. And Hamprecht in the 907 sits third in AM though, even if they are 3 laps down from James Kellett, who is the leader in AM and the leader in 992.
And we're just coming up to a matter of seconds away, Ben, from the final hour of our 12-hour race here. It is 2 6 hours combined. That's a crucial point. A 6-hour race yesterday. We don't run overnight here and on this configuration, and 6 hours today, but it is combined. For the avoidance of doubt, we had Parc Fermé rules where the cars were literally not allowed to be touched unless you've got special written exemption. If you do, then there's a penalty for that. We saw that for one of the Ligier, to be not. Started at the back of the pit lane, didn't it, for having some work done onto it in the Parc Fermé rule, by permission, obviously. So the Hoffa Racing by Bonk Motorsport BMW M4 GT4 is in the pits. This is car number 431. This is 23rd overall and currently first in class, it being the only GT4 entry sadly this weekend. We need to increase the number of GT4 cars on track.
Getting out of the car was Mr. Bonk himself, Michael. Bonk by name, Bonk on the team. Hoffa Racing running the car, but the barbecues, and I think I might have said it earlier, but the barbecues that they have, if you walk down pit lane and smell barbecue, it's because it's coming from Bonk Motorsport. Smells wonderful, and they're not.
Do they have Bonk burgers?
Possibly, maybe that's what they're calling them. Hoffa Racing, the Mercedes, the number 11, is in a completely different garage to the BMW, so it is more, even though it's called Hoffa Racing by Bonk, it is more Bonk than Hoffa. And so we had a wonderful wonderful interview earlier on from Claudia Hurtgen, and Carla was talking to her, who absolutely spectacular leader of female in motorsport, with her son, I think it's her son, getting into that car, Ella Weiss. And the two of them are the semi-pros to Martin Kroll and Michael Bonk. The AMs. Take over, Snowy. Just put my teeth back in.
Save your career, you mean? Exactly. Oh, look, it's more Bonk than Hoffa. That's going to stick with me for a while, that one is. That's very good. I know exactly what you meant. I know exactly what you meant.
2 days.
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
With 14 hours sleep. I've slept less than I've talked.
So somebody we haven't mentioned for quite a while actually is currently running in 7th overall. That's the Santalok Junior Team Audi R8 LMS GT3, driven by Pierre Caffer, who we talked about quite a bit yesterday. He's been quite limited on his drive time in terms of, I've not seen him on the timesheet, so it's a while since I've seen that name there. He's currently running in 7th position. Steve Jans, it is back in the GetSpeed JR286 Mercedes at the front. It's the Viper Nice Nisa Racing, however you want to call it, Tomato, whatever you prefer. In 2nd place, Dominic Ang at the wheel of that. In 3rd position is the Up 2 Race Porsche 911 GT3 with Fabio Grossa at the wheel. And Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsports Audi R8 is in 4th place, with Vasily Vatkin at the wheel of that. Proton competition round out the top, sorry, a 5th with the Manuel Lauk, and rounding out the top 6 is the American, driven by Jeff Westphal, Pellin Ferrari 296.
Yeah, up to 6th now for Pellin. They really are sneaking up on the top positions. Down the inside comes Lauk. And actually, he's only 10 seconds back from Vladikin. Proton just really, I think the reason why they're not fighting at the head of the field is the poorly timed rain. Because your Drysdale, a very, very strong driver, a very strong AM, but unfortunately, rain came whilst it was his stint. And I think we said it once, he was sort of 20 to 25 seconds a lap slower, just because the confidence saps from you. You suddenly, everything tenses up and you just don't know where the car is at. And that cost them a lot of time when others had their pro drivers in. Had any others had their AMs in, they would have been in the same boat. It's not a criticism of your Dryso in the slightest, it was just that. That was scary. I mean, we sat here and we're just like, you're going to fall off the track again. It's also expected still. What about, have you seen, they've got a radar up? You got a radar up?
I believe so, yes. I believe we've got...
No, I said you've got a radar up to for the weather.
Oh, sorry, I totally misheard you. I can do that now.
Down to Sarah, who is chatting to Paul Truxwell. He's done, right? No more work for today. He's called the shots and he's got a car in the lead.
To be honest to me, there's speculation in the commentary box about whether you're done for today in terms of pit stops.
Oh yeah, we're done for the day. We're not going to do any more stops now.
So why are there some tyres just sitting there just in case?
Well, I mean, we've got tyres here just in case we have a puncture or some other incident. I mean, we need, but if all goes well, then we're not going to stop. But I mean, look at that cloud. Could still rain before the end of the race.
It could, definitely. Well, I want to ask you about the penalties. You've had a couple, but we've seen a lot of drivers getting stung for coming out of the fueling a bit too fast. Why do you think this might be?
Drivers, you know, they're enthusiastic. They want to get out of the fueling area to their box as quickly as they can. And within the pit area, there's a 20-kilometre speed limit. The pit lane is 40. And, yeah, I mean, in our case, Luke just accelerated a bit too hard, a bit too quickly.
I had a quick chat with Luke, and he said it's the positioning of the board. And there's been a lot of drivers. Do you think it's just haste or just miscommunication?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not in the car, but I do know when I'm driving through some roadworks at home and it's 50 kilometers or 50 miles an hour, and then you see the little board saying 70, you do go a bit early, don't you?
Are you admitting to speeding in your road car?
Yeah, it's one of those things. That's how it goes.
Well, thank you so much, Paul.
You're very welcome, Sarah. Thank you. As I say, just keep it dry for the rest of the race.
I don't know about that. It is quite grey down there.
No, I don't think so. I hope not.
Well, thank you, Paul.
Give that man a hug. What an interview. You know, when you're driving through roadworks and you see the speed limit, you just go a bit early. Yes, but that's on the road trusses. That's not in the 20-kilometre fueling area with scrutineers checking every move.
Having just effectively berated drivers, as he puts it, in that such a dismissive tone of, well, you know, drivers, they are enthusiastic, and then admits to do exactly the same thing himself.
Who knew that Trussers was such a naughty boy? It does also sound like he's been commentating more than we have. He's obviously not got his radio turned up as loud as he needs. But I think he was honest to Sarah.
Totally.
I don't think they are going back into the pits unless there is some rain. And I guess he can be honest, but that puts the willies up everybody else on circuit.
Get some thinking. Yes. Yes.
Oh, now Sarah's continuing to dig, and she's gone back to the Creventic official with her expert opinions and information from trussers and drivers. I guess you're going to put that to him and counter the argument, Sarah.
Me, as he is actually the pit lane official, so he's a stop that's happening here at Gatsby, but he just came up. I'm really sorry I made a mistake. Race control has corrected him. He said it's only in Dubai that it's 60 on entry and it's 40 here, so 40 here.
Yeah, I think we covered that one. 40 kilometres in the whole pit lane, 20 kilometres in the fuel area. But the tricky thing is, and where he's still sort of correct, is you come off the flat out of pit lane, the final turn, and then there is a line where you need to hit and go down to 40, and then the 20-kilometre line is really just straight afterwards. So it's quite tricky to get to all those speeds correctly, and I think we're seeing quite a lot of people just go straight to 20. Not many people obviously missing the fueling area. They all tending to go straight to fueling before. And now any pit stop that we have is the last pit stop of the day unless we get rain. I didn't quite understand whether Trussers was suggesting there would be rain or not with his information. Did you get your radar up?
I did, and it doesn't suggest that there isn't going to be rain, but I think what Trussers said, to be clear, was let's keep it dry to the end of the race. But he looked up to the sky at the same time, as in kind of like fingers crossed, as in it might not. I did say originally that it was due in that.
It always might.
Well, there was that 3-hour window I had looked at on my radar, but it was the latter 2 hours of that were pretty important, and that's when the race is finished, so we're fine. So basically it's going to ruin our evening, but not the race.
Yeah, exactly. Such a nice table outside that we managed to claim as our own at the hotel. Watch the sun go down on the nice orange hue that it had.
We put our towels on it, to be fair.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Watching the Audi of Pierre Caffa, 33 seconds now between himself and the Michelin Racing Ferrari ahead. But until we've got those last pit stops, we don't know where we're at, because they're all going to be different lengths depending on how much fuel they need to get to the end. And nobody is yet taking those stops. It isn't. We know that it's going to be the last one. Don't forget, our leader still has a penalty to take. There's actually a lot of penalties to take, so it's going to extend the pit stops for some cars. I mean, you've got to go back to, yeah, again, got to go back to 3 o'clock. Now, hang on a second. I said that a penalty has to be served
within 2 hours.
Within 2 hours, did I not? Now, I think there was an extra bit of regulation. Let's have a look. Time penalties must be served within 2 hours after a team has been notified. If the team does not respect the time imposed, time penalty will be doubled. After a code 60, any penalties not served, so we've had a lot of code 60s between 3 o'clock and now, must be served during the next pit stop entrance to the team under green flag conditions. The time deadline no longer applied. Okay, so they're not going to get an extra penalty for not serving it, but they do need to serve it under green flag conditions. So they need to not be relying upon another code 60. They haven't pitted on green for since 2:15. So we're now 5:15, so 3 hours they've been just relying upon code 60s to get their fuel, which is, when you think about only getting 15%, that's pretty remarkable. It does mean that they must have had a decent tank when they started the day. We've got Michelin Racing in pit lane now for its final stop, their final stop. And that will promote Pierre Caffer for the moment ahead of them, but it isn't going to stay like that. Rick Broikers 22 seconds back from James Kellett. Then another 18 seconds back from Oliver Campos in the E2P Racing Aston Martin, but we can discount them for the moment. There's still also the Chazelle car on that lead lap, 35 seconds back from HRT. Both of those two will owe us a stop. Not this one, though. Rick Broikers, the fastest Broiker aboard Red Camels. There is James Kellett just ahead. Hang on a second, why is he just ahead? Oh, wow, 3 seconds is the gap. Okay, sorry, Rick Broikers is taking chunks of time out of James Kellett.
Yeah, exactly, just 3 seconds, isn't it, already?
And James Kellett owes a pit stop. It won't be as long a pit stop as Red Camels had, but I mean, yes, we're going to have a fun little battle on track here, but it's ultimately not really a battle for position, because Red Camels have got this sewn up. I'm surprised that James Kellett is struggling. Now, is he struggling because he's trying to get those tyres to the end? Do you remember I said that they would be close, but perhaps not quite close enough? Kellett may have done 2 stops and not changed tyres. I reckon he's done 15 laps, he's done 3 laps, and now he's done 20 laps on those tyres. That's 38 laps. That's a full stint for the 992 cars. And he will be able to go longer because of the fuel, but I'm not sure if Michelins would like him to do that. Torsten Kratz, by the way, in the number 11 machine, is also in that battle for position. But you'd expect, because he's a GT3 car, to carve past them. If he does, it'll be 9th position, but no further points in the GT3 category. Last pit stop for Santalot Junior team now. Pierre Caffer bringing that car in. The Lamborghini's also in for its final stop. But for the moment, none of them actually with Sarah and our cameraman in pit lane. They're all getting fuel. Don't expect them to be any driver change. Lisa Clark's got back aboard the Michelin car. I'm surprised by that. I thought she would have done her too.
I was just spotted that. I thought that was slightly I'm just surprised, like you.
Yeah, well, that unfortunately does mean that Pelin are not going to be able to hold on to the 6th position. I would have thought that they had completed her drive time, but clearly not.
So ARC, not RAC. I think back to last night's conversation. ARC Bratislava Lamborghini serving its penalty right opposite our pit box. It's absolutely bright yellow like a highlighter, and it is perfectly placed out of our commentary box. Look at the NÜRBURGRING on the Ravenel Media Centre. We can see it parked there with the steering already turned to the left, not in a jaunty fashion, but ready to leave that pit box. It is coned off. That's a penalty box, by the way. It is coned off at the end, and
it's 40 seconds he's got to do. He actually had a penalty issued just 2 minutes ago, so a 30-second penalty plus a 10-second penalty. Track limit infringement penalties now coming in, you see. We haven't had many of those during the race. It hasn't been a big topic of conversation as Laut gets down the inside of Dominic Ang. Ang is still in 2nd position. Unbelievable performance from Viper Nisa Racing. They are certainly not the fastest car on circuit. I think they admitted that, but they've just been metronomic with going around, making sure they pick the right time. They don't get compromised by strategy, and they're not being hampered by any silliness.
Yeah, you don't need to be the fastest car on the circuit. You need to be fast enough over the duration. It's called endurance racing, as Paul Truswell said yesterday. Welcome to this world of ours that is endurance racing. It's a whole different thing. There are so many elements and layers of what it means.
They served a 1 minute penalty, actually. I'd missed 2 on my list, so it wasn't 40 seconds, it was a whole minute. Checking the rear axle, making sure that there is no play in the bearings of the rear wheels.
Check the rear wings tight.
Check the rear wings tight.
Rear wing.
Rear wing. 15th position for them, so that little error, that little issue with the rear wing, absolutely killing what could have been a really great performance from ARC Bratislava. Such a shame.
One of the best selling cars on track as well. It's seeing it shudder as it jumps into gear, and away it goes. That was our 44 entry ARC Bratislava Lamborghini.
Ella Weiss in the GT4 machine, son of Claudio Hurtgen, and another of the semi-pros. Can't really compare, don't really know what his pace is in comparison to any other GT4 car, because there isn't any, but I suppose you can compare him to the 3 drivers in the car, and I imagine he is the fastest. Is he faster than Mum, though? I love that. There are many lads and dads racing, but I don't know very many mums and sons that share a racing car.
Well done with that. I wonder where you're going with that one, but dads and lads, but mums and sons, that works. I wonder how you're going to get it to rhyme, but I'm super impressed. Round of applause for Ben Consanduras at
think of it, though.
I'd rather being poetry than you were doing karaoke, though, just to say.
Think. How many female racing drivers are out there that have sons? Because there really isn't very many. Chat, this is one for you. Most of the female racing drivers we know, because of the big
Calip's just been passed by Red Camel.
Oh, yes. Well done, director. Oh, and now Rick Boykers is having a bit of a Super Cup fight with Kelly as they run side by side down the main straight.
Kelly's going to take it back.
All kinds of rubbish on his tyres, and he's going to have to break earlier. Nice work from Boykers, although he runs very wide into turn number 1. Again, they get a bit closer through turn 2, but Kellett's on the outside line. Kellett's going to think...
Almost pushing him through the Mercedes arena there, wasn't he? I think actually cost him a bit of time there, Ben, because he got in, tucked in so quickly on the switchback from me. He didn't have the run down the pit straight, but didn't quite get to hold it. Boykers held the outside line. Teutonic battle between the pair of those two, a titanic battle even. And they nearly came to blows, but good precision driving, and I think Kellett's not quite done on that yet, but I think he needs to be honest.
I mean, honestly...
And he owes us a pit stop anyway, doesn't he, Kellett?
Exactly,
yeah.
And pretty pointless to fight as hard as they did there. I think maybe Kellett thought, that's a bit unnecessary, Rick. But Rick really was wanting to show who's boss. Especially when you look at somebody like James Kellett, who is celebrated as a pro driver, and Rick obviously isn't being paid to be in this car.
It's laying a marker, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I'm better than Yao. Let's go back down to another family team, ARC Bratislava, and Sarah is with Adam.
Yeah, but can you just explain what caused that spin during the wet? Can you just explain what caused the spin during the wet?
I got into the car and it started raining, pretty heavy rain, and this was my second time with slicks on rain, so I didn't know how the car will react properly because I didn't experience it before that much, and yeah, it was a driver mistake, I think, and I spun, which cost us a lot of time and basically the whole podium, and yeah, it was a race ender.
Well, it's a lot of learning, I guess, but try not to, I know it's very, very disappointing for a driver. Can you just talk about your penalties as well? I mean, you've been pushing the car throughout the whole race.
Yeah, I was doing double stint right now, so the tires at the end were pretty much used, and yeah, the penalties were for track limit because I was trying to push the car as much as I could, and yeah.
What are some of the positives you can take out of this weekend, though, especially going into Barcelona?
Well, the new track in my head because I was here for the first time, so the only positive is that I learned a new track and I drove here.
You also had the car in a very good place, so that's a positive. You had the car in a very good place, so that's a positive. The car does have pace.
Yeah, the car does have pace, but we were also in the first place, so we could have been in the top of the leaderboard by now, but stupid mistakes cost us the race, and yeah.
Well, thank you for having a chat, Adam. We'll catch you at the next race. Are you going to be racing in Barcelona?
I'm not sure yet. We will decide. I'm not sure right now.
Well, hopefully we'll see you there. Don't be too disappointed. I know it's very, very fresh, but a lot of positive things to take away from this weekend.
Thank you.
Significant penalty just come up on our timing screens for get speed. Now, this is the one that we were discussing earlier on, and I don't know whether that is correctly applied. It's not for me to say, and I'm not a race director, but get speed giving a time penalty for not serving their penalty within 2 hours. Now, get speed are one of the very best, if not the best, Mercedes GT3 team. They are not the kind of teams to not read the regulations correctly. They're actually in the box right now, so that penalty has been given. They will likely have to serve it because they are coming to the penalty box right now, and that means they will definitely serve the extra 40 that's just been given to them. But I read that regulation, and it said you don't need to if the code 60s have been applied, and there's been code 60s in the last 2 hours. We've got 2 cars actually in the penalty box, and I'm just looking out of my window. Sorry again for commentating on the outside window rather than the images on the screen, but I think they are serving a pretty hefty penalty here.
Well, 28 seconds we were told.
So it's a 40.
Oh no, that's another one. Exceeding the fuel. So it's another 30 seconds added on to 286.
No, so it's a 40-second penalty for not serving the other penalty within 2 hours. And the other penalty was, as I say, all the way down at 308. So let's see. Oh, hang on us.
No, I've just said. I think there was an additional one.
So they've served a 40-second penalty.
Correct.
For a penalty that, according to my timing screen, has been cancelled.
Ah, okay.
They didn't serve the time penalty in the regulation 2 hours because the penalty had been cancelled. But then they've been given another penalty for not serving that penalty. Either way, they've been serviced, they've got fuel, they're going back out on circuit, they've had 40 seconds extra penalty. Steve Jans looks like he may be still staying aboard, and that's it for our leading team.
My mistake. Sorry, I conflated the two cars. The exceeding the speed limit in the refueling area was the other Get Speed car, the number 28, not the 286. My apologies for any confusion caused by my ineptitude and tiredness with 35 minutes to go.
Tanner Harvey is taking over from Steve Yan, so there is a change of driver. Sorry, again, looking at other things other than the pit stop where they were actually changing driver. But they have pitted and retained the lead. Say that with a question mark in my voice because I'm not entirely sure. They're exiting turn 4, 286. And 65 would be the closest one to take over the lead. 65 is over at turn number 11. So I think that they have retained the lead despite all of that penalties. And this would be, for the American team, a first victory. They were on the podium in Spa, but third behind Optimum and Haas RT. But what is the JR in the team name? It's Team JR286. 286 is the number?
Yeah, JR it's a European team. I did look this up a couple of days ago, and there's been so much information gone on things. It's a JR286 is a European team that Get Speed are now running in the Creventic. So I'm not quite sure what it was. Stand by, leave it with me, and I'll do it. But I'll do it quickly. I won't take too long.
The question is what the JR bit stands for, because there isn't. I
understand the question.
Called JR. You know, Charlie Pullman was CP, and that's why CP Racing was called CP Racing, because it was Charlie Pullman. JR, there isn't the JR. Patrick Liddy is PL. Tanner Harvey is TH.
Maybe the Dallas fans.
Jonathan Hirschberg is JR, JH. And Steve Jans is SJ. Sarah is down there and she can give us the answer.
The garage, so you can't see me, but I've seen John. John, can you tell us?
Sure. So AR is, I'm John and my father's Ron, and 286 stands for, there's one letter in I, 4 letters in love, and 3 letters in you, so twice as much love as 286. So it's been a family number for many, many years.
Very, very cool. I mean, you're in a very good position right now. I know you want to keep your eyes on the screen, and Tom, one question, so we'll see you out there a little bit later on. Good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
There you go. Double the love.
Epic answer, Sarah. Thank you very much. That's way better team name than Up to Race that we had yesterday. Why is it called Up to Race? Because I googled it, and that was what the computer told me. That is a bit more complex, but it has a nice story. Double the love. I don't know why. I'm not quite sure why a race team needs to be called that, but it's cool. Nice name. Lovely. Love it. Love it. Love it. It's a sports equipment and accessory company, which is also the title sponsor of the team. Run by Get Speed.
JR being John and Ron.
John and Ron. John and Ron, double the love. And by the way, didn't John have the most amazing voice?
That was the very definition of laconic, wasn't it?
Yeah, that needs to be on needs to be one of our commentators. Just get, hey guys.
So not respecting pit stop regulations is due to racing number 71 entry, the Audi, that's got a 10-second penalty. Let's get them coming thick and fast for the last 31 minutes of the race to go. You've had 11.5 hours to serve penalties. Let's get some more in.
Can we invite John to commentate at the 24 Hours of Barcelona to do the night stint and just be like, hey guys, Late Night Radio. Wonderful. Thank you, Sarah.
Here with the night shift.
I listened to a song recently which was called 1612. I didn't know what that meant. I was like, what's 1612? And that's something to do with the year I was born. 1612. Brilliant. That explains a lot. 1612 also is a number for love or something like that. Never knew these things existed. Happy Sunday, everyone. Double the love. Where's the next battle coming on circuit? Manuel Lauk still pursuing Vladikin for 4th position. And go on board with Benji Pack, but he is way down in 18th spot. Now, Viper Nisa question from the floor. Will this be Viper Nisa's first podium? And I think Viper Nisa have won before. But they have, you know, they're a team that have done a lot of touring car racing and race in Malaysia. But in Creventic, have they taken a victory? They've taken a victory in in Sepang with this same lineup, but I'm not sure whether they've ever been on the overall podium here in Creventic. Creventic will be able to correct me. They played 4th in Spa-Francorchamps earlier on in the year. But if anyone from Creventic is listening, then that would be great.
So we're into, unbelievably, the final half hour already. Ben, it barely but seems believable. We have, in fact, we're going to go into the final 29 minutes. I've just seen T. Harvey at the top of the time screen there, and unfortunately, being from British Racing, I naturally go Tim Harvey. Tim Harvey Racing, well done, Tim. Great to see you there. But Tim isn't racing anymore. Well, he does a little bit of fun stuff, but it's actually Tanner Harvey who is in the Get Speed team. JR John and Ron 286 Love Machine Mercedes.
Dominic Ang in the Malaysian car, and Fabio Grossa in the 88 up to race Porsche and the 69 and the Proton competition car all still owe us pit stops. We're only 28 minutes away, but it's still things to change because it depends on how long those pit stops are and if there are penalties applied. Let's go down to Sarah, who has got another interview.
No camera, but I'm in the back of the Viper Nisa garage. Melvin, we were just having a discussion about some of your previous results. Tell us what happened last year.
Last year we had a few class podiums, but currently it's looking good for an overall podium, so fingers crossed, yeah.
So this would be your first overall, and obviously first time Creventic's been at NÜRBURGRING. Where were the circuits where you were on the podium last time?
Last year Spa and Paul Ricard. So yeah, coming here for the first time and to be on the podium, not just in class but also overall. Yeah, it's a quite a good result for us. So fingers crossed, and hopefully everything goes well.
Yes, fingers crossed that Dominic can bring it home. I mean, we've seen the whole team celebrating at moments, especially after really good pit stops. We've got one of our mechanics just having a bit of a snooze here. I think he's just waiting for the celebrations later on. Good luck.
James Kennett is in pit lane in the 928. Now this is going to be a short fuel for him. He doesn't need a full tank. He only needs probably about a third of a tank with 26 minutes remaining. I imagine why we're not seeing any of these cars come into the pits yet is because they are waiting as late as possible to see if there is a code 60, isn't it?
I would totally concur. That would exactly what I'd be trying to do at this point, to just stretch it out as long as you can. But it's a bit of jeopardy there, isn't it? You're kind of operating without a safety net with 26.5 minutes to go. Do you go early? Do other teams follow? You mentioned something a bit earlier about one team following, and all of a sudden 6-7 teams are doing exactly the same thing. But one has to fall first or take it first, don't they? So let's see what's going to happen.
Viper Nisa was on the podium back in Malaysia at the 12 Hours of Malaysia in the overall podium, but they were on that podium
in their home race.
They weren't on the podium because penalties were given to cars post-podium.
Okay, post-race.
So they did finish third, but weren't on the podium.
So they finished third on the road, but not in the results.
Other way around.
Yeah.
They finished in the results third.
Yes.
On the road, they were further down because people got penalties ahead of them.
Yeah.
So when we did the podium, they weren't on the podium. So I never know how that works. Have they been on the podium? Because if they were third, they were on the podium. But if they weren't on the podium, then they weren't on the podium.
Oscar Hadja.
It's a bit like the qualifying result versus the grid. Oh, you qualified on pole, We had that here, didn't we? Where somebody in 992 in last year, the car that qualified on pole got a penalty, but still won the pole award, which was particular.
Spa.
Yeah.
The Spa, yes.
It was a drawing or something, so they won the pole.
Yeah, Harry King.
But they weren't on the pole. Yes,
Correct.
It was Harry King.
Yeah, because I presented the whole thing, and then it was a different car because they got a penalty, as you say. That's happens, but that's what happens with delays and times. And exactly as we heard our race director or race official there was being interviewed by Sarah a little bit earlier, they have to check and double check things and whatever. That takes an amount of time. And unfortunately, if you've got a TV schedule, you've got to go to it, and that's what causes it. It can't be helped. It's not deliberate or malicious. But
imagine if we did the podium only after race control had made all their decisions.
I know. I do always think that the slight danger of that is, and it can't be helped, officials have got to show due diligence and check things, but is if a race result is altered post the event and people have gone home thinking one thing's happened and something else is what gets printed later in the week. I get why it has to happen, but I just think it just confuses people a little bit.
In the world of motorsport, I just think there needs to be some way to fix that. Football doesn't happen. You don't finish the 90 minutes and then go, oh, actually, do you know what? Let's review that, and that, and change the result. A race should finish, and a result should be a result.
Yeah.
And if there isn't decisions made, then tough. Thank you to Tishumi reminding me that Viper Nisa was third in GT3 AM in Paul Ricard last year and second in GT3 AM. Yeah, I do remember them being on the podium quite a few times in GT3 AM, but not overall podium. Still waiting for the last fuel stops. Convinced that we are owed a lot of last fuel stops. Interesting that actually there is only a 1 minute 13 second gap between Harvey and Ang. We're not seeing that very often because there's such a big gap as Harvey comes over the line now. But Ang and Viper Nisa, an up 2 race, I'm sure still owe us a pit stop. That's one for Sarah to go and sniff around. Have a look at the body language of Viper Nisa Racing. Have a look at the body language of Up 2 race. Do we think they're getting ready for one last stop, or do we think that they are packing up and going home? Continental Racing as well, surely. 32 laps. Can't go more than that. 35 is about your maximum. Okay, so Sarah's saying no Viper Nisa, but they are 32 laps into a stint, so...
36, according to my screen.
Oh, really? In which case, they need to come in now. I would say, oh yeah, 36. So 36 for Viper Nisa, 36 for Continental Racing. Absolutely at the end of their tank, surely. Up to race 33. Proton 31 might be able to get to the end. E2P definitely can. Palin Racing definitely can. Get Speed definitely can. Red Camels definitely can. And still owed a pit stop. Here we go. Fuel. Dominic Ang comes into fuel then. And the answer is given. Does that Ang need to get out of that car as well? He's done a lot of work. He took over that car at 3:30. So 20 laps in the first stint, and then another 36. So he's going to be knackered. I think we spoke to Dominic on the grid, I seem to remember. And he's going to have to hand over that car to one of his teammates to bring it home. I mean, I'd love to see Douglas Koo bring the car home, because he is, and actually, do you know what? He might well be, because Melvin Moe was in the car earlier. And so it would be Douglas's turn, and Douglas is not the money behind it. Well, he is the money behind it, but he is the brains behind Viper Nisa Racing. He's the backing. He's a hugely successful businessman in Hong Kong, and to get this kind of a victory, legit, outright, against the teams around him, I would want to be in that car to celebrate.
You're saying about you're convinced there's quite a few cars that owe us pit stops. For instance, I'm looking at Fabio Grossa in the up to race Porsche is on 34 laps.
Into the pits then comes Viper Nisa. Looks like it's going to be a full service. Is there a driver there? I don't know whether Sarah is watching or not. Are you there, Sarah?
At the far end, I didn't see a driver, so there's no driver change. It will be Dominic Ang taking it to the flag. Yes, it's definitely Dominic. The car's just going past me now. I'm at the far end of the pit lane with the team from Up To Race. They're having a keen eye on the car as it leaves, because obviously that's their main competition out there at the moment. They're still deciding, but I think they will. They did say to me a minute ago maybe 4 or 5 laps to the end, but I reckon that will have triggered the stop, so I would expect Up To Race to be coming in on the next lap.
Yeah, I think you're right there. Absolutely. If Viper Nisa can only do 35, then Up To Race can only do a few more. Does drop Dominic Ang behind Up To for the moment. Dominic staying aboard that car, so that's a huge amount of work done by Dominic Ang. Douglas Koo will be crossing toes and fingers at the back of the garage.
Vasilij Vladkin in the Continental Racing by Simpson car should also be doing the same in the Audi fairly shortly. He's on lap 36, and the Ligier 114 has stopped on track once again and restarted itself again.
Okay,
so I'm going to say it's not for the first time, so there's obviously something going on with that little Ligier, but it's doing an old control reset and rejoin. So no cause. Wasn't that one that caused the code 60 for about a minute at one point? Just as they introduced the code 60, it got going again, so they ended it. So keep an eye on that 114 as to whether it's going to cause problems again. This is the Not Only Motorsport overall 24th moment, but running first in class.
So remember, there's also a drive time limit of 2.5 hours for the drivers. Dominic Ang is going to be pretty close to that. Luckily, he got into the car at around, well, actually around, I'm sure my data can tell me. Yes, at 3:37 he got in the car. So it's going to be just 7 minutes shy of that 2 hours and 30 limit, which is mightily impressive from the Malaysian. Now, what's Fabio Gross going to do? Gross has been in that car since just after 4 o'clock, so definitely can take the car to the end. 36 laps on this set of tyres and this run, so will come in. But again, it's going to be a faster stop than previously. We just don't... Just keeping our fingers and toes crossed that the Ligier doesn't do what it just did. Because if that stops for another minute longer and a code 60 comes out, then all of a sudden it changes the advantages and disadvantages of the cars that still owe us pit stops.
All consternation breaks loose if that happens.
All consternation?
Yes.
Ah, okay, there he is. Leading the class, remember, still leading the TC EX class. And Gino Roccio is aboard the car once again. No change in 992 as James Kellett continues to push on to try and take away second position from the Chazelle team. But the Chazelle team will have a shorter and shorter pit stop as we get closer and closer to the end of the first ever Michelin 12 hours of Nürburgring. E2P Racing getting a penalty. They won't be able to serve that if they've done their last pit stop, so that will then be put into the results. And all of those pit stops that, all of those penalties not served at the end will then be added in to the result, and then we'll have a result. So give race control a bit of time to sort themselves out before we end up with a proper result.
It's the 114 Not Only Motorsport Ligier being driven by Gino Roccio, who's the 16-year-old in this race, and it just beggars belief that somebody that was only born 16 years ago can be taking part in a motor race. For me, somebody of my age, I'd retired 16 years ago.
More penalties coming in for track limit infringements, and of course you get a crescendo, don't you, with track limit infringements. They've been collecting them throughout the race, and as soon as they get their 6th or their 9th or their 12th, then they get a 10-second penalty, and so you get to the end of the race with loads of penalties unserved. Here is Ang.
Well, there's a scale, isn't there? There's a warning scale, basically. You get so many warnings, and then it's just like, right, you know, get a bit. Then ultimately you can have a time removed as well. As in qualifying, they'll take that time off you and just say, just reset.
Well, what I mean is we don't see track limit infringement penalties coming until the end of the race because it's accumulation. Yeah. On board with Dominic Ang then, hoping and praying that the cars ahead of him all need to serve splash and dashes. Here's Manuel Lauk, 7 seconds now between himself and Vladikin. On the flashers, gets past the TCR car. I hope I'm right. I really hope I'm right that those three need to splash. We've not seen an Audi do 40 laps before, and yet Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport now on their 40th lap. Manuel Lauk a little bit shorter. Remember, Lauk pitted at 4:30, under code 60 initially, but then it went back to green flag, so they would have been able to do a full stop, but it was only 2.5 minutes at the time, which doesn't suggest it was a particularly long stop. He had also fueled up in the previous code 60. I don't believe that they can get that car to the flag, unless, Snowy, what are you seeing lap times wise in regards to the potential for lift and coast and for saving, perhaps?
Well, there's a possibility with just under 14 minutes to go, but you've got to be absolutely sure of your numbers, and this is where the strategists really come into their own of advising what that can and cannot be done at a certain pace or not.
Let's have a look. Let's hear. Is he trying to nurse this car home?
Yes, I'd say he is. Well, he's certainly not going on full revs, is he? He might be using the curbs and that stuff still, but that's the line. But it does appear like one of the best ways of saving fuel is not using so many revs, of course. It did sound like there a little bit of onboard we had. It was a bit faint, so I might be wrong and therefore misleading people. And if I am, I apologise. But it does sound like he's just not using the full rev range. Oh, he is there down through into.
Not a lot of lift and coast.
No, but there's some.
Round.
There's definitely some.
Into the pits comes the Audi. Into the pits comes the Porsche. Fabian Grosser brings the 88 down pit lane. Is he going to go into change tyres? No, he's not. He is going to try and take those to the flag. So they are going to be rough by the time they get to the end. There is the Audi of Vladikin. And where is Malaysian Mercedes? Because that should be inheriting both of these positions. Comes across the line. Look, it's going to be really close here. If we pan out, we'll see the Mercedes in the shot. I'm sure that's the Mercedes to the right-hand side. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There. Grosser has got out ahead of Viper Nisa, only just. But that means it's third for the Mercedes and second for up to race. Now, Grosser needs to get that car to the flag with really, really used tyres. I'm sure, and Sarah can correct me if I'm wrong, I'm sure we saw tyres changed on the Mercedes, so he's going to have much, much better rubber to try and make a pass and try and get back up a position. Vladikin, you can hear in the background having or I can hear in the background, having a pit stop. And it's a full service for the Audi, including a driver change by the looks of things out of my window. And so they are obviously not feeling like they can compete with these guys. There is a last service for Simpson Motorsport. Just trying to get that driver bolted in. This is a bit longer than they wanted, but maybe they're not concerned or don't feel as though they're fighting anybody. But this is a real fight on track after 11 hours and 50 minutes of racing, and we still are waiting to see if Proton need to come in. Sure they do, but they are holding on to second position right now. A place where they were for so long of the race, right at the sharp end, until that wet running, where they lost pace. And Dominic Ang looks better, doesn't he, Snowy? Looks stronger, looks more confident in the car.
It looks like it's a matter of time to me, that one. But that is the advantage of new tyres that are going to make that huge, huge difference to you there. So we'll see, can he take advantage of them in that Mercedes? It looking pretty close, but of course he has got to get past a slightly experienced driver, shall we say.
Yellow flags at turn number 4. Have we got a code 60 cut? We've got traffic for Grosser here in the form of the Era Motorsport Ferrari. It's Jake Hill in that car, probably. Oh, he's just come out of the pit, Jake, so that's why he's looking slow. But actually, we expect those cars to clear him. There is...
And the Ligier stopped again?
Stopped again, but we know that that car can get restarted, so let's not react too quickly and getting a code 60 with 9 minutes remaining. It would really upset things. It goes away. Green flag flies. The car is moving in the back of shot. Jake is really not up to speed in that Ferrari. I thought he would scamper away from this battle, but this is compromising Fabio Grosser. Gets out of the way, moves to the left-hand side, allowed the battle to come through. That's really good driving if that is Jake Hill.
Yeah, Dominic Ang, having looked down the inside there at the hairpin and took advantage of the Jake Hill, keeping to the left-hand side, out of the route. Hasn't quite managed to do it. Dominic Ang still pushing on in the Mercedes ahead of that Porsche, trying to get ahead of that Porsche. He's got 8 minutes, 30 seconds in which to do it, Ben.
Just waiting to see if that driver ID changes, but it does still say Jake Hill to finish the race for Era, down in 21st position. And they are a whole lap behind Kobe De Bruyker in the Agit Renault Racing Mercedes that also was in the wars yesterday. Oh, Dominic doesn't look like he's really made the most of those better tyres, but they'll always be better than what Porsche has. I don't think the Michelin tyre falls off a cliff, but you know,
yeah, I think that last lap was his best time to take advantage of those tyres, the new tyres. They will now be bedded in, so well, just not, they've not gone off, but they just haven't quite got that competitive edge that a brand new set have. So the Porsche dips down the inside of the Cayman, the Mercedes follows and joins the way through. This is where the Mercedes is really quick through the ironically named Mercedes Arena. It suits the car really well. It needs to go high, wide, right, I think, to do a cutback to come through there. The Porsche doing exactly the same. There he's gained enormously through that middle part of it, right under the rear wing of the Porsche, but that's too close, that's too early, too close. You need to wait a bit and come out of it now on the exit to get the run down to the left-hand side, then down to the hairpin. I think he went a little bit too early there with that. It gained too soon.
Under the rear wing. So very close, has the better confidence on the brakes, has the better traction out the turns, has the better drive down to the next braking zone, and to the outside. Can't go around the outside, Dominic.
But look how Lauk defended that down the inside there, took the inside line of the track. He knows his tyres are done on that one. The Mercedes is on better tyres, so he's now got down to positioning the car in a way where he can literally make that Porsche wider than the manufacturer built it.
Manuel Lauk's last lap time, by the way, faster than both of these two. So if he is lifting and coasting, he's still incredibly fast about it. But speculation that he is trying to get to the flag. There is the anticipation down at Viper Nisa Racing. Stop showing them, show the track, because they want to see them. They don't want to see themselves.
Yeah, they're pointing at the screen. We want to see. Exactly.
And that's the worst thing about it when we do the cutaway shots. It's actually, you know, I understand and I want to see what their reaction is. They don't want to see what their reaction is, though. They want to see what's going on track, especially when it isn't over yet. Best opportunity at the final turn. Good drive off the turn, dive down the inside, especially if they've got some distraction. And there is the 44 of Miroslav Konopka ahead of them. They're not going to catch him yet, and actually Ang's not close enough down the main straight.
Now, this is where it's quick through the Mercedes arena. There is the ARC Bratislav Lamborghini they're going to come up to very shortly. That may well play into the hands of either of these cars. Which one is going to get the advantages? Which one's going to use the Lamborghini to their advantage? This is where Dominic Ang's right at the back again. This is where he needs to be quick. He needs to get, no, he's just backed out of it a little bit there. He got too close for the apex. He didn't get that exit speed out. Slow in, fast out, the same old principles as ever. Now he needs to dive down the inside into the hairpin, but that's being defended by Grosser every single time. The Lamborghini staying out of the way for the moment.
Change of position in 992. Kennett in the 928 back up into second position as the Chezel Technologies has taken a short pitch.
This is the chance. This is a chance. Sorry, Ben. That's the chance for the Mercedes. The Porsche just got in the way there of the Lamborghini, slowed him down. It's brought the Mercedes really, really into touch. Up to the Schumacher S, he can't quite do it. It's not as quick through that really fast aero-dependent part of the circuit. The Porsche seems to have slightly better aero through there, Ben.
And there's not that many opportunities around this circuit to overtake. You've got to try and take it when the opportunity arises, and there was a good opportunity with that Lamborghini there, but now they've passed it. Mercedes is always going to be better, particularly in the wiggly stuff, but the problem is the wiggly stuff is where you can't overtake, where it's so much harder to overtake. Dominic Ang is going to harking back to his touring car days here. We've got 4 minutes remaining. 2, maybe 3 laps if we're lucky. Round the final turn. Can he get better drive off the corner? I think he has got better drive off the corner this time because the Porsche was wide.
But I don't think he can outbrake that Porsche in a front-engine Mercedes there into the first corner. It's highly unlikely. He's not close enough to be able to do it. It would be a massive lunge. This is where he's got to sit back now. It's tight through the right-hander. This is the plate he's got to do. So Dominic Ang pushing on there. Manuel Lauk is...
This battle is now for second position.
Yeah.
Lauk has come into the pits. I thought he needed to, and it has been a splash and dash, a really short pit stop of just 1 minute and 20 seconds, but it will put him 45 to 50 seconds behind this battle, which is now back for second position.
Dominic Ang getting a slightly better run there. This is what he needs to do. Come down the hill, sit close, keep in the draft of that Porsche, run it down the hill, get down the inside. Grosser will try and defend it naturally. This is the run, get down the inside. Dominic Ang, send it down the inside, send it, send it, send it. This is where you need to be. He hasn't quite got it at the hairpin. It's really, really good. The Lamborghini was in the way for them last time. He has a little look down the inside, but unfortunately for Ang, Grosser covers it and sees it coming. Now up through the hill, through the Schumacher S. The Mercedes is not as steady through here, and he's right up behind the Porsche, but he can't do anything about it. That Porsche is just too wide, too fast through the Schumacher S. He's had to back out of it again. Time is running out for this Mercedes. We have 2.5 minutes to go.
Trying to make the circuit as wide as possible is up to race, and that black Porsche turning in wider and wider so he doesn't ask so much of the tyres that have done well over 40 laps. The Mercedes with brand new rubber just 10 minutes ago, and again was able to close right up onto the rear wing. The turbulence making the bonnet flap on that Mercedes, but there's no braking area to get down the inside, and again losing a little bit of ground as he's right in the aero wash. Simon Hill with us at lunchtime talking about the aero wash coming off the back of the car. This is not the last lap yet, because our leader will dictate when the last lap is, and our leader is...
Tanner Harvey.
Tanner Harvey, somewhere else on the circuit. Then, when he crosses the line from now on, the last lap it will be.
Tanner Harvey is just coming up to turn 13 at the back of the field, so there's 1 minute 34 to go. So when Tanner Harvey comes around this time, it'll be the final lap. So they've got one more, they've got this lap and one more to do for the battle for second place. The Mercedes of Dominic Ang is a little bit closer this time. He's now switching side to side. He's filling the mirrors. He needs to really try and get this done. This is the close one. This is his best opportunity. Get it run down here. But Fabio Gose knows this as well, that this is where he looks every single time. But this is where he's got, and he's run a little bit wide there. Fabio Gross has run a little bit wide. This might be the opportunity for the Mercedes to look down the inside, but it's a hard, heavy brake. No, Gross sees it coming. He has a little twitch on the front end, losing the space. That might give the Mercedes the chance. He can't quite do it. He looked to the right, he looked to the left. Every which way he goes, it's blocked by a naked black Porsche.
was always going to be one of our favourites. They managed to keep the cars on the circuit through the Schumacher S's. There's lots of dirt and gravel there. You don't want to make an error. Again, that Porsche using a lot of the circuit at the top of the hill before they plunge back down the hill. The change of direction is where the Porsche is really hurting as he asks the left and then the right side Michelins to stick. But they've been doing that for so long. They're not going to fall off a cliff. They're not going to burst because they've been used so long. They're just not going to be as strong. And they do have traffic now. It's the Michelin GT3 car of Lisa Clark in the way at the final turn. The flashing saying, I'm coming. Lisa just about staying out of the way, but that would have been a heart-in-the-mouth moment for Fabio Grossa. Down, out of the final turn, onto the last lap. Dominic Ang could be closer than ever. He is going to have to absolutely send it. The only way he's going to get past. It's not here, though. Oh, we've got a Triple 8 car of Paul Meyer, who's just come out of pit lane and right in the way of the up-2 racing Ferrari Porsche. That slightly puts it offline, but again, there's no space. There's no space for Dominic Ang to get through.
We mustn't forget Tanner Harvey, though, is on the last little bit of his race, coming through turn 12, 13 now, up to the chicane for the very, very last time. So our race leader is coming up to the chicane for the very last time. We'll take the race win in a few moments, but we're engrossed in this battle for second place with after 12 hours of racing, when we're still getting this animated about it. So our race leader comes through. The final corner is going to be Tanner Harvey, and the Get Speed team JR286 takes the race win.
Victory for Get Speed for team JR286 and for teammates Tanner Harvey, for Steve Jens and for Jonathan Hirschberg and Patrick Liddy, who did the majority of the work today. We turn our attention back to the final couple of corners. Oh, and a switch and a twitch from the Porsche. I caught Dominic Ang off guard, and Dominic didn't take advantage of that like he should have done.
He certainly did, but I think he tried to avoid it, didn't he? Had a twitch himself as well, so it was a double twitch for this, the Porsche and the Mercedes in unison.
Well done to up-2 race. I don't think there's another opportunity unless there's a mistake through this final flick left and flick right. They both do it pretty well, slightly wide from Gross, but they have, on their GT3 debut, held on for second position with a clever bit of strategy, a risk to put that car on old tyres for the final stint, and they hold on. And heartbreak for Viper Nisa Racing. They should still be super proud because they've stayed on that lead lap all the way through the race, and what race it has been. An amazing day for Get Speed to get back onto the lead lap and then to find themselves in the lead.
Unbelievable, and I've got to say also to Fabio Grossa there in the up-2 Porsche, what a fantastic defence those last 5, 6, 7 laps on significantly older tyres to hold off Dominic Ang in that Mercedes. Superb driving there for everybody, and that's superb driving from our podium, basically.
Rick Breukers takes the 909 Red Camels Jordan car to victory in 992 with a really intelligent, as you come to expect, strategy from the team down in pit lane. And once again, not being drawn in by the Code 60s. It gave them a big advantage by the end over HRT Performance, with the Chazelle Technology team in third position. HRT would be the victors in AM in 992. Pro-Am victors, the Proton competition of Manuel Lauk in GT3. Second overall for Fabio Gross. That is going to be one heck of an interview when we speak to Fabio afterwards. And to Dominic. Don't forget that Dominic was doing that after nearly 2.5 hours of running. And the congratulations down in pit lane. There's Patrick Charlier for Get Speed. Not his car that's had a good day today, but there's plenty in that team that can be congratulated. That second car, Team PCX, taking third position in Pro-Am in the end, despite all their trials and tribulations. They finished 11 laps down, but there is your victor. Tanner Harvey bringing it to the line, and in the end, relatively easy for our 4 Mercedes drivers of Team JR286, run by Get Speed, of course, who are just round the corner here at the Nürburgring, a home race for them, and therefore, I guess they were expected to take victory. But when you looked at where they started this morning, how far back they were, that has been quite a performance. Taking 15% fuel all the way through today, the second half of the race, just relying upon those code 60s. Let's go down and get some reaction from Sarah.
Tanner, we spoke just before you got in the car, and I mean, it was touch and go. A few cars were waiting, well, everyone was waiting for a code 60, being handed a social media mic there as well. Tell us what was going through your mind. First of all, congratulations to you and the whole team.
Yeah, honestly, I was freaking out. I didn't want to screw up my entire team, so I tried to go slow and keep it on the track and not make any mistakes, because Steve, Patrick, and John made sure the car was in perfect condition the entire race for us to win. So I wanted to be a team player, and I was a team player, and yeah.
Well, we've seen it's a total team effort. We'll get the rest of the team in a moment. But first of all, 4th of July weekend, you've been donning this American race suit, and also we've seen the flags flying. How important is it to you to get this on this weekend?
It's a big deal because it's the 250th anniversary of America, so we wanted to celebrate America, of course Luxembourg and Germany too, so yeah.
Well, let's bring the whole team in. There is a wonderful story around the JR286 name. Come in really quickly. Just come say hi really quickly. Congratulations to all of you. Quick word on the team effort. Obviously not just the 4 drivers, but obviously the whole team.
Yeah, no, the team was great. The strategy that they put together was just awesome. We played it out and supported each other, and ended up with a win. It was a great day.
Well, enjoy the well-deserved celebrations. Congratulations. Let's go have a quick word with Dominic Ang, who has stood behind me, I believe. Dominic, what have I caught you doing? Oh, taking an SD card out of the car. What a race. I mean, there must have been moments where you thought you might have been able to chase down that car. I will tell you, the camera's behind us, so spin around for me. Do you want to take your helmet off first? There we go. Well, Dominic, there were moments where we thought you were close enough. We thought you were close enough. Do you think there was potentially an option?
Yeah, the turn 10 after the Schumacher S, the last left-hander, that was the last chance. He made a mistake and I also slide, so that was the last one. I tried to go in, he slide off, but I came inside, but I also slide as well, so that was the last chance, yeah.
And you timed that pit stop almost to perfection. I mean, we saw the up-to race team out waiting to see if you were going to go first.
Yeah, the engineer Duat this time came in and did a good strategy, and Code 60 this weekend has been working in our favor for the M advantage. So finally, after so many races, we get to take the advantage with the Code 60s. Yeah.
Well, enjoy the podium. First time on the overall podium. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, let's go over to up to race. Fabio Grossa is just getting out of the car. Fabio, I know I've caught you just as you're recovering. Congratulating your teammates as well. Fabio, can we grab a really quick word? I mean, executed to perfection this weekend. I mean, you were leading overnight. Tell us how it went for you today.
A bit exhausting now for the last couple of laps. I think the tires now, they look like, I don't know, they are completely over. I fight like hell, but yeah, really, really happy to sit on the podium now, especially for the team, especially for Kika. They put so much effort into the whole program, and I'm really looking forward to everything we've planned with this car.
You were under a lot of pressure from Dominic Ang in those last few laps. What was going through your mind? Did you think at some point, we saw a little, I think you lost it just slightly in the last lap. Was that the tires?
Exactly. We talked about it. This car you normally have to drive with 99% to be clear and perfection. Now it was like 110% to get everything out of the tires. So yeah, in the end I thought he will be on fresh tires, but I just said I would do it, and this is why.
And how much fuel did you have left by then? Because everyone was waiting for Code 60 to refuel.
Maybe 60 liters or so. No, a bit less, but it's easy.
Well, congratulations. Enjoy the podium. First time that we've got up to race here on the grid with Creventic, and you're heading up to the podium.
Thank you very much. We enjoyed.
Thank you. We've enjoyed having you here. Let's take a look and see if we can find some of our other class poles. We have the red camel but they've disappeared, so I don't know if we'll get a chance to speak with them. Let's speak to our youngest driver on the grid. Gino, we spoke to you obviously when you qualified in first. What a weekend it's been for you. Congratulations to you and the team.
Yeah, it was a tricky weekend because now in the final minutes, like around 10 minutes to go to finish the race, we got some problem in the car, like turn off completely. So it was really tricky, air brake moment, of course, but we restart, and yeah, I tried to finish the race with not really good pace because we want to finish the race. The car was not in the perfect condition, but we are really happy. Team do a really fantastic job. All the mechanics, everybody do amazing job, and I'm really happy.
Well, we're really happy to have you here, and congratulations. Enjoy the podium.
Thank you.
Well managed through those problems towards the end. Well, we have the GT4 here, but I can't see any of the drivers. We've got the team all lined up over there. And let's have a quick word. I mean, what a weekend it's been for you. First time out with us and going up to the podium.
No, it's exciting. So thanks to everyone here in Germany and the Creventic organization and 24-hour series. We've had a lot of fun. We had some challenges with the car, but man, this is such a fun track, and the atmosphere that this organization puts together has really made it a lot of fun for Adrian and I, yeah.
Well, we love having you here. Thank you so much. And I guess you've done it on 4th of July weekend as well.
Yeah, thank you. Happy Independence Day to everybody back in the States. Thank you.
Well, thank you. We'll see you up on the podium. Enjoy it. Well, that's it from me in the pit lane. It's not our last race of the season. We'll see you back in Barcelona. But before you go anywhere, we will be bringing you the podium celebration. So stay tuned with us.
Let's take a look then at the official results after penalties have been applied from those that were not taken. And it is the 286 Get Speed Mercedes taking the victory by 1 lap in the end over the 88 Porsche Up 2 Racing, beating the Malaysians by just 0.4 of a second. Also on that lap was Manuel Lauk and the Proton Competition Porsche. 2 laps down on their own was the Audi from Continental Racing. Santalok another lap back, then 3 laps back was the winner in 992, the Red Camels Jordan, and you can see that they had a few cars on that lead lap, but none of which could get close to the strategy. 151 back, HRT Performance, and then Chazelle 1 lap back. In 11th position overall for the French team. More GT3 cars and the AM 992 category cars down there in the second half of the field, including the Get Speed Team PCX Racing Mercedes, which ends up GT3 Pro-Am 3rd spot behind Manuel Lauk's Proton Competition and the Santalok Junior team. And then cars that had some issues. We thought the 888 was retiring after an issue in the middle of today. The 93 Ajit Kumar car with a big impact yesterday, and that ended up in 20th, just ahead of Era Motorsport, who had an unfortunate incident on circuit. Then we've got some of our other categories. We've got the GT4 victors in 23rd, the TCE victors in their Ligier in 24th position, 4 laps ahead of the 111 Cayman, which actually got a big penalty at the end. Big gaps between our TCE cars, but they are very different cars. The Seat Leon Cupra Racer, the 102, beating the newer 101 machine that finished down in 28th spot. And KO Racing, the last of the finishers, just 2 retirements from Malta Motorsport yesterday and BMW yesterday. Here are the highlights then of our second day of competition, the second part of the 12 hours of Nürburgring. And lots of drivers and cars out of position, made a frenetic couple of laps as everyone sorted themselves out. 4-3 wide going into this tight turn number 1, but thankfully everyone getting through And Joel Stern in the Proton competition, Porsche scampering away from Tim Heinemann as drivers try to find their way past slower traffic. It did leave some rather hairy moments. That was Benjamin Pack nearly throwing the Mercedes off the circuit. Little Gino Rocchio sliding around the Ligio. Big moment for our eventual victors, losing their rear wheel, and multiple showers around the circuit, but very rarely did we see anyone put the wet tyre on. They all just braved it out on the dry tyre, which meant a spin, which meant Fabian Dance did have a moment off the circuit. I knew he did. Era Motorsport found themselves in the garage after contact with the Van Berlo Porsche, I think it was, and the Lamborghini was well up there until a rear wing failure and a botched repair dropped them 10 minutes back. A couple of code 60s, took quite a while to get them, but then they came in a flurry as Michael Grenier parked his Mercedes on the side of the circuit. Then one final pit stop. Mercedes taking new tyres for Viper Nice, but old tyres for Up 2 Race, and a fantastic battle for second, but the victory to Get Speed JR 286. And so we await our podium ceremonies. And whilst we do those podium ceremonies, we are also going to have a bit of analysis. And if you're wondering what Peter Snowden looks like, well, you're about to find out. He is going to be analysing today's race with Carla Velti, and I can see them ready to go. So let's go down to Carla and Snowy. Thanks for listening.
And we are ready for the podium. As Ben just said, there is a new face with me. Hello, Snowy. Nice to have you here on the podium. Thanks for joining me. We will not have a lot of time to chat just now because I want to get going with the podiums real quick. But give me a 10-second reaction to what we just witnessed.
Extraordinary. I never thought a 12-hour race, albeit over 2 parts, could be so exciting in the last 12 minutes. It was I thought I was going to explode. I think Ben thought I was going to explode as well. I do apologise to anybody listening if I got too excited.
No, don't apologise. We love the excitement. And with that, I want to start with our first podium for the overall and the GT3. We will go into P3 with Viper Nizza Racing with Ku, Ang and Mu. On P2, we have Up 2 Race with Heinemann, Kikireshko and Grosse. And the winning team is Gatsby Team JR 286 with Liddy, Harvey, Hirschberg and Jans. Wonderful job from all of the drivers here. And once I have all of them up there, don't get too excited with the champagne, boys. We have seen mistakes happen before. Let's get the national anthem of the winning team. And now please bring forward the trophies for the teams. The P3 trophy for the Viper Nizza Racing Team. And the P2 trophy for the Up 2 Race Team. And the biggest trophy of them all for our winner of the overall and the GT3 class, Gatsby Team JR 286. Now please, all of the drivers, lift your trophies and look straight ahead so we can get some wonderful photos done of this very special moment. Lift the trophies, look ahead, look straight ahead. Look straight ahead, there we go. And if you want to, celebrate with champagne. Snowy, what a finish. Of course, the Gatsby team did a fantastic, fabulous job, but these last moments between the Viper team and up to race, I mean, I could have watched that on and on and on.
Well, I'm going to watch the replay, but what they did was they unlocked the secret of endurance racing. Stay out of trouble, stay out of the pits, stay in contention, and then you can go and do something. And look at the end, that bit of Dominic Ang at the end and Fabio Grosso, what a battle. That was like a sprint race, and it was 10 minutes, not 10 laps, it was 10 minutes of the race to go. Fantastic.
Absolutely fantastic racing, although I want to highlight that the Gatsby team, they did a really, really good job when it comes to strategy. That's what put them up into the very, very front of the race. What do you think, which moment was it that really got them into P1?
Strategy and thinking it, playing the long game. Don't go early. That's what you've got to do, and that's endurance racing. You've got to be in it to win it. You've got to be in contention, and they did that. And that's difficult over a long race because sometimes you want to, you think you're not doing well, but you are, and you've got to look at it and look at the metric, look at the math, see how it all works, and they just did it, and they just played it to perfection.
Perfection that was indeed. And now I would like to continue with the podium. If we are ready, yeah, we're sort of ready. I can start to announce where we're at. Perfect. We will continue the podium with the GT3 Pro-Am class, where on P3 we have the Gatsby team PCX Racing with Charlet, Boisson, Pack and Grenier. On P2, the Santalog Junior team with Doppelmayr, Kaffer, Erhardt, Interbitzen and Tribodini. And taking the GT3 Pro-Am win is the Proton competition team with Dreisov, Lauk, Dressler and Sturm. And please, bring forward the trophies for the P3 team, the Gatsby team, PCX Racing. Next trophies up are for the Santalog Junior team, who made it on P2 for the GT3 Pro-Am class. And the biggest trophy that we have in store this weekend goes to the Proton competition team with Dreisov, Lauk, Dressler and Storm. There we go. Massive trophies. I hope you guys have space in your cars to get them home. Now please, drivers, lift your trophies up high, look up straight ahead for the photos, keep them high, don't be too quick. And now celebrate with some champagne if you feel like it. Gatsby team, my oh my, they started all the way in the front, and there was a lot of bad luck involved with them, wasn't there?
Yeah, I was just enjoying being on a podium with champagne again. It's been a sort of a flashback for me, that was. Gatsby, yeah, fantastic. It hadn't had that unfortunate incident a little bit earlier on. It was most of the Mercedes seemed to lose one of their eyes, headlights as we call them. But if it hadn't been for that, but what a great drive there. Patrick Charlet doing his little bit, just absolutely superb. And again, just a little bit of bad luck. They had the same. Ricard didn't quite get it. The code 60s went against them at Ricard. Give it to Hoffer. So we've got one more to go. We've got a 24-hour race to come, though, remember. So that's going to be absolutely brilliant.
And that will be a 24 hours non-stop. Now, Proton, they really did a good job here with actually making it onto the podium now this time, which is fabulous. I'm having a little look if we're ready yet. No, not yet. So let's speak about Proton just for another second. They seem to always run a little bit under the radar, and then they show up out of nowhere. Is that just me, or is that what we see?
No, spot on. Exactly the thing to do with endurance racing again, of not appear there, just sit there in the background, get to the end, and all of a sudden you're available. And that car, I mean, Lauk, boy, can he handle that motor car? No disrespect to the other teammates, but that was just a delight to watch, running the curbs, using every ounce of track and performance out of that car. That was just a delight to watch.
Agreed. And we are on to the next podium of the GT3 AM class, where we have on P3 Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport with Vladikin, Scheuchner, Garcia and Aka. On P2, we are seeing the Viper Nizza Racing team again with Ku, Ang and Mo. And on P1, the Gatsby team, JR 286 with Liddy, Harvey, Hirschberg, and Jans. And as per normal procedure, please bring forward the trophies for the P3 team, Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport. And the next trophy, a little bit bigger than P3, is on P2 for the Viper Nizza Racing team. And the massive trophy goes once again to the Gatsby team, JR 286 with Liddy, Harvey, Hirschberg, and Jans. Now please lift your trophies, look straight ahead for a photo of this wonderful moment on the podium. Brilliant, and if you feel like it, celebrate with some champagne. No, there's no going through here. It's closed.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, that's always great. Oh. Well, yeah. They all think they can. Well, champagne shower hit me now as well. I don't think I can do anything about that anymore. But listen, the Simpson Motorsport team, they have done a fabulous job to keep that car alive. I mean, there have been so many moments with that team where even I, looking on the screen, had like these whoa moments because they were fighting for their lives out there.
If ever there was a car that you thought you had a question mark over, would it make it to the end? You want it to, and you're willing it on to the end, but will it, won't it? It's so, if ever there was a candidate for it might not, but it did, and they just kept going, and it's just like, never, ever give up.
Exactly. Never give up. That's the most important thing in endurance racing. And we now have the podium for the GTX team, where there's one team joining us on the podium. The new team joining us in Creventic, which is Kio Racing with Kunzle and Madsen. Fabulous job, you guys. Very well done. Please bring forward the trophies for that team as well. Lift your trophies and look straight ahead for some beautiful photos. Oh, we're waiting for a third trophy. Is that the case? Lift your trophies, please. Look straight ahead. Well done, you guys. And of course, if you feel like it, you can celebrate with champagne once you're ready. Just don't come on this side, there's no going through. A brand new team on the grid. It's always fantastic to see new teams coming in. In that case, not just a new team for the championship, but also for them, a new track. Quite the challenge.
Entirely new experience, and what a way to do that. Just come and finish a 12-hour race. I know it's split into two. In some ways, that makes it more logistically difficult, actually, because you've got to stop and start and reset and think about things a bit more. So superb. To finish an endurance race is always an achievement in itself. To win, I know it's the only car, but it's just absolutely fantastic. Let's get more of this in. This is what we want. Creventic's a family. Let's do more of it. It's absolutely brilliant to see these cars out. Welcome more teams.
Yes, please welcome more teams. We have more space in the pit lane for more teams. And with that, we are going into a category that has a lot of teams already, but always more space. Don't forget about that. It is the 992 Cup category. And on P3, we have the Chazelle Technology course with Jean-Paul Dominique, Jean-Mathieu Leandri, and Anthony de Barne. On P2, the HRT performance team with Gambrel, Sorokin, Carney, and Callet. And on P1, the Red Camel Jordan's NL team with the three Breukers guys and Dance. Please bring forward the trophies for P3, the Chazelle Technology Course team. The P2 trophies go to the HRT Performance team. And the biggest trophy that will fit in no suitcase whatsoever is for the Red Camel Jordan's team. And now please, once you all have the trophies, lift them up high for a beautiful photo. Celebrate yourself, celebrate your team. So well done. And if you feel like it, celebrate with some champagne. that red camel team. One more of those teams, they came out of nowhere. I mean, it goes to show how much you just have to stick through it. But they did one thing very well. They stayed out of trouble for the biggest part of the race.
Well, their strategist, Paul Truswell, will definitely disagree with you on that one. So they didn't come out of nowhere. He had that all planned. We know he did. And there were certain things when I think it was Zara that was actually interviewing him earlier in the weekend saying, I don't think I need to divulge that. And she quite rightly said, why do you not need to divulge that? And the look was just, it stays within the team, because that was the result he wanted and he knew exactly what he was doing. No disrespect to the drivers, but it's the strategists. We know them well. And Paul in that team, what a fantastic job. Those red animals.
Those red animals. That is quoting Ben earlier in the commentary box, definitely. Now, let's move on to the 992 AM podium, where on P3 we have RPM racing with Krohn, Jensen, and Hambrecht. On P2, it is the Chazelle Technology Course team with Dominici, Leandri, and De Barn. And for this time, on the highest step, on P1, we have the HR Performance team with Gambrell, Sorokin, Kearney, and Kellett. Please bring forward the trophies for P3 for the RPM racing team. On P2 for the Chazelle Technology Course team, the medium-sized trophy we have with us here on this weekend. And on P1, the massive trophy of this weekend for the HRT Performance team with Gambrell, Sorokin, Kearney, and Kellett. Now please lift your trophies up high in celebration of your achievements of this weekend. Well done. And whenever you feel like it, celebrate with champagne. This is the moment where we definitely need to mention the achievement of HRT Performance. There is a very fast driver in that team. We mention him a lot. It's James Kellett, but no disregard to the rest of the team because they are so incredibly consistent when it comes to the drivers' deliveries out there on the track, correct?
James will be the first to admit that he's one part of the team. He might be a fundamental part in terms of pace, but it's no good. All his work could be undone if the rest don't match it, and that's what it all takes to. It's a team effort, and it's one of the beautiful things. One of the things I love about endurance racing is it is such a team effort. You've all got to work together. You've got to have your driver position, your driver setup, and all that to ready to go. And they did it together, and they pulled it off perfectly.
They did indeed. Now, on to the next category, which is the GT4 homologated cars. And we have one team on that podium, which is Hofer Racing by Bonk Motorsport with Bonk, Kroll, Hürtgen, and Weiss. And please bring forward for the trophies for this fantastic team. Well done on surviving what was for sure a race full of madness. Lift your trophies up high. so that we can take lovely photos of you all. Look straight ahead. Well done. And if you feel like it, celebrate with champagne. Snowy, GT4, I keep saying it, I know I'm repeating myself, but GT4 belongs into a championship like Creventic, and next to that, we have a team with wonderful drivers, with history coming with them as well. We want more of that.
Yeah, Claudia talking on air when Simon Hill was in the booth, who was helping us out brilliantly at lunchtime, about Formula Ford, Formula Fiesta days, and look at this, and now racing with her son. If ever there was an embodiment of family racing here, so if you've got a GT4 car, come and dig it out, get it here. I've got Peter Fry saying to me now, he's going to say, I know you've got a GT4 car, bring it out, so he's going to do me a deal on that. You heard it here, that's a scoop.
Well, good one. Well done, Snowy. Maybe we'll see you on a track at some point here at Creventic. But now we want to move on to the last podium of this weekend, which is the TCE classes. And we start with P3, which is the Aspas Racing Team with Olsen, Neuhauser, and Gieras. On P2, again, the Aspas Racing Team with Passos, Dante, and Fonseca. And on P1, not only motorsport with Tornaghi, Rocchio, and Hewitt. Please bring us the trophies for the Aspas Racing on P3. Next trophies for the P2 team, which is Aspas as well. And the biggest trophy of them all for the winning team, not only motorsport. There we go. And now all of the drivers, please lift your trophies up high, 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 so we can take some lovely photos. Well done, you guys. And I hope you feel like some champagne, because you definitely need to celebrate this. Snowy, this is a category where the cars could not be more different, and yet somehow Creventic manages to put them into one category and make sure that there is wonderful racing going on. We have a Ligier, we have a Porsche 718 Cayman, and we have the Seat Leon Cup racer in this case now on the podium. What a mix.
I mean, only 4 cars in that, but as you say, what incredible variety. And we've talked already about in Creventic having people who've got decades of racing experience. And then we've got a car in this class that, A, just kept trying to turn itself off and turn itself back on again. It really didn't want to go to the end. And you've also got a 16-year-old driving that car. I mean, how extraordinary is that? It's just fabulous. There's everything across the board. 16-year-olds to experienced TCE, GT4, GT3, 992. I mean, there's something for everybody here. If you've got a race car, come and race it in Creventic, and if you haven't got a race car, buy one and come and race it in Creventic. The answer's the same: race it in Creventic.
Well, and if you're not a racer, then you definitely have to be part of what's coming next.
Become a racer.
Well, become a racer potentially, but you have to be part of what is coming next. The Nürburgring is history now. It was the very first time that we were here with the 24-hour series by Creventic. It was a lovely weekend. It was madness from the first minute on until the last minute. The next race is going to be the 24-hour race in Barcelona mid-September. In between, we have a 992 Cup going on in Spa, so don't miss that. But Barcelona will be our big highlight. Don't miss out on that. We will all go celebrate now. We will rest. Thank you all for watching. Thank you for being part of this, and we will see you at the next racetrack.